Chapter 20 of the Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Bascom. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John C. Abbott. Chapter 20. Conquests and Achievements of Peter the Great. From 1702 to 1718. Peter takes Lake Ladoga and the Neva. Foundation of St. Petersburg. Conquest of Livonia. Marienburg taken by storm. The Empress Catharine. Extraordinary efforts in building St. Petersburg. Threat of Charles XII. Deposition of Augustus, enthronement of Stanislaus, Battle of Pultowa, flight of Charles XII to Turkey, increased renown of Russia, disastrous conflict with the Turks, marriage of Alexis, his character, death of his wife, the Empress acknowledged, conquest of Finland, tour of the Tzar to southern Europe. Charles XII, despising the Russians, devoted all his energies to the humiliation of Augustus of Poland, resolving to pursue him until he had driven him forever from his throne. Peter was thus enabled to get the command of the Lake of Ladoga and of the river Neva, which connects that lake with the Baltic. He immediately laid the foundations of a city, St. Petersburg, to be his great commercial emporium at the mouth of the Neva, near the head of the Gulf of Finland. The land was low and marshy, but in other respects the location was admirable. Its approaches could easily be defended against any naval attack, and water communications were opened with the interior through the Neva and Lake Ladoga. Livonia was a large province, about the size of the state of Maine, nearly encircled by the Gulf of Riga, the Baltic, the Gulf of Finland, and Lake Chud. The possession of this province, which contained some 500,000 inhabitants, was essential to Peter in the prosecution of his commercial enterprises. During the prosecution of this war, the small town of Marienburg, on the confines of Livonia, situated on the shores of a lake, was taken by storm. The town was utterly destroyed, and nearly all the inhabitants slain, a few only being taken prisoners. The Russian commanding officer saw among these captives a young girl of extraordinary beauty who was weeping bitterly. Attracted by such rare loveliness and uncontrollable grief, he called her to him, and learned from her that she was born in a village in the vicinity on the borders of the lake, that she had never known her father, and that her mother died when she was but 3 years of age. The Protestant minister of Marienburg, Dr. Gluck, chancing to see her one day, and ascertaining that she was left an orphan and friendless, received her into his own house, and cherished her with true parental tenderness. The very evening before the town of Marienburg was assaulted and taken by storm, she was married to a young Livonian sergeant, a very excellent young man, of reputable family, and possessing a little property. In the horrors of the tempest of war which immediately succeeded the nuptial ceremonies, her husband was slain, and as his body could never be found, it probably was consumed in the flames which laid the town in ashes. General Boyer, moved with compassion, took her under his protection. He ascertained that her character had always been irreproachable, and he ever maintained that she continued to be a pattern of virtue. She was but 17 years of age when Peter saw her. Her beauty immediately vanquished him. His wife he had repudiated after a long disagreement, and she had retired to a convent. Peter took the lovely child, still a child in years, under his own care, and soon privately married her, with how much sacredness of nuptial rites is not now known. Such was the early history of Catharine, who subsequently became the recognized and renowned Empress of Russia. That a poor stranger, says Voltaire, who had been discovered amid the ruins of a plundered town, should become the absolute sovereign of that very empire into which she was led captive, is an incident which fortune and merit have never before produced in the annals of the world. The city of Petersburg was founded on the 22nd of May, 1703, on a desert and marshy spot of ground, in the 60th degree of latitude. The first building was a fort which now stands in the centre of the city. Though Peter was involved in all the hurry and confusion of war, he devoted himself with marvellous energy to the work of rearing an imperial city upon the bogs and the swamps of the Neva. It required the merciless vigour of despotism to accomplish such an enterprise. Workmen were marched by thousands from Kherson, from Astrakhan, from the Ukraine, to assist in building the city. No difficulties, no obstacles were allowed to impede the work. The Tsar had a low hut built of plank just sufficient to shelter him from the weather, where he superintended the operations. This hut is still preserved as one of the curiosities of St. Petersburg. In less than a year 30,000 houses were reared, and these were all crowded by the many thousands Peter had ordered to the rising city from all parts of the empire. Death made terrible ravages among them, but the remote provinces furnished an abundant supply to fill the places of the dead. Exposure, toil, and the insalubrity of the marshy ground consigned 100,000 to the grave during this first year. The morass had to be drained, and the ground raised by bringing earth from a distance. Wheelbarrows were not in use there, and the labourers conveyed the earth in blankets, bags, and even in the skirts of their clothes, scooping it up with their hands and with wooden paddles. The Tsar always manifested great respect for the outward observances of religion, and was constant in his attendance upon divine service. As we have mentioned, the first building the Tsar erected was a fort, the second a church, the third a hotel. In the meantime, private individuals were busily employed by thousands in putting up shops and houses. The city of Amsterdam was essentially the model upon which St. Petersburg was built. The wharves, the canals, the bridges, and the rectangular streets, lined with trees, were arranged by architects brought from the Dutch metropolis. When Charles XII was informed of the rapid progress the Tsar was making in building a city on the banks of the Neva, he said, "Let him amuse himself as he thinks fit in building his city. I shall soon find time to take it from him, and to put his wooden houses in a blaze." 5 months had not passed away from the commencement of operations upon these vast morasses at the mouth of the Neva, ere, one day, it was reported to the Tsar that a large ship under the Dutch colours was in full sail entering the harbour. Peter was overjoyed at this realization of the dearest wish of his heart. With ardour he set off to meet the welcome stranger. He found that the ship had been sent by one of his old friends at Zaandam. The cargo consisted of salt, wine, and provisions generally. The cargo was landed free from all duties, and was speedily sold to the great profit of the owners. To protect his capital, Peter immediately commenced his defences at Kronstadt, about 30 miles down the bay. From that hour until this, Russia has been at work upon those fortifications, and they can now probably bid defiance to all the navies of the world. Charles XII, sweeping Poland with fire and the sword, drove Augustus out of the kingdom to his hereditary electorate of Saxony, and then, convening the Polish nobles, caused Stanislas Leszczynski, one of his own followers, to be elected sovereign, and sustained him on the throne by all the power of the Swedish armies. The Swedish warrior now fitted out a fleet for the destruction of Kronstadt and Petersburg. The defence of the province was entrusted to Menzikow. This man subsequently passed through a career so full of vicissitudes that a sketch of his varied life thus far seems important. He was the son of one of the humblest of the peasants living in the vicinity of Moscow. When but 13 years of age, he was taken into the service of a pastry cook to sell pies and cakes about the streets, and he was accustomed to attract customers by singing jocular songs. The Tsar chanced to hear him one day, and, diverted by his song and struck by his bright, intelligent appearance, called for the boy and offered to purchase his whole stock, both cakes and basket. The boy replied, "It is my business to sell the cakes, and I have no right to sell the basket without my master's permission. Yet, as everything belongs to our prince, your majesty has only to give the command, and it is my duty to obey." This adroit, apt answer so pleased the Tsar that he took the lad into his service, giving him at first some humble employment. But, being daily more pleased with his wit and shrewdness, he raised him, step by step, to the highest preferment. Under the tuition of General Lefort he attained great skill in military affairs, and became one of the bravest and most successful of the Russian generals. Early in the spring of 1705 the Swedish fleet, consisting of 22 ships of war, each carrying about 60 guns, besides 6 frigates, 2 bomb-ketches, and 2 fire-ships, approached Kronstadt. At the same time a large number of transports landed a strong body of troops to assail the forts in the rear. This was the most formidable attack Charles XII had yet attempted in his wars. Though the Swedes almost invariably conquered the Russians in the open field, Menshikov, from behind his well-constructed redoubts, beat back his assailants, and St. Petersburg was saved. The summer passed away with many but undecisive battles, until the storms of the long northern winter separated the combatants. The state of exasperation was now such that the most revolting cruelties were perpetrated on both sides. The campaign of 1706 opened most disastrously to Russia. In 4 successive pitched battles the forces of the Tsar had been defeated. Augustus was humbled to the dust, and was compelled to write a letter to Stanislaus, congratulating him upon his accession to the throne. He also ignominiously consented to deliver up the unfortunate Livonian noble, Patgul, whose only crime was his love for the rights and privileges of his country. Charles XII caused this unhappy noble to be broken upon the wheel, thus inflicting a stain upon his own character which can never be effaced. The haughty Swedish monarch seemed now to be sovereign over all of northern Europe excepting Russia. Augustus, driven from the throne of Poland, was permitted to hold the electorate of Saxony only in consequence of his abject submission to Charles XII. Stanislaus, the new Polish sovereign, was merely a vassal of Sweden, and even the Emperor Joseph of Germany paid implicit obedience to the will of a monarch who had such terrible armies at his command. Under these circumstances some of the powers endeavoured to secure peace between Sweden and Russia. The French envoy at the court of Sweden introduced the subject. Charles XII proudly replied, "I shall treat with the Tsar in the city of Moscow." Peter, being informed of this boast and threat, remarked, "My brother Charles wants to act the part of Alexander, but he shall not find me a Darius." Charles XII, from his triumphant invasion of Saxony, marched with an army of 45,000 men through Poland, which was utterly desolated by war, and crossing the frontiers of Russia, directed his march to Moscow. Driving all opposition before him, he arrived upon the banks of the Dnieper, and without much difficulty effected the passage of the stream. Peter himself, with Menshikov, now hastened to the theatre of conflict, and summoned his mightiest energies to repel the foe. Battle after battle ensued, with varying results, but the situation of the Swedish conqueror was fast growing desperate. He was far from home. His regiments were daily diminishing beneath the terrible storms of war, while recruits were pouring in from all directions to swell the ranks of the Tsar. It was the month of December. The villages had all been burned, and the country turned into a desert. The cold was so intense that on one particular march 2,000 men dropped down dead in their ranks. The wintry storms soon became so severe that both parties were compelled to remain for some time in inaction. Every poor peasant within 50 miles was robbed by detachments of starving soldiers. The moment the weather permitted, both armies were again in action. Charles XII had taken a circuitous route towards Moscow through the Ukraine, hoping to rouse the people of this region to join his standards. This plan, however, proved an utter failure. About the middle of June, the two armies, led by their respective sovereigns, met at Pultowa, upon the Vorskla, near its point of junction with the Dnieper, about 400 miles south of Moscow. Several days were passed in manoeuvring and skirmishing in preparation for a decisive struggle. It was evident to all Europe that the great battle to ensue would decide the fate of Russia, Poland, and Sweden. 30,000 war-worn veterans were marshalled under the banners of Charles XII. The Tsar led 60,000 troops into the conflict. Fully aware of the superiority of the Swedish troops, he awaited the attack of his formidable foe behind his redoubts. In one of the skirmishes, 2 days before the great battle, a bullet struck Charles XII, shattering the bone of his heel. It was an exceedingly painful wound, which was followed by an equally painful operation. Though the indomitable warrior was suffering severely, he caused himself to be borne in a litter to the head of his troops, and led the charge. The attack upon the entrenchments was made with all the characteristic impetuosity of these demonic fighters. Notwithstanding the storm of grape-shot which was hurled into their faces, covering the ground with the mangled and the dead, 2 of the redoubts were taken, and shouts of victory ran along the lines of the Swedes. The action continued with fiend-like ferocity for 2 hours. Charles XII, with a pistol in his hand, was borne on his litter from rank to rank, animating his troops, until a cannon-ball, striking down one of his bearers, also shattered the litter into fragments, and dashed the bandaged monarch to the ground. With as much calmness as though this were an ordinary, everyday occurrence, Charles ordered his guards immediately to make another litter with their pikes. He was placed upon it, and continued to direct the battle, paying no more attention to bullets, balls, and bomb-shells, than if they had been snowflakes. Peter was equally prodigal of danger. Death in that hour was more desirable to him than defeat, for Charles XII, victorious, would march direct to Moscow, and Russia would share the fate of Poland. The Tsar was conspicuous at every point where the battle raged most fiercely. Several bullets pierced his clothes, one passing through his hat just grazed the crown of his head. At length the Swedes, overpowered by numbers, gave way, and fled in great confusion. Charles, though agonized by his wound, was compelled to mount on horseback as the only means of escape from capture. The black hour of woe came, which sooner or later meets almost every warrior, however successful for a time his career may be. The blow was fatal to Charles XII. More than 9,000 of the Swedes were left dead upon the field of battle. 18,000 were taken prisoners. The Swedish king, with a few hundred troops in his retinue, cut off from his retreat towards Sweden, crossed the Dnieper and fled to Turkey. Peter did not pursue him, but being informed of his desperate resolve to seek refuge in the territory of the Turks, he magnanimously wrote a letter to him, urging him not to take so perilous a step, assuring him upon his honour that he would not detain him as a prisoner, but that all their difficulties should be settled by a reasonable peace. A special courier was dispatched with this letter, but he could not overtake the fugitives. When the courier arrived at the river Boy, which separates the deserts of Ukraine from the territories of the Great Seigneur, the Swedes had already crossed the river. In the character of Peter there was a singular compound of magnanimity and of the most brutal insensibility and mercilessness. He ordered all the Swedish generals who were his captives to be introduced to him, returned to them their swords, and invited them to dine. With a gracefulness of courtesy rarely surpassed, he offered as a toast the sentiment, "To the health of my masters in the art of war," and yet, soon after, he consigned nearly all these captives to the horrors of Siberian exile. This utter defeat of Charles XII produced a sudden revolution in Poland, Sweden, and Saxony. Peter immediately dispatched a large body of cavalry under Menzikoff to Poland to assist Augustus in regaining his crown. Soon after he followed himself at the head of an army, and entering Warsaw in triumph on the 7th of October 1709, replaced Augustus upon the throne from which Charles XII had ejected him. The whole kingdom acknowledged Peter for their protector. Peter then marched to the electorate of Brandenburg, which had recently been elevated into the kingdom of Prussia, and performing the functions of his own ambassador, entered into a treaty with Frederick I, grandfather of Frederick the Great. He then returned with all eagerness to St. Petersburg, and pressed forward the erection of new buildings and the enlargement of the fleet. A magnificent festival was here arranged in commemoration of the great victory of Pultowa. 9 arches were reared, beneath which the procession marched, in the most gorgeous array of civic and military pageantry. The artillery of the vanquished, their standards, the shattered litter of the king, and the vast array of captives, soldiers, and officers, all on foot, followed in the train of the triumphal procession, while the ringing of bells, the explosion of 100 pieces of artillery, and the shouts of an innumerable multitude added to the enthusiasm which the scene inspired. The battle of Pultowa gave Peter great renown throughout Europe, and added immeasurably to the reputation of Russia. An occurrence had taken place in London which had deeply offended the Tsar, who, wielding himself the energies of despotism, could form no idea of that government of law which was irrespective of the will of the sovereign. The Russian ambassador at the court of Queen Anne had been arrested at the suit of a tradesman in London, and had been obliged to give bail to save himself from the debtors' prison. Peter, regarding this as a personal insult, demanded of Queen Anne satisfaction. She expressed her regret for the occurrence, but stated that according to the laws of England a creditor had a right to sue for his just demands, and that there was no statute exempting foreign ambassadors from being arrested for debt. Peter, who had no respect for constitutional liberty, was not at all satisfied with this declaration, but postponed further action until his conflict with Sweden should be terminated. Now, in the hour of victory, he turned again to Queen Anne, and demanded reparation for what he deemed the insult offered to his government. He threatened, in retaliation, to take vengeance upon all the merchants and British subjects within his dominions. This was an appalling menace. Queen Anne accordingly sent Lord Whitworth on a formal embassy to the Tsar, with a diplomatic lie in his mouth. Addressing Peter in the most flattering words of "Most High and Mighty Emperor," he assured him that the offending tradesman had been punished with imprisonment and rendered infamous, and that an Act of Parliament should be passed rendering it no longer lawful to arrest a foreign ambassador. The offender had not been punished, but the Act was subsequently passed. The acknowledgment, accompanied by such flattering testimonials of respect, was deemed satisfactory. The Tsar had demanded the death of the offender. Every Englishman must read with pride the declaration of Queen Anne in reference to this demand. "There are," said she, "insuperable difficulties with respect to the ancient and fundamental laws of the government of our people, which we fear do not permit so severe and rigorous a sentence to be given, as your Imperial Majesty first seemed to expect in this case. And we persuade ourselves that your Imperial Majesty, who are a prince famous for clemency and exact justice, will not require us, who are the guardian and protector of the laws, to inflict a punishment on our subjects which the law does not empower us to do." The whole of Livonia speedily fell into the hands of the Tsar and was re-annexed to Russia. Pestilence, which usually follows in the train of war, now rose from the putridity of battlefields, and sweeping like the angel of death over the war-scathed and starving inhabitants of Livonia, penetrated Sweden. Whole provinces were depopulated, and in Stockholm alone 30,000 perished. The war of the Spanish Succession was now raging, and every nation in Europe was engaged in the work of destruction and butchery. Spain, Portugal, Italy, France, the German Empire, England, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, Poland, were all in arms, and hundreds of millions of men were directly or indirectly employed in the work of mutual destruction. The fugitive king, Charles XII, was endeavouring to enlist the energies of the Ottoman Porte in his behalf, and the Grand Seignior had promised to throw his armies also, 200,000 strong, into the arena of flame and blood, and to march for the conquest of Russia. Peter, conscious of the danger of an attack from Turkey, raised an army of 125,000 men, when he was informed that the Turks, with a combined army of 210,000 troops, were ravaging the province of Azov. Urging his troops impetuously onward, he crossed the Pruth and entered Jassy, the capital of Moldavia. The Grand Vizier, with an army 3 times more numerous, crossed the Danube and advanced to meet him. For 3 days the contending hosts poured their shot into each other's bosoms. The Tsar, outnumbered and surrounded, though enabled to hold his position behind his entrenchments, saw clearly that famine would soon compel him to surrender. His position was desperate. Catharine had accompanied her husband on this expedition, and, at her earnest solicitation, the Tsar sent proposals of peace to the Grand Vizier, accompanied with a valuable present of money and jewels. The Turk, dreading the energies which despair might develop in so powerful a foe, was willing to come into an accommodation, and entered into a treaty which, though greatly to the advantage of the Ottoman Porte, rescued the Tsar from the greatest peril in which he had ever been placed. The Grand Vizier good-naturedly sent several wagons of provisions to the camp of his humbled foes, and the Russians returned to their homes, having lost 20,000 men. Alexis, the oldest son of Peter, had ever been a bad boy, and he had now grown up into an exceedingly dissolute and vicious young man. Indolent, licentious, bacchanalian in his habits, and overbearing, his father had often threatened to deprive him of his right of succession, and to shave his crown and resign him to a convent. Hoping to improve his character, he urged his marriage, and selected for him a beautiful princess of Wolfenbüttel, as the possessions of the Dukes of Brunswick were then called. The old ducal castle still stands on the banks of the Oka, about 40 miles south-east of Hanover. The Princess of Wolfenbüttel who was but 18 years of age, was sister to the Empress of Germany, consort of Charles VI. The young Russian prince was dragged very reluctantly to this marriage, for he wished to be shackled by no such ties. He was the son of Peter's first wife, not of the Empress Catharine, whom the Tsar had now acknowledged. Peter and Catharine attended these untoward nuptials, which were celebrated in the palace of the Queen of Poland, in which a princess as lovely in character as in person was sacrificed to one who made the few remaining months of her life a continued martyrdom. But little more than a year had passed after their marriage ere she was brought to bed of a son. Her heart was already broken, and she was quite unprepared for the anguish of such an hour. Though the sweetness of her disposition and the gentleness of her manners had endeared her to all her household, her husband treated her with the most brutal neglect and cruelty. Unblushingly he introduced into the palace his mistresses, and the saloons ever resounded with the uproar of his drunken companions. The woe-stricken princess, then but 20 years of age, covered her face with the bedclothes, and, weeping bitterly, refused to take any nourishment, and begged the physicians to permit her to die in peace. Intelligence was immediately sent to the Tsar of the confinement of his daughter-in-law, and of her dangerous situation. He hastened to her chamber. The interview was short, but so affecting that the Tsar, losing all self-control, burst into an agony of grief, and wept like a child. The dying princess commended to his care her babe and her servants, and, as the clock struck the hour of midnight, her spirit departed. We trust to that world where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest. The orphan babe was baptized as Peter Alexis, and subsequently, on the death of the Empress Catharine, became Emperor of Russia. On the 20th of February, 1712, Peter, who had previously acknowledged his private marriage with Catharine, had the marriage publicly solemnized at St. Petersburg with the utmost pomp. Soon after this, to the inexpressible joy of both parents, Catharine gave birth to a son. The war with Sweden still continued, notwithstanding Charles XII. Was a fugitive in Turkey, unable to return to his own country. Finland, a vast realm containing 135,000 square miles and almost embraced by the gulfs of Bothnia and of Finland, then belonged to Sweden. Peter fitted out an expedition from St. Petersburg for the conquest of that country. With 300 ships, conveying 13,000 men, he effected a landing in the vicinity of Abbot, notwithstanding the opposition of the Swedish force there, and, establishing his troops in redoubts with ample supplies, he returned to St. Petersburg for reinforcements. He soon returned, and, with an army augmented to 20,000 foot and 4,000 horse, with a powerful train of artillery, commenced a career of conquest. The city of Abbot on the coast, the capital of Finland, fell unresistingly into his hands with a large quantity of provisions. There was a flourishing university here, containing a valuable library. Peter sent the books to St. Petersburg, and they became the foundation of the present royal library in that place. The Tsar, leaving the prosecution of the war to his generals, returned to St. Petersburg. Many and bloody battles were fought in those northern wilds during the summer, in most of which the Russians had the advantage, gaining citadel after citadel until winter drove the combatants from the field. With indefatigable zeal, Peter pressed forward in his plan to give splendor and power to his new city of Petersburg. 1,000 families were moved there from Moscow. Very flattering offers were made to induce foreigners to settle there, and a decree was issued declaring Petersburg to be the only port of entry in the empire. He ordered that no more wooden houses should be built, and that all should be covered with tile, and to secure the best architects from Europe he offered them houses rent-free and entire exemption from taxes for 14 years. The campaign of another summer, that of 1714, rendered the Tsar the master of the whole province of Finland. In the autumn of this year, Charles XII escaped from Turkey, where he had performed pranks outrivaling Don Quixote, and had finally been held a prisoner. He traversed Hungary and Germany in disguise, and travelling day and night in such haste that but one of his attendants could keep up with him, arrived exhausted and haggard in Sweden. He was received with the liveliest demonstrations of joy, and immediately placed himself again at the head of the Swedish armies. The Tsar, however, conscious that he now had not much to fear from Sweden, left the conduct of the desultory war with his generals, and set out on another tour of observation to southern Europe. The lovely Catharine, who, with the fairy form and sylph-like grace of a girl of 17, had won the love of Peter, was now a staid and worthy matron of middle life. She had, however, secured the abiding affection of the Tsar, and he loved to take her with him on all his journeys. Catharine, though on the eve of again becoming a mother, accompanied her husband as far as Holland. Through Stralsund, Mecklenburg, and Hamburg they proceeded to Rostock, where a fleet of 45 galleys awaited him. The Emperor took command, and hoisting his flag, sailed to Copenhagen. Here he was entertained for 2 months with profuse hospitality by the King of Denmark, during which time he studied, with sleepless vigilance, the institutions and the artistic attainments of the country. About the middle of December he arrived at Amsterdam. The city gave him a splendid reception, and he was welcomed by the Earl of Albemarle in a very complimentary speech, pompous and flowery. The uncourteous Tsar bluntly replied, "I thank you heartily, though I don't understand much of what you say. I learned my Dutch amongst shipbuilders, but the sort of language you have spoken I am sure I never learned." Some of his old companions, who were shipbuilders, and had acquired wealth, invited him to dine. They addressed him as "Your Majesty." Peter cut them short, saying, "Come, brothers, let us converse like plain and honest ship carpenters." A servant brought him some wine. "Give me the jug," he said, laughing, "and then I can drink as much as I please, and no one can tell me how much I have taken." He hastened to Zaandam, where he was received with the utmost joy by his old friends from whom he had parted 19 years before. An old woman pressed forward to greet him. "My good woman," said the Tsar, "how do you know who I am?" "I am the widow," she said, "of Bas Pool, at whose table your Majesty so often sat 19 years ago." The Emperor kissed her upon the forehead and invited her to dine with him that very day. One of his first visits was to the little cottage, or rather hut, which he had occupied while residing there. The cottage is still carefully preserved, having been purchased in 1823 by the sister of the Emperor Alexander, and enclosed in another building, with large arched windows. The room was even then regarded as sacred. In the centre stood the oaken table and the 3 wooden chairs which constituted the furniture when Peter occupied it. The loft was ascended by a ladder, which still remains. With all the roughness of Peter's exterior, he had always been a man of deep religious feelings, and through all his life was in habits of daily prayer. This loft had been his place of private devotion, to which he daily ascended. Upon entering the cottage, and finding everything just as he had left it, the Tsar was for a moment much affected. He ascended the ladder to his closet of prayer in the loft, and there remained alone with his God for a full half-hour. Eventful indeed and varied had his life been since there. A young man of 25, he had daily sought divine guidance. Footnote 13. See Empire of Austria, page 382. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Bascom. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John S. Abbott. Chapter 21. The Trial and Condemnation of Alexis and Death of the Tzar, from 1718 to 1725. The Tsar's second visit to Holland. Reception in France. Description of Catherine. Domestic grief. Conduct of Alexis. Letters from his father. Flight to Germany. Thence to Naples. Envoys sent to bring him back. Alexis excluded from the succession. His trial for treason. Condemnation and unexpected death. New efforts of the Tsar for the welfare of Russia. Sickness of Peter. His death. Succession of the Empress Catherine. Epitaph to the Emperor. From Holland the Tsar went to Paris. Great preparations were made there for his reception, and apartments in the Louvre were gorgeously fitted up for the accommodation of him and his suite. But Peter, annoyed by parade, declined the sumptuous palace, and, the very evening of his arrival, took lodgings at the Hôtel de les Diguières. To those who urged his acceptance of the saloons of the Louvre, he replied, "I am a soldier. A little bread and beer satisfy me. I prefer small apartments to large ones. I have no desire to be attended with pomp and ceremony, nor to give trouble to so many people." Every hour of his stay in Paris was employed in studying the institutions of the realm, and the progress made in the arts and sciences. Standing by the tomb of Richelieu, which is one of the finest pieces of sculpture in Europe, he exclaimed, "Thou great man, I would have given thee one half of my domains to learn of thee how to govern the other half." All the trades and manufactures of the capital he examined with the greatest care, and took back with him to St. Petersburg a large number of the most skilful artists and mechanics. Leaving France, he returned to Amsterdam, where he rejoined Catharine, and proceeded with her to Berlin. A haughty German lady, piqued, perhaps, that a woman not of noble birth should be an empress, thus describes the appearance of Catharine at that time. "The Tsarina is short and lusty, remarkably coarse, without grace and animation. One need only see her to be satisfied of her low birth. At the first blush one would take her for a German actress. Her clothes look as if bought at a doll shop. Everything was so old-fashioned, and so bedecked with silver and tinsel. She was decorated with a dozen orders, portraits of saints, and relics, which occasioned such a clatter, that when she walked one would suppose that an ass with bells was approaching. The Tsar, on the contrary, was tall and well made. His countenance is handsome, but there is something in it so rude that it inspires one with dread. He was dressed like a seaman, in a frock, without lace or ornament." On Peter's return to Russia, he was compelled to meet and grasp a trouble which for 15 years had embittered his life. His son, Alexis, had ever been a thorn in his father's side. He was not only indolent and dissipated, but he was utterly opposed to all his father's measures for reform, and was continually engaged in underhand measures to head a party against him. Upon the death of the unhappy princess of Wolfenbüttel, wife of this worthless prince, the grieved and indignant father wrote to him as follows: "I shall wait a little while longer to see if there be any hopes of your reform. If not, I shall cut you off from the succession, as one lops off a dead branch. Do not think that I wish to intimidate you, and do not place too much reliance upon the fact that you are my only son. If I am willing to lay down my own life for Russia, do you think that I shall be willing to sacrifice my country for you? I would rather transmit the crown to an entire stranger worthy of the trust, than to my own child unworthy of it." This letter produced no effect upon the shameless debauchee. He continued unchecked in his career of infamy. In acknowledging the receipt of his father's letter, he contemptuously replied that he had no wish for the crown, and that he was ready at any time to take an oath that he would renounce it for ever. Matters were in this position when the Tsar left for Denmark. He had hardly arrived in Copenhagen when he received dispatches informing him that his son was gathering around him all the disaffected, and was seriously endangering the tranquillity of the state. Once more the anxious father wrote to him in these words: "I observe in your letter that you say not a word of the affliction your conduct has caused me for so many years. A father's admonitions seem to produce no impression upon you. I have prevailed on myself to write you once more, and for the last time. Those bushy beards blind you to their purposes. They are the persons whom you trust, who place their hopes in you, and you have no gratitude to him who gave you life. Since you were of age, have you ever aided your father in his toils? Have you not opposed everything I have done for the good of my people? Have I not reason to believe that should you survive me you will destroy all that I have accomplished? Amend your life, render yourself worthy of the succession, or turn monk. Reply to this either in person or in writing. If you do not, I shall treat you as a criminal." The reply of Alexis was laconic indeed. It consisted of just 4 lines, and was as follows: "Your letter of the 19th I received yesterday. My illness prevents me from writing at length. I intend to embrace the monastic life, and I request your gracious consent to that effect." 7 months passed away, during which the Tsar heard nothing directly from his son, though the father kept himself informed of his conduct. As Peter was returning from France, he wrote to his son, reproaching him for his long silence, and requesting him, if he wished to amend his ways and secure his father's favour, to meet him at Copenhagen; but that if, on the contrary, he preferred to enter a convent, which was the only alternative, he should inform him by the return courier that measures might be adopted to carry the plan immediately into effect. This brought matters to a crisis. The last thing the bloated debauchee wished was to enter a convent. He was equally averse to a sober life, and dared not meet his father, lest he should be placed under arrest. He consequently made no reply, but pretending that he was to set out immediately for Copenhagen, he secured all the treasure he could lay his hands upon and fled to Germany, to the court of the Emperor Charles VI, who, it will be remembered, was his brother-in-law, having married a sister of his deceased wife. Here he told a deplorable story of the cruelty of his father, of the persecutions to which he was exposed, and that to save his life he had been compelled to flee from Russia. The emperor, knowing full well that the young man was an infamous profligate, was not at all disposed to incur the displeasure of Peter by apparently espousing the cause of a son against the father. He consequently gave the miscreant such a cold reception that he found the imperial palace anything but a pleasant place of residence, and again he set out on his vagabond travels. The next tidings his father heard of him were that he was in Naples, spending, as ever, his substance in riotous living. A father's heart still yearned over the miserable young man, and compassion was blended with disappointment and indignation. He immediately dispatched 2 members of his court, M. Romanov, captain of the royal guards, and M. Tolstoy, a privy council, to Naples, to make a last effort to reclaim his misguided son. They found the young man in the chateau of St. Elm, and presented to him a letter from his father. It was dated Spa, July 1st, 1717, and contained the following words: "I write to you for the last time. Tolstoy and Romanov will make known to you my will. If you obey me, I assure you, and I promise before God, that I will not punish you, but if you will return to me, I will love you better than ever. But if you will not return to me, I pronounce upon you as your father, in virtue of the power I have received from God, my eternal malediction. And as your sovereign, I assure you that I shall find means to punish you, in which I trust God will assist me." It required the most earnest persuasion, and even the intervention of the Viceroy of Naples, to induce Alexis to return to Russia. The miserable man had a harem of abandoned women with him, with whom he set out on his return. They arrived in Moscow the 13th of February, 1718, and on that very day Peter had an interview with his son. No one knows what passed in that interview. The rumor of the arrival of Alexis spread rapidly through the city, and it was supposed that a reconciliation had taken place. But the next morning at the earliest dawn, the great bell of Moscow rang an alarm, the royal guards were marshalled, and the privy councillors of the emperor were summoned to the Kremlin. Alexis was led without his sword and as a prisoner into the presence of his father. At the same time all the high ecclesiastics of the church were assembled in solemn conclave in the cathedral church. Alexis fell upon his knees before his father, confessed his faults, renounced all claim to the succession, and entreated only that his life might be spared. The Tzar led his son into an adjoining room, where they for some time remained alone. He then returned to his privy council, and read a long statement, very carefully drawn up, minutely recapitulating the conduct of Alexis, his indolence, his shameless libertinism, his low companionship, his treasonable designs, and exhibiting his utter unfitness, in all respects, to be entrusted with the government of an empire. This remarkable document was concluded with the following words: "Now altogether our son by such criminal conduct merits the punishment of death, yet our paternal affection induces us to pardon his crimes and to exempt him from the penalty which is his due. But considering his unworthiness, as developed in the conduct we have described, we cannot, in conscience, bequeath to him the throne of Russia, foreseeing that, by his vicious courses, he would degrade the glory of our nation, endanger its safety, and speedily lose those provinces which we have recovered from our foes with so much toil, and at so vast an expense of blood and treasure. To inflict upon our faithful subjects the rule of such a sovereign would be to expose them to a condition worse than Russia has ever yet experienced. We do therefore by our paternal authority, in virtue of which, by the law of our empire, any of our subjects may disinherit a son and give his succession to such other of his sons as he pleases, and, in quality of sovereign prince, in consideration of the safety of our dominions, we do deprive our son Alexis, for his crimes and unworthiness, of the succession after us to our throne of Russia, and we do constitute and declare successor to the said throne after us our second son, Peter." We lay upon our said son Alexis our paternal curse, if ever at any time he pretends to or reclaims such succession, and we desire our faithful subjects, whether ecclesiastics or seculars, of all ranks and conditions, and the whole Russian nation, in conformity to this, our will, to acknowledge our son Peter as lawful successor, and to confirm the whole by oath before the holy altar upon the holy gospel kissing the cross. And all those who shall ever oppose this, our will, and shall dare to consider our son Alexis as successor, we declare traitors to us and to their country. We have ordered these presents to be everywhere promulgated, that no person may pretend ignorance. Given at Moscow, February 3rd, 1718. This document was then taken to the cathedral, where all the higher ecclesiastics had been assembled, and was read to them. Nothing was omitted which could invest the act with solemnity. There is every evidence that the heart of the father was rent with acutest anguish in all these proceedings. Nothing could have been more desirable to him than to transmit the empire his energies had rendered so illustrious to his own son, to carry on the enterprises his father had commenced. But to place 18 millions of people in the hands of one who had proved himself so totally unworthy would have been the greatest cruelty. The exclusion of Alexis from the succession was the noblest act of Peter's life. But new facts were soon developed which rendered it impossible for the unhappy father to stop even here. Evidence came to light that Alexis had been plotting a conspiracy for the dethronement of his father, and for the seizure of the crown by violence. His mother, whom the Tsar had repudiated, and his energetic aunt, Mary, both of whom were in a convent, were involved in the plot. He had applied to his brother-in-law, the Emperor of Germany, for foreign troops to aid him. There were many restless spirits in the empire, turbulent and depraved, the boon companions of Alexis, who were ready for any deeds of desperation which might place Alexis on the throne. The second son of the emperor, the child of Catharine, was an infant of but a few months old. The health of Peter was infirm and his life doubtful. It was manifest that immediately upon the death of the Tsar, Alexis would rally his accomplices around him, raise the banner of revolt against the infant king, and that thus the empire would be plunged into all the horrors of a long and bloody civil war. Peter, having commenced the work of self-sacrifice for the salvation of Russia, was not disposed to leave that work half accomplished. All knew that the infamous Alexis would shrink from no crime, and there was ample evidence of his treasonable plots. The father now deliberately resolved to arraign his son for high treason, a crime which doomed him to death. Aware of the awful solemnity of such a moment, and of the severity with which his measures and his motives would be sifted by posterity, he proceeded with the greatest circumspection. A high court of justice was organized for the trial, consisting of 2 chambers, the one ecclesiastical, the other secular. On the 13th of June, 1718, the court was assembled, and the Tsar presented to them the documentary evidence, which had been carefully obtained, of his son's treasonable designs, and thus addressed them. Though the flight of Alexis, the son of the Tsar, and a part of his crimes be already known, yet there are now discovered such unexpected and surprising attempts as plainly show with what baseness and villainy he endeavored to impose on us, his sovereign and his father, and what perjuries he hath committed against Almighty God, all which shall now be laid before you. Though, according to all laws, civil and divine, and especially those of this empire, which grant fathers absolute jurisdiction over their children, we have full power to judge our son according to our pleasure, yet, as men are liable to prejudice in their own affairs, and as the most eminent physicians rely not on their own judgment concerning themselves, but call in the advice of others, so we, under the awful fear of displeasing God, make known our disease, and apply to you for a cure. As I have promised pardon to my son in case he should declare to me the truth, and though he has forfeited this promise by concealing his rebellious designs, yet, that we may not swerve from our obligation, we pray you to consider this affair with seriousness, and report what punishment he deserves without favor or partiality either to him or me. Let not the reflection that you are passing sentence on the son of your prince have any influence on you, but administer justice without respect of persons. Destroy not your own souls and mine by doing anything which may injure our country or upbraid our consciences in the great and terrible day of judgment. The evidence adduced against the young prince from his own confession and the depositions which had been taken were very carefully considered, nearly a month being occupied in the solemnities of deliberation. A verdict was finally rendered in the form of a report to the emperor. It was a long, carefully worded document, containing a statement of the facts which the evidence substantiated against the culprit. The conclusion was as follows: "It is evident, from the whole conduct of the son of the Tsar, that he intended to take the crown from the head of his father and place it upon his own, not only by a civil insurrection, but by the assistance of a foreign army which he had actually requested. He has therefore rendered himself unworthy of the clemency promised by the emperor, and, since all laws divine, ecclesiastical, civil, and military condemn to death without mercy not only those who attempt rebellion against their sovereign, but those who are plotting such attempts, what shall our judgment of one who has conspired for the commission of a crime almost unparalleled in history, the assassination of his sovereign, who was his own father, a father of great indulgence, who reared his son from the cradle with more than paternal tenderness, who, with incredible pains, strove to educate him for government, and to qualify him for the succession to so great an empire? How much more imperatively does such a crime merit death? It is therefore with hearts full of affliction, and eyes streaming with tears, that we, as subjects and servants, pronounce this sentence upon the son of our most precious sovereign lord, the Tsar. Nevertheless, it being his pleasure that we should act in this capacity, we, by these presents, declare our real opinion, and pronounce this sentence of condemnation with a pure conscience, as we hope to answer at the tribunal of Almighty God. We submit, however, this sentence to the royal sovereign will and revisal of His Imperial Majesty, our most merciful sovereign." This sentence was signed by all the members of the court, 180 in number, and on the 6th of July it was read to the guilty prince in the castle where he was confined. The miserable young man, enfeebled in body and mind by debaucheries, was so overwhelmed with terror, as his death warrant was read, that he was thrown into convulsions. All the night long fit succeeded fit, as, delirious with woe, he moaned upon his bed. In the morning a messenger was dispatched to the Tsar to inform him that his son was seriously sick. In an hour another messenger was sent, stating that he was very dangerously sick, and soon a third messenger was dispatched with the intelligence that Alexis could not survive the day, and was very anxious to see his father. Peter, scarce less wretched than his miserable son, hastened to his room. The dying young man, at the sight of his father, burst into tears, confessed all his crimes, and begged his father's blessing in this hour of death. Tears coursed down the cheeks of the stern emperor, and he addressed his dying child in terms so pathetic, and so fervently implored God's pardon for him, that the stoutest hearts were moved, and loud sobbings filled the room. It was midday of the 7th of July, 1718. The prince was confined in a large chamber of a stone castle, which was at the same time a palace and a fortress. There lay upon the couch the dying Alexis, bloated by the excesses of a life of utter pollution, yet pale and haggard with terror and woe. The iron-hearted father, whose soul this sublime tragedy had melted, sat at his side weeping like a child. The guards who stood at the door, the nobles and ecclesiastics who had accompanied the emperor, were all unmanned, many sobbing aloud, overwhelmed by emotions utterly uncontrollable. This scene stamps the impress of almost celestial greatness upon the soul of the Tsar. He knew his son's weakness, incompetency, and utter depravity, and even in that hour of agony his spirit did not bend, and he would not sacrifice the happiness of 18 millions of people through parental tenderness of his debauched and ruined child. About 6 o'clock in the evening the wretched Alexis breathed his last, and passed from the tribunals of earth to the judgment seat of God. The emperor immediately seemed to banish from his mind every remembrance of his crimes, and his funeral was attended with all the customary demonstrations of affection and respect. Peter, fully aware that this most momentous event of his life would be severely criticized throughout the world, sent a statement of the facts to all the courts of Europe. In his letter which accompanied these statements, he says, "While we were debating in our mind between the natural emotions of paternal clemency on one side, and the regard we ought to pay to the preservation and the future security of our kingdom on the other, and pondering what resolution to take in an affair of so great difficulty and importance, it pleased the Almighty God, by His especial will and His just judgment, and by His mercy, to deliver us out of that embarrassment, and to save our family and kingdom from the shame and the dangers by abridging the life of our said son Alexis, after an illness with which he was seized as soon as he had heard the sentence of death pronounced against him. That illness appeared at first like an apoplexy, but he afterwards recovered his senses and received the holy sacraments, and having desired to see us, we went to him immediately, with all our councillors and senators, and then he acknowledged and sincerely confessed all his said faults and crimes, committed against us, with tears and all the marks of a true penitent, and begged our pardon, which, according to Christian and paternal duty, we granted him, after which on the 7th of July at 6 in the evening he surrendered his soul to God. The Tsar endeavored to efface from his memory these tragic scenes by consecrating himself with new energy to the promotion of the interests of Russia. Utterly despising all luxurious indulgence, he lived upon coarse fare, occupied plainly furnished rooms, dressed in the extreme of simplicity, and devoted himself to daily toil with diligence, which no mechanic or peasant in the realm could surpass. The war still continued with Sweden. On the night of the 29th of November of this year, 1718, the madman Charles XII was instantly killed by a cannon-ball which carried away his head as he was leaning upon a parapet, in the siege of Frederickshall in Norway. The death of this indomitable warrior quite changed the aspect of European affairs. New combinations of armies arose, and new labyrinths of intrigue were woven, and for several years wars, with their usual successes and disasters, continued to impoverish and depopulate the nations of Europe. At length the Tsar effected a peace with Sweden, that kingdom surrendering to him the large and important provinces of Livonia, Estonia, Ingria, and Karelia. This was an immense acquisition for Russia. With the utmost vigilance the Tsar watched the administration of all the internal affairs of his empire, punishing fraud wherever found with unrelenting severity. The enterprise which now, above all others, engaged his attention was to open direct communication, by means of canals, between St. Petersburg and the Caspian Sea. The most skilful European engineers were employed upon this vast undertaking, by which the waters of Lake Ladoga were to flow into the Volga, so that the shores of the Baltic and distant Persia might be united in maritime commerce. The sacred scriptures were also, by command of the emperor, translated into the Russian language and widely disseminated throughout the empire. The Russian merchants were continually receiving insults, being plundered and often massacred by the barbaric tribes on the shores of the Caspian. Peter fitted out a grand expedition from Astrakhan for their chastisement, and went himself to that distant city to superintend the important operations. A war of 12 months brought those tribes into subjection, and extended the Russian dominion over vast and indefinite regions there. Catherine, whom he seemed to love with all the fervour of youth, accompanied him on this expedition. Returning to St. Petersburg in 1724, Peter resolved to accomplish a design which he had for some time meditated, of placing the imperial crown upon the brow of his beloved wife. Their infant son had died. Their grandson, Peter, the son of Alexis, was still but a child, and the failing health of the Tsar admonished him that he had not many years to live. Reposing great confidence in the goodness of Catherine, and in the wisdom of those counsellors whom, with his advice, she would select, he resolved to transmit the sceptre at his death to her. In preparation for this event, Catherine was crowned Empress on the 18th of May, 1724, with all possible pomp. The city of Petersburg had now become one of the most important capitals of Europe. Peter was not only the founder of this city, but, in a great measure, the architect. An observatory for astronomical purposes was reared on the model of that in Paris. A valuable library was in the rapid progress of collection, and there were several cabinets formed, filled with the choicest treasures of nature and art. There were now in Russia a sufficient number of men of genius and of high literary and scientific attainment to form an academy of the arts and sciences, the rules and institutes of which the emperor drew up with his own hand. While incessantly engaged in these arduous operations, the emperor was seized with a painful and dangerous sickness, a strangury, which confined him to his room for 4 months. Feeling a little better one day, he ordered his yacht to be brought up to the Neva opposite his palace, and embarked to visit some of his works on Lake Ladoga. His physicians, vainly remonstrating against it, accompanied him. It was the middle of October. The weather continuing fine, the emperor remained upon the water, visiting his works upon the shore of the lake and of the Gulf of Finland until the 5th of November. The exposures of the voyage proved too much for him, and he returned to Petersburg in a state of debility and pain which excited the greatest apprehensions. The disease made rapid progress. The mind of the emperor, as he approached the dying hour, was clouded, and, with the inarticulate mutterings of delirium, he turned to and fro, restless, upon his bed. His devoted wife for 3 days and 3 nights did not leave his side, and on the 28th of January 1725, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he breathed his last in her arms. Before the dethronement of his reason, the Tsar had assembled around his bed the chief dignitaries of the empire, and had requested them, as soon as he should be dead, to acknowledge the Empress Catherine as their sovereign. He even took the precaution to exact from them an oath that they would do this. Peter died in the 53rd year of his age. None of the children whom he had by his first wife survived him. Both of the sons whom he had by the Empress Catherine were also dead. 2 daughters still lived. After the Empress Catherine, the next heir to the throne was his grandson Peter, the orphan child of the guilty Alexis. Immediately upon the death of the emperor, the Senate assembled and unanimously declared Catherine Empress of Russia. In a body they waited upon Catherine with this announcement, and were presented to her by Prince Menshikov. The mourning for the Tsar was universal and heartfelt. The remains were conveyed to the tomb with all the solemnities becoming the burial of one of the greatest monarchs earth has ever known. Over his remains the Empress erected a monument sculptured by the most accomplished artists of Italy, containing the following inscription: "Here lieth all that could die of a man immortal, Peter Alexis. It is almost superfluous to add Great Emperor of Russia, a title which, instead of adding to his glory, became glorious by his wearing it. Let antiquity be dumb, nor boast her Alexander or her Caesar. How easy was victory to leaders who were followed by heroes, and whose soldiers felt a noble disdain at being thought less vigilant than their generals. But he, who in this place first knew rest, found subjects base and inactive, unwarlike, unlearned, untractable, neither covetous of fame nor fearless of danger, creatures with the names of men, but with qualities rather brutal than rational. Yet even these he polished from their native ruggedness, and, breaking out like a new sun to illumine the minds of a people, dispelled their night of hereditary darkness, and, by force of his invincible influence, taught them to conquer, even the conquerors of Germany. Other princes have commanded victorious armies. This commander created them. Exult, O nature, for thine was this prodigy. Blush, O art, at a hero who owed thee nothing." Footnote 14. Memoirs de la Margrave de Berrieth. Footnote 15. The Empress gave birth to a son shortly after this letter was written. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Empire of Russia from the Remotest Period to the Present Time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 22. The Reigns of Catherine I. Anne, the Infant Ivan and Elizabeth, from 1725 to 1162. Energetic reign of Catherine. Her sudden death. Brief reign of Peter II. Difficulties of hereditary succession. A republic contemplated. Anne, daughter of Ivan, the infant Ivan proclaimed king. His terrible doom. Elizabeth, daughter of Peter the Great enthroned. Character of Elizabeth. Alliance with Maria Theresa. Wars with Prussia. Great reverses of Frederick of Prussia. Desperate condition of Frederick. Death of Elizabeth. Succession of Peter III. The new empress, Catherine I, was already exceedingly popular, and she rose rapidly in public esteem by the wisdom and the vigor of her administration. Early in June, her eldest daughter, Anne, was married with much pomp to the Duke of Holstein. It was a great novelty to the Russians to see a woman upon the throne, and the neighboring states seemed inspired with courage to commence encroachments, thinking that they had but little to apprehend from the feeble arm of a queen. Poland, Sweden, and Denmark were all animated with the hope that the time had now come in which they could recover those portions of territory which, during past wars, had been wrested from them by Russia. Catherine was fully aware of the dangers thus impending, and adopted such vigorous measures for augmenting the army and the fleet as speedily to dispel the illusion. Catherine vigorously prosecuted the measures her husband had introduced for the promotion of the civilization and enlightenment of her subjects. She took great care of the young Prince Peter, son of the deceased Alexis, and endeavored in all ways to educate him so that he might be worthy to succeed her upon the throne. This young man, the grandson of Peter the Great, was the only prince in whose veins flowed the blood of the Tsars. The Academy of Sciences at St. Petersburg, which Peter had founded, was sedulously fostered by Catherine. The health of the empress was feeble when she ascended the throne, and it rapidly declined. She, however, continued to apply herself with great assiduity to public affairs until the middle of April, when she was obliged to take to her bed. There was no royal road to death. After 4 weeks of suffering and all the humbling concomitants of disease and approaching dissolution, the empress breathed her last at 9 o'clock in the evening of the 16th of May, 1727, after a reign of but little more than 2 years, and in the 42nd year of her age. Upon her deathbed, Catherine declared Peter II, the son of Alexis, her successor, and as he was but 12 years of age, a regency was established during his minority. Menzikoff, however, the illustrious favorite of Peter the Great, who had been appointed by Catherine generalissimo of all the armies both by land and sea, attained such supremacy that he was in reality sovereign of the empire. During the reign of Catherine, Russia presented the extraordinary spectacle of one of the most powerful and aristocratic kingdoms on the globe, governed by an empress whose origin was that of a nameless girl found weeping in the streets of a sacked town. While there rode at the head of the armies of the empire, towering above grand dukes and princes of the blood, the son of a peasant who had passed his childhood the apprentice of a pastry cook, selling cakes in the streets of Moscow. Such changes would have been extraordinary at any period of time, and in any quarter of the world, but that they should have occurred in Russia, where for ages so haughty an aristocracy had dominated, seems almost miraculous. Menzikoff, elated by the power which the minority of the king gave him, assumed such airs as to excite the most bitter spirit of hostility among the nobles. They succeeded in working his ruin, and the boy emperor banished him to Siberia and confiscated his immense estates. The blow was fatal. Sinking into the most profound melancholy, Menzikoff lingered for a few months in the dreary region of his exile, and died in 1729. Peter II did not long survive him, but little more than 2 years elapsed after the death of Catherine, when he, being then a lad of but 14 years of age, was seized with smallpox and died the 19th of January, 1730. One daughter of Peter the Great and of Catherine still survived. Some of the principals of the nobility, seeing how many difficulties attended hereditary succession, which at one time placed the crown upon the brow of a babe in the cradle, again upon a semi-idiot, and again upon a bloated and infamous debauchee, conferred upon the subjects of changing the government into a republic. But Russia was not prepared for a reform so sudden and so vast. After much debate, it was decided to offer the crown to Anne, Duchess of Courland, who was second daughter of the imbecile Ivan, who, for a short time, had nominally occupied the throne, associated with his brother Peter the Great. She had an elder sister, Catherine, who was married to the Duke of Mecklenburg. So far as the right of birth was concerned, Catherine was first entitled to the succession. But as the Duke of Mecklenburg, whose Grand Duchy bordered upon the Baltic, and which was equal to about one-half the state of Massachusetts, was engaged in a kind of civil war with his nobles, it was therefore thought best to pass her by, lest the empire should become involved in the strife in which her husband was engaged. As Ivan was the elder brother, it was thought that his daughters should have the precedence over those of Peter. Another consideration also influenced the nobles who took the lead in selecting Anne. They thought that she was a woman whom they could more easily control than Catherine. These nobles accordingly framed a new constitution for the empire, limiting the authority of the queen to suit their purposes. But Anne was no sooner seated upon the throne than she grasped the scepter with vigor which astounded all. She banished the nobles who had interfered with the royal prerogatives and cancelled all the limitations they had made. She selected a very able ministry and gave the command of her armies to the most experienced generals. While sagacity and efficiency marked her short administration, and Russia continued to expand and prosper, no events of special importance occurred. She united her armies with those of the Emperor of Germany in resisting the encroachments of France. She waged successful war against the Turks who had attempted to recover Azov. In this war, the Crimean Tartars were crushed, and Russian influence crowded its way into the immense Crimean Peninsula. The energies of Anne caused Russia to be respected throughout Europe. As the Empress had no children, she sent for her niece and namesake Anne, daughter of her eldest sister, Catherine, Duchess of Mecklenburg, and married her to one of the most distinguished nobles of her court, resolved to call the issue of this marriage to the succession. On the 12th of August, 1740, this princess was delivered of a son who was named Ivan. The Empress immediately pronounced him her successor, placing him under the guardianship of his parents. The health of the Empress was at this time rapidly failing, and it was evident to all that her death was not far distant. In anticipation of death, she appointed one of her favorites, John Ernestus Byron, regent during the minority of the prince. Baron Osterman, High Chancellor of Russia, had the rank of Prime Minister, and Count Munich, a soldier of distinguished reputation, was placed in the command of the armies, with the title of Field Marshal. These were the last administrative acts of Anne. The King of Terrors came with his inevitable summons. After a few weeks of languor and suffering, the Queen expired in October 1740. A babe, 2 months old, was now Emperor of Russia. The Senate immediately met and acknowledged the legitimacy of his claims. The foreign ambassadors presented to him their credentials, and the Marquis of Chitardi, the French minister, reverentially approaching the cradle, made the imperially majestic baby a congratulatory speech, addressing him as Ivan V, Emperor of all Russias, and assuring him of the friendship of Louis XV, sovereign of France. The regent, as was usually the case, arrogating authority and splendor, soon became excessively unpopular, and a conspiracy of the nobles was formed for his overthrow. On the night of the 17th of November, the conspirators met in the palace of the Grand Duchess, Anne, mother of the infant emperor, unanimously named her regent of the empire, arrested Byron, and condemned him to death, which sentence was subsequently commuted to Siberian exile. Elizabeth, the daughter of Peter, was now 38 years of age. Though very beautiful, she was unmarried, and resided in the palace in a state of splendid captivity. A party now arose who secretly conspired to overthrow the regency of Anne, and to depose the infant Ivan and place Elizabeth upon the throne. The plot being fully matured, on the night of the 5th of December, a body of armed men repaired to the palace, where they met Elizabeth, who was ready to receive them, and marched with her at their head to the barracks, where she was enthusiastically received by the soldiers. The spirit of her father seemed at once to inspire her soul. With a voice of authority, as if born to command, she ordered the regiments to march to different quarters of the city, and to seize all the prominent officers of the government. Then, leading herself a regiment to the palace, she took possession of the infant emperor and of his mother, the regent. They were held in captivity, though at first treated with all the consideration which became their birth. This revolution was accepted by the people with the loudest demonstrations of joy. The memory of Peter the Great was enshrined in every heart, and all exulted in placing the crown upon his daughter's brow. The next morning, at the head of the royal guards and all the other troops of the metropolis, Elizabeth was proclaimed Empress of Russia. In 1 week from this time, the deposed infant emperor, Ivan, who was then 13 months old, was sent with his parents from St. Petersburg to Riga, where they were for a long time detained in a castle as prisoners. 2 efforts which they made for escape were frustrated. This conspiracy, which was carried to so successful a result, was mainly founded in the hostility with which the Russians regarded the foreigners who had been so freely introduced to the empire by Peter the Great, and who occupied so many of the most important posts in the state. Thus the succession of Elizabeth was, in fact, a counter-revolution, arresting the progress of reform and moving Russia back again towards the ancient barbarism. But Elizabeth soon expended her paroxysm of energy, and surrendered herself to luxury and to sensual indulgence unsurpassed by any debauchee who ever occupied a throne. Jealous of sharing her power, she refused to take a husband, though many guilty favorites were received to her utmost intimacy. The doom of the deposed Ivan and his parents was sad, indeed. They were removed for safe keeping to an island in the White Sea, 50 miles from Archangel, a region as desolate as the imagination can well conceive. Here, after a year of captivity, the infant Ivan was torn from his mother and removed to the monastery of Auerenburg, where he was brought up in the utmost seclusion, not being allowed to learn either to read or to write. The bereaved mother, Anne, lingered a couple of years until she wept away her life, and found the repose of the grave in 1746. Her husband survived 30 years longer and died in prison in 1775. It was an awful doom for one who had committed no crime. The whole course of history proves that in this life we see but the commencement of a divine government, and that after death cometh the judgment. A humane monk, taking pity upon the unfortunate little Ivan, attempted to escape with him. He had reached Smolensk when he was arrested. The unhappy prince was then conveyed to the castle of Schusselburg, where he was immersed in a dungeon which no ray of sun could ever penetrate. A single lamp burning in his cell only revealed its horrors. The prince could not distinguish day from night, and had no means of computing the passage of the hours. Food was left in his cell, and the attendants, who occasionally entered, were prohibited from holding any conversation with the child. This treatment, absolutely infernal, soon reduced the innocent prince to a state almost of idiocy. Twice Elizabeth ordered him to be brought to Petersburg, where she conversed with him without letting him know who she was, but she did nothing to alleviate his horrible doom. After the death of Elizabeth, her successor, Peter III, made Ivan a visit, without making himself known. Touched with such an aspect of misery, he ordered an apartment to be built in an angle of the fortress, for Ivan, who had now attained the age of manhood, where he could enjoy air and light. The sudden death of Peter defeated this purpose, and Ivan was left in his misery. Still weary years passed away, while the prince, dead to himself as well as to the world, remained breathing in his tomb. Catharine II, after her ascension to the throne, called to see Ivan. She thus describes her visit. After we had ascended the throne and offered up to heaven our just thanksgivings, the first object that employed our thoughts, in consequence of that humanity which is natural to us, was the unhappy situation of that prince, who was dethroned by divine providence, and had been unfortunate ever since his birth, and we formed the resolution of alleviating his misfortunes as far as possible. We immediately made a visit to him in order to judge of his understanding and talents, and to procure him a situation suitable to his character and education. But how great was our surprise to find that in addition to a defect in his utterance, which rendered it difficult for him to speak, and still more difficult to be understood, we observed an almost total deprivation of sense and reason. Those who accompanied us during this interview saw how much our hearts suffered at the contemplation of an object so fitted to excite compassion. They were also convinced that the only measure we could take to succour the unfortunate prince was to leave him where we found him, and to procure him all the comforts and conveniences his situation would admit of. We accordingly gave our orders for this purpose, though the state he was in prevented his perceiving the marks of our humanity, or being sensible of our attention and care. For he knew nobody, could not distinguish between good and evil, nor did he know the use that might be made of reading, to pass the time with less weariness and disgust. On the contrary, he sought pleasure in objects that discovered with sufficient evidence the disorder of his imagination. Soon after this, poor Ivan was cruelly assassinated. An officer in the Russian army named Mirovitch conceived an absurd plan of liberating Ivan from his captivity, restoring him to the throne, and consigning Catherine II to the dungeon the prince had so long inhabited. Mirovitch had command of the garrison at Schusselburg, where Ivan was imprisoned. Taking advantage of the absence of the empress, on a journey to Livonia, he proceeded to the castle with a few soldiers whose cooperation he had secured through the influence of brandy and promises, knocked down the commandant of the fortress with the butt end of a musket, and ordered the officers who had command of the prisoner to bring him to them. These officers had received the secret injunction that should the rescue of the prince ever be attempted, they were to put him to death rather than permit him to be carried off. They accordingly entered his cell, and though the helpless captive made the most desperate resistance, they speedily cut him down with their swords. History has few narratives so extraordinary as the fate of Ivan. A forced marriage was arranged that a child might be generated to inherit the Russian throne. When this child was but a few days old, he was declared emperor of all the Russias, and received the congratulations of the foreign ambassadors. When 13 months of age, he was deposed, and for the crime of being a king, was thrown into captivity, to prevent others from using him as the instruments of their purposes. He was thrown into a dungeon, and excluded from all human intercourse, so that, like a deaf child, he could not even acquire the power of speech. For him there was neither clouds nor sunshine, day or night, summer or winter. He had no employment, no amusement, no food for thought, absolutely nothing to mark the passage of the weary hours. The mind became paralyzed and almost idiotic by such enormous woe. Such was his doom for 24 years. He was born in 1740 and assassinated under the reign of Catharine II in 1764. The father of Ivan remained in prison 11 years longer until he died. From this tragedy let us turn back to the reign of Elizabeth. It was the great object of this princess to undo all that her illustrious father had done, to roll back all the reforms he had commenced, and to restore to the empire its ancient usages and prejudices. The hostility to foreigners became so bitter that the Queen's Guard formed a conspiracy for a general massacre, which should sweep them all from the empire. Elizabeth, conscious of the horror such an act would inspire throughout Europe, was greatly alarmed, and was compelled to issue a proclamation in defense of their lives. The Empress, she said in this proclamation, can never forget how much foreigners have contributed to the prosperity of Russia, and though her subjects will at all times enjoy her favors in preference to foreigners, yet the foreigners in her service are as dear to her as her own subjects, and may rely on her protection. In the meantime, Elizabeth was prosecuting with great vigor the hereditary war with Sweden. Russia was constantly gaining in this conflict, and at length the Swedes purchased peace by surrendering to the Russians extensive territories in Finland. The favor of Russia was still more effectually purchased by the Swedes, choosing for their king Adolphus Frederick, Duke of the Russian province of Holstein and kinsman of Elizabeth. The boundaries of Russia were thus enlarged, and Sweden became almost a tributary province of the gigantic empire. Maria Theresa was now Empress of Austria, and she succeeded in enlisting the cooperation of Elizabeth in her unrelenting warfare with Frederick of Prussia. Personal hostility also exasperated Elizabeth against the Prussian monarch, for in some of his writings he had spoken disparagingly of the humble birth of Elizabeth's mother, Catherine, the wife of Peter I, and a still more unpardonable offense he had committed when flushed with wine at a table where the Russian ambassador was present. He had indulged in witticisms in reference to the notorious gallantries of the Empress. A woman who could plunge into the wildest excesses of licentiousness still had sensibility enough to resent the taunts of the royal philosopher. In 1753, Elizabeth and Maria Theresa entered into an agreement to resist all further augmentation of the Prussian power. In the bloody 7 Years' War between Frederick and Maria Theresa, the heart of Elizabeth was always with the Austrian queen, and for 5 of those years their armies fought side by side. In the year 1759, Elizabeth sent an army of 100,000 men into Prussia. They committed every outrage which fiends could perpetrate, and though victorious over the armies of Frederick, they rendered the country so utterly desolate that through famine they were compelled to retreat. Burning villages and mangled corpses marked their path. The next year, 1758, another Russian army invaded Prussia, overran nearly the whole kingdom, and captured Königsberg. The victorious Russians, thinking that all of Prussia was to be annexed to their dominions, began to treat the Prussians tenderly and as countrymen. An order was read from the churches that if any Prussian had cause of complaint against any Russian, he should present it at the military chancery at Königsberg, where he would infallibly have redress. The inhabitants of the conquered realm were all obliged to swear fealty to the Empress of Russia. The Prussian army was at this time in Silesia, struggling against the troops of Maria Theresa. The warlike Frederick soon returned at the head of his indomitable hosts, and attacking the Russians about 6 miles from Kustrin, defeated them in one of the most bloody battles on record, and drove the shattered battalions, humiliated and bleeding, out of the territory. The summer of 1759 again found the Russian troops spread over the Prussian territory. In great force, the two hostile armies soon met on the banks of the Oder. The Russians, posted upon a line of commanding heights, numbered 70,000. Frederick fiercely assailed them through the most formidable disadvantages, with but 30,000 men. The slaughter of the Prussians was fearful, and Frederick, after losing nearly 8,000 of his best troops in killed and wounded and prisoners, sullenly retired. The Russian troops were now strengthened by the reinforcement of 12,000 of the choicest of the Austrian cavalry, and still presenting, notwithstanding their losses, a solid front of 90,000 men. Frederick, bringing every nerve into action, succeeded in collecting and bringing again into the field 50,000 troops. Notwithstanding the disparity in numbers, it seemed absolutely necessary that the King of Prussia should fight, for the richest part of his dominion was in the hands of the allied Prussians and Austrians, and Berlin was menaced. The field of battle was on the banks of the Oder, near Frankfurt. On the 12th of June, 1759, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the King of Prussia formed his troops in battle array. Behind a forest which concealed his movements from the enemy, the battle was commenced with a fierce cannonade, and in the midst of the thunderings and carnage of this tempest of war, solid columns emerged from the ranks of the Prussians and pierced the Russian lines. The attack was too impetuous to be resisted. From post to post the Prussians advanced, driving the foe before them, and covering the ground with the slain. For 6 hours of almost unparalleled slaughter, the victory was with the Prussians. 72 pieces of cannon fell into the hands of the victors, and at every point the Russians were retreating. Frederick, in his exultation, scribbled a note to the Empress upon the field of battle, with the pommel of his saddle for a tablet, and dispatched it to her by a courier. It was as follows: Madam, we have beat the Russians from their entrenchments. In 2 hours expect to hear of a glorious victory. But in less than 2 hours the tide of victory turned. The day was one of excessive heat. An unclouded sun poured its burning rays upon the field, and at midday the troops and the horses, having been engaged for 6 hours in one of the severest actions which was ever known, were utterly beat out and fainting with exhaustion. Just then the whole body of the Russian and Austrian cavalry, some 14,000 strong, which thus far had remained inactive, came rushing upon the plain as with the roar and the sweep of the whirlwind. The foe fell before them as the withered grass before the prairie fire. Frederick was astounded by this sudden reverse, and in the anguish of his spirit plunged into the thickest of the conflict. 2 horses were shot beneath him. His clothes were riddled with balls. Another courier was dispatched to the Empress from the sanguinary field in the hottest speed. The note he bore was as follows: "Removed from Berlin with the royal family, let the archives be carried to Potsdam, and the capital make conditions with the enemy." As night approached, Frederick assembled the fragments of his army, exhausted and bleeding, upon some heights, and threw up redoubts for their protection. 20,000 of his troops were left upon the field or in the hands of the enemy. Every cannon he had was taken. Scarcely a general or an inferior officer escaped unwounded, and a large number of his most valuable officers were slain. It was an awful defeat and an awful slaughter. Fortunately for Frederick, the losses of the Russians had also been so terrible that they did not venture to pursue the foe. Early the next morning the Prussian king crossed the Oder, and the Russians, encumbered with the thousands of their own mutilated and dying troops, thought it not prudent to march upon Berlin. The war still raged furiously, the Allies being inspirited by hope and Frederick by despair. At length the affairs of Prussia became quite hopeless, and the Prussian monarch was in a position from which no earthly energy or sagacity could extricate him. The Russians and Austrians, in resistless numbers, were spread over all his provinces, excepting Saxony, where the great Frederick was entirely hemmed up. The Prussian king was fully conscious of the desperation of his affairs, and, though one of the most stoical and stern of men, he experienced the acutest anguish. For hours he paced the floor of his tent, absorbed in thought, seldom exchanging a word with his generals, who stood silently by, having no word to utter of counsel or encouragement. Just then God mysteriously interposed and saved Prussia from dismemberment, and the name of her monarch from ignominy. The Empress of Russia had been for some time in failing health, and the year 1762 had but just dawned, when the enrapturing tidings were conveyed to the camp of the despairing Prussians that Elizabeth was dead. This event dispelled midnight gloom and caused the sun to shine brightly upon the Prussian fortunes. The nephew of the Empress, Peter III, who succeeded her on her throne, had long expressed his warm admiration of Frederick of Prussia, had visited his court at Berlin, where he was received with the most flattering attentions, and had enthroned the warlike Frederick in his heart as the model of a hero. He had even, during the war, secretly written letters to Frederick expressive of his admiration, and had communicated to him secrets of the Russian cabinet and their plans of operation. The elevation of Peter III to the throne was the signal, not only for the withdrawal of the Russian troops from the Austrian alliance, but for the direct marching of those troops as allies into the camp of the Prussians. Thus sudden are the mutations of war, thus inexplicable are the combinations of destiny. Elizabeth died in the 52nd year of her age, after a reign of 20 years. She was during her whole reign mainly devoted to sensual pleasure, drinking intoxicating liquors immoderately, and surrendering herself to the most extraordinary licentiousness. Though ever refusing to recognize the claims of marriage, she was the mother of several children, and her favorites cannot easily be enumerated. Her ministers managed the affairs of state for her, in obedience to her caprices. She seemed to have some chronic disease of the humane feelings which induced her to declare that not one of her subjects should, during her reign, be doomed to death. while at the same time, with the most gentle self-complacency, she could order the tongues of thousands to be torn out by the roots, could cut off the nostrils with red-hot pincers, could lop off ears, lips, and noses, and could twist the arms of her victims behind them by dislocating them at the shoulders. There were tens of thousands of prisoners thus horribly mutilated. The Empress was fond of music, and introduced to Russia the opera and the theatre. She was as intolerant to the Jews as her father had been, banishing them all from the country. She lived in constant fear of conspiracies and revolutions, and, as a desperate safeguard, established a secret inquisitorial court to punish all who should express any displeasure with the measures of government. Spies and informers of the most worthless character filled the land, and multitudes of the most virtuous inhabitants of the empire, falsely accused or denounced for a look, a shrug, or a harmless word, were consigned to mutilation more dreadful and to exile more gloomy than the grave. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Empire of Russia from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 23. Peter III and his bride, from 1728 to 1762. Lineage of Peter III, chosen by Elizabeth as her successor. The bride chosen for Peter. Her lineage. The courtship. The marriage. Autobiography of Catherine. Anecdotes of Peter. His neglect of Catherine and his debaucheries. Amusement of the Russian court. Military execution of a rat. Ascension of Peter III to the throne. Supremacy of Catherine. Her repudiation threatened. The conspiracy. Its successful accomplishment. Peter III was grandson of Peter the Great. His mother, Anne, the eldest daughter of Peter and Catherine, married the Duke of Holstein, who inherited a duchy on the eastern shores of the Baltic containing some 4,000 square miles of territory and about 300,000 inhabitants. Their son and only child, Peter, was born in the ducal castle at Kyle, the capital of the duchy. In the year 1728, the blood of Peter the Great of Russia and of Charles XII of Sweden mingled in the veins of the young duke, of which fact he was exceedingly proud. Soon after the birth of Peter, his mother, Anne, died. The father of Peter was the son of the eldest sister of Charles XII, and, as such, being the nearest heir, would probably have succeeded to the throne of Sweden, had not the king's sudden death by a cannonball prevented him from designating his successor. The widowed father of Peter, thus disappointed in his hopes of obtaining the crown of Sweden, which his aunt Ulrika, his mother's sister, successfully grasped, lived in great retirement. The idea had not occurred to him that the crown of Imperial Russia could, by any chance, descend to his son. And the education of Peter was conducted to qualify him to preside over his little patrimonial duchy. When the young Peter was 14 years of age, the Empress Elizabeth, his maternal aunt, to the surprise and delight of the family, summoned the young prince to St. Petersburg, intimating her intention to transmit to him her crown. But Peter was a thoroughly worthless boy. All ignoble qualities seemed to be combined in his nature without any redeeming virtues. Elizabeth, having thus provided 20 millions of people with a sovereign, looked about to find for that sovereign a suitable wife. Upon the banks of the Oder there was a small principality, as it was called, containing some 1,300 square miles, about the size of the state of Rhode Island. Christian Augustus, the prince of this little domain, had a daughter, Sophia, a child rather remarkable both for beauty and vivacity. She was 1 year younger than Peter, and Elizabeth fixed her choice upon Sophia as the future spouse of her nephew. Peter was, at this time, with the Empress in Moscow, and Sophia was sent for to spend some time in the Russian capital before the marriage, that she might become acquainted with the Russian language and customs. Both of these children had been educated Protestants, but they were required to renounce the Lutheran faith and accept that of the Greek Church. Children as they were, they did this, of course, as readily as they would have changed their dresses. With this change of religion, Sophia received a new name, that of Catherine, and by this name she was ever afterwards called. When these children, to whom the government of the Russian Empire was to be entrusted, first met, Peter was 15 years of age and Catherine 14. Catherine subsequently commenced a minute journal, an autobiography of these her youthful days, which opens vividly to our view the corruptions of the Russian court. Nothing can be more wearisome than the life there developed. No thought whatever seemed to be directed by the court to the interests of the Russian people. There were no more thought of than the jaded horses who dragged the chariots of the nobles. It is amazing that the indignation of the millions can have slumbered so long. Catherine, in her memoirs, naively describes young Peter, when she first saw him, as weak, ugly, little and sickly. From the age of 10 he had been addicted to intoxicating drinks. It was the 9th of February, 1744, when Catherine was taken to Moscow. Peter, or as he was then called, the Grand Duke, was quite delighted to see the pretty girl who was his destined wife, and began immediately to entertain Catherine, as she says, by informing me that he was in love with one of the maids of honors to the Empress, and that he would have been very glad to have married her, but that he was resigned to marry me instead, as his aunt wished it. The Grand Duke had the faculty of making himself excessively disagreeable to everyone around him, and the affianced haters were in a constant quarrel. Peter could develop nothing but stupid malignity. Catherine could wield the weapons of keen and cutting sarcasm, which Peter felt as the mule feels the lash. Catherine's mother had accompanied her to Moscow, but the bridal wardrobe for a princess was extremely limited. I had arrived, she writes, in Russia very badly provided for. If I had 3 or 4 dresses in the world, it was the very outside, and this at a court where people changed their dresses 3 times a day. A dozen chemises constituted the whole of my linen, and I had to use my mother's sheets. Soon after Catherine's arrival, the Grand Duke was taken with the smallpox, and his natural ugliness was rendered still more revolting by the disfigurement it caused. On the 10th of February, 1745, when Catherine had been 1 year at Moscow, the Grand Duke celebrated his 17th birthday. In her journal, Catherine writes that Peter seldom saw her, and was always glad of any excuse by which he could avoid paying her any attention. Though Catherine cared as little for him, still, with girlish ambition, she was eager to marry him, as she very frankly records, in consideration of the crown which he would place upon her brow, and her womanly nature was stung by his neglect. I fully perceived, she writes, his want of interest, and how little I was cared for. My self-esteem and vanity grieved in silence, but I was too proud to complain. I should have thought myself degraded had anyone shown me a friendship which I could have taken for pity. Nevertheless, I shed tears when alone, then quietly dried them up and went to romp with my maids. I labored, however, writes Catherine, to gain the affection of everyone. Great or small, I neglected no one, but laid it down to myself as a rule to believe that I stood in need of everyone, and so to act, in consequence, as to obtain the goodwill of all, and I succeeded in doing so. The 21st of August of this year was fixed for the nuptial day. Catherine looked forward to it with extreme repugnance. Peter was revolting in his aspect, disgusting in manners, a drunkard and licentious to such a degree that he took no pains to conceal his amours. But the crown of Russia was in the eyes of Catherine so glittering a prize, though she had not entered her 16th year, that she was willing to purchase it even at the price of marrying Peter, the only price at which it could be obtained. She was fully persuaded that Peter, with a feeble constitution and wallowing in debauchery, could not live long, and that at his death she would be undisputed empress. As the day of our nuptials approached, she writes, I became more and more melancholy. My heart predicted but little happiness. Ambition alone sustained me. In my inmost soul there was something which led me never to doubt, for a single moment, that sooner or later I should become sovereign empress of Russia in my own right. The marriage was celebrated with much pomp, but a more cold and heartless union was perhaps never solemnized. Catherine very distinctly intimates that her husband, who was as low in his tastes and companionship as he was degraded in his vices, left her at the altar to return to his more congenial harem. My beloved spouse, she writes, did not trouble himself in the slightest degree about me, but was constantly with his valets, playing at soldiers, exercising them in his room, or changing his uniform 20 times a day. I yawned and grew weary, having no one to speak to. Again, she writes, a fortnight after our marriage, he confessed to me that he was in love with Mademoiselle Carr, maid of honor to her Imperial Majesty. He said that there was no comparison between that lady and me. Surely, said I to myself, it would be impossible for me not to be wretched with such a man as this were I to give way to sentiments of tenderness thus requited. I must die of jealousy without benefit to anyone. I endeavored to master my feelings so as not to be jealous of the man who did not love me. I was naturally well disposed, but I should have required a husband who had common sense, which this one had not. For amusement, the Grand Duke played cruelly with his dogs in his room, pretending to train them, whipping them from corner to corner. When tired of this, he would scrape execrably on a violin. He had many little puppet soldiers, whom, hour after hour, he would marshal on the floor in mimic war. He would dress his own servants and the maids of Catherine in masks, and set them dancing, while he would dance with them, playing at the same time on the fiddle. With rare perseverance, writes Catherine, The Grand Duke trained a pack of dogs, and with heavy blows of his whip and cries like those of the huntsman, made them fly from one end to the other of his 2 rooms, which were all he had. Such of the dogs as became tired or got out of rank were severely punished, which made them howl still more. On one occasion, hearing one of these animals howl piteously and for a long time, I opened the door of my bedroom where I was seated, and which adjoined the apartment in which this scene was enacted, and saw him holding this dog by the collar, suspended in the air, while a boy who was in his service, a Kalmuck by birth, held the animal by the tail. It was a poor little King Charles spaniel, and the Duke was beating him with all his might with the heavy handle of a whip. I interceded for the poor beast, but this only made him redouble his blows. Unable to bear so cruel a scene, I returned to my room with tears in my eyes. In general, tears and cries, instead of moving the Duke to pity, put him in a passion. Pity was a feeling that was painful and even insupportable in his mind. At one time there was a little hunchback girl in the court, upon whom the Duke fixed his vagrant desires, and she became his unconcealed favorite. The Duke was ever in the habit of talking freely with Catherine about his paramours and praising their excellent qualities. Madame Valisma said to me, writes Catherine, that every one was disgusted to see this little hunchback preferred to me. It cannot be helped, I said, as the tears started to my eyes. I went to bed. Scarcely was I asleep when the Grand Duke also came to bed. As he was tipsy and knew not what he was doing, he spoke to me for the purpose of expatiating on the eminent qualities of his favorite. To check his garrulity, I pretended to be fast asleep. He spoke still louder in order to wake me, but finding that I slept, he gave me 2 or 3 rather hard blows in the side with his fist, and dropped asleep himself. I wept long and bitterly that night, as well on account of the matter itself and the blows he had given me, as on that of my general situation, which was, in all respects, as disagreeable as it was wearisome. One of the ridiculous and disgraceful amusements of the vulgar men and women collected in the court of Elizabeth was what was called masquerade balls, in which all the men were required to dress as women, and all the women as men, and yet no masks were worn. The men, Catherine writes, wore large whalebone petticoats with women's gowns and headdresses worn on court days, while the women appeared in the court costume of men. The men did not like these reversals of their sex, and the greater part of them were in the worst possible humor on these occasions, because they felt themselves to be hideous in such disguises. The women looked like scrubby little boys, while the more aged among them had thick short legs which were anything but ornamental. The only woman who looked really well and completely a man was the Empress herself, and as she was very tall and somewhat powerful, male attire suited her wonderfully well. She had the handsomest leg I have ever seen with any man, and her foot was admirably proportioned. She danced to perfection, and everything she did had a special grace, equally so whether she dressed as a man or a woman. Enervating and degrading pleasure and ambitions or revengeful wars engrossed the whole attention of the Russian court during the reign of Elizabeth. The welfare of the people was not even thought of. The following anecdote, illustrative of the character of Peter III, is worthy of record in the words of Catherine. One day, when I went into the apartments of His Imperial Highness, I beheld a great rat which he had hung with all the paraphernalia of an execution. I asked what all this meant. He told me that this rat had committed a great crime, which, according to the laws of war, deserved capital punishment. It had climbed the ramparts of a fortress of cardboard, which he had on a table in his cabinet, and had eaten 2 sentinels made of pith who were on duty in the bastions. His setter had caught the criminal. He had been tried by martial law and immediately hung, and, as I saw, was to remain there 3 days, exposed as a public example. In justification of the rat, continues Catherine, it may at least be said that he was hung without having been questioned or heard in his own defense. It is not surprising that a woman, young, beautiful, and vivacious, living in a court where corruption was all around her, where an unmarried empress was rendering herself notorious by her gallantries, stung to the quick by the utter neglect of her husband, insulted by the presence of his mistresses, and disgusted by his unmitigated boobyism, should have sought solace in the friendship of others. And it is not strange that such friendship should have ripened into love, and that one thus tempted should have fallen. Catherine in her memoirs does not deny her fall, though she cannot refrain from allowing an occasional word to drop from her pen, evidently intended in extenuation. Much which is called virtue consists in the absence of temptation. Catherine's first son, Paul, was born on the 20th of September, 1753. He was unquestionably the son of Count Sotikov, a nobleman alike distinguished for the graces of his person and of his mind. Through 1,000 perils and cunning intrigues, Catherine and the Count prosecuted their amour. Woe was, as usual, to both of them the result. The Empress gives a very touching account of her sufferings, in both body and mind, on the occasion of the birth of her child. As for me, she writes, I did nothing but weep and moan in my bed. I neither could or would see anybody. I felt so miserable. I buried myself in my bed, where I did nothing but grieve. When the 40 days of my confinement were over, the Empress came a second time into my chamber. My child was brought into my room. It was the first time I had seen him since his birth. One day Peter brought into his wife's room, for her amusement, a letter which he had just received from one of his mistresses, Madame Teploff. Showing the letter to Catherine, he said, "Only think, she writes me a letter of 4 whole pages and expects that I should read it, and, what is more, answer it also. I, who have to go to parade, then dine, then attend the rehearsal of an opera and the ballet which the cadets will dance at. I will tell her plainly that I have not time, and if she is vexed, I will quarrel with her till next winter." "That will certainly be the shortest way," Catherine coolly replied. "These traits," she very truly adds in her narrative, "are characteristic, and they will not therefore be out of place." Such was the man and such the woman who succeeded to the throne of Russia upon the death of the Empress Elizabeth. She had hardly emitted her last breath ere the courtiers, impatiently awaiting the event, rushed to the apartments of the Grand Duke to congratulate him upon his ascension to the crown. He immediately mounted on horseback and traversed the streets of St. Petersburg, scattering money among the crowd. The soldiers gathered around him, exclaiming, "Take care of us and we will take care of you." Though the Grand Duke had been very unpopular, there was no outburst of opposition. The only claim Peter III had to the confidence of the nation was the fact that he was grandson of Peter the Great. Conspiracies were, however, immediately set on foot to eject him from the throne and give Catherine his seat. Catherine had a high reputation for talent, and being very affectionate in her disposition and cordial in her manners, had troops of friends. Indeed, it is not strange that public sentiment should not only have extenuated her faults, but should almost have applauded them. Forgetting the commandments of God, and only remembering that her brutal husband richly merited retaliation, the public almost applauded the spirit with which she conducted her intrigues. The same sentiment pervaded England when the miserable George IV goaded his wife to frenzy and led her, in uncontrollable exasperation, to pay him back in his own coin. Fortunately for the imbecile Peter, he had enough sense to appreciate the abilities of Catherine, and a sort of maudlin idea of justice, if it were not, perhaps, utter stupidity, dissuaded him from resenting her freedom in the choice of favorites. Upon commencing his reign, he yielded himself to the guidance of her imperial mind, hoping to obtain some dignity by the renown which her measures might reflect upon him. Catherine advised him very wisely. She caused 17,000 exiles to be recalled from Siberia, and abolished the odious secret court of Chancery, that court of political inquisition which, for years, had kept all Russia trembling. For a time, Russia resounded with the praises of the new sovereign, and when Peter III entered the Senate and read an act permitting the nobility to bear arms or not at their own discretion, and to visit foreign countries whenever they pleased, a privilege which they had not enjoyed before, the gratitude of the nobles was unbounded. It should, however, be recorded that this edict proved to be but a dead letter. It was expected that the nobles, as a matter of courtesy, should always ask permission to leave, and this request was frequently not granted. The secret tribunal, to which we have referred, exposed persons of all ranks and both sexes to be arrested upon the slightest suspicion. The accused was exposed to the most horrible tortures to compel a confession. When every bone was broken and every joint dislocated, and his body was mangled by the crushing wheel, if he still had endurance to persist in his denial, the accuser was, in his turn, placed upon the wheel, and every nerve of agony was tortured to force a recantation of the charge. Though Peter III promulgated the wise edicts which were placed in his hands, he had become so thoroughly imbruted by his desolate life that he made no attempt to tear himself away from his mistresses and his drunken orgies. Peter III was quite infatuated in his admiration of Frederick of Prussia. One of his first acts upon attaining the reins of government was to dispatch an order forbidding the Russian armies any longer to cooperate with Austria against Prussia. This command was speedily followed by another directing the Russian generals to hold themselves and their troops obedient to the instructions of Frederick, and to cooperate in every way with him to repel their former allies, the Austrians. It was the caprice of a drunken semi-idiot which thus rescued Frederick the Great from disgrace and utter ruin. The Emperor of Prussia had sufficient sagacity to foresee that Peter III would not long maintain his seat upon the throne. He accordingly directed his ministers at St. Petersburg, while continuing to live in great intimacy with the Tsar, to pay the most deferential attention to the Empress. There was no end to the caprices of Peter the drunkard. At one time he would leave the whole administration of affairs in the hands of Catherine, and again he would treat her in the most contemptuous and insulting manner. In one of the pompous ceremonials of the court, when the empress, adorned with all the marks of imperial dignity, shared the throne with Peter, the Tsar called one of his mistresses to the conspicuous seat he occupied with the empress and made her sit down by his side. Catherine immediately rose and retired. At a public festival that same evening, Peter, half drunk, publicly and loudly launched at her an epithet the grossest which could be addressed to a woman. Catherine was so shocked that she burst into tears. The sympathy of the spectators was deeply excited in her behalf, and their indignation rose against the Tsar. While Peter III was developing his true character of brute and buffoon, gathering around him the lowest profligates and reveling in the most debasing and vulgar vices, Catherine, though guilty and unhappy, was holding her court with dignity and affability, which charmed all who approached her. She paid profound respect to the external observances of religion, daily performing her devotions in the churches, accosting the poor with benignity, treating the clergy with marked respect, and winning all hearts by her kindness and sympathy. One of the mistresses of Peter III, the Countess Vorontsov, had gained such a boundless influence over her paramour that she had extorted from him the promise that he would repudiate Catherine, marry her, and crown her as empress. Elated by this promise, she had the imprudence to boast of it. Her father and several of the courtiers whose fortunes her favor would secure were busy in paving her way to the throne. The numerous friends of Catherine were excited and were equally active in thwarting the plans of the Tsar. Peter took no pains to conceal his intentions and gloried in proclaiming the illegitimacy of Paul, the son of the empress. Loathsome as his own life was, he seemed to think that his denunciations of Catherine, whose purity he had insulted and whose heart he had crushed, would secure for him the moral support of his subjects and of Europe. But he was mistaken. The sinning Catherine was an angel of purity compared with the beastly Peter. It was necessary for Peter to move with caution, for Catherine had ability, energy, innumerable friends, and was one of the last women in the world quietly to submit to be plunged into a dungeon, and then to be led to the scaffold, and by such a man as her despicable spouse. Peter III was by no means a match for Catherine. About 12 miles from St. Petersburg, on the southern shore of the Bay of Kronstadt, and nearly opposite the renowned fortress of Kronstadt, which commanded the approaches to St. Petersburg, was the imperial summer palace of Peterhof, which for some time had been the favorite residence of Catherine. A few miles further down the bay, which runs east and west, was the palace of Oranienbaum, in the decorations of which many succeeding monarchs had lavished large sums. This was Peter's favorite resort, and its halls ever echoed with the carousing of the prince and his boon companions. Every year on the 8th of July there is a grand festival at Peterhof in the honor of Peter and Paul, the patron saints of the imperial house. This was the time fixed upon by Catherine and her friends for the accomplishment of their plans. The Tsar, on the evening of the 8th of July, was at Oranienbaum, surrounded by a bevy of the most beautiful females of his court. Catherine was at Peterhof. It was a warm summer's night, and the queen lodged in a small cottage Oriene, called Mont Plaisir, which was situated in the garden. They had not intended to carry their plot into execution that night, but an alarm precipitated their action. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Catherine was awoke from a sound sleep by some one of her friends, entering her room, exclaiming, "Your Majesty has not a moment to lose. Rise and follow me." Catherine, alarmed, called her confidential attendant, dressed hurriedly in disguise, and entered a carriage which was waiting for her at the garden gate. The horses were goaded to their utmost speed on the road to St. Petersburg, and so inconsiderately that soon one of them fell in utter exhaustion. They were still at some distance from the city, and the energetic empress alighted and pressed forward on foot. Soon they chanced to meet a peasant driving a light cart. Count Orloff, who was a reputed lover of Catherine, and was guiding in this movement, seized the horse, placed the empress in the cart, and drove on. These delays had occupied so much time that it was 7 o'clock in the morning before they reached St. Petersburg. The empress, with her companions, immediately proceeded to the barracks, where most of the soldiers were quartered, and whose officers had been gained over, and threw herself upon their protection. "Danger," she said to the soldiers, "has compelled me to fly to you for help. The Tsar has intended to put me to death, together with my son. I had no other means of escaping death than by flight. I throw myself into your arms." Such an appeal from a woman, beautiful, beloved, and imploring protection from the murderous hands of one who was hated and despised, inspired every bosom with indignation and with enthusiasm in her behalf. With one impulse they took an oath to die, if necessary, in her defense, and cries of "Long live the Empress" filled the air. In 2 hours Catherine found herself at the head of several thousand veteran soldiers. She was also in possession of the arsenals, and the great mass of the population of St. Petersburg were clamorously advocating her cause. Accompanied by a numerous and brilliant suite, the empress then repaired to the metropolitan church, where the archbishop and a great number of ecclesiastics, whose cooperation had been secured, received her, and the venerable archbishop, a man of imposing character and appearance, dressed in his sacerdotal robes, led her to the altar, and placing the imperial crown upon her head, proclaimed her sovereign of all the Russias, with the title of Catherine II. A Te Deum was then chanted, and the shouts of the multitude proclaimed the cordiality with which the populace accepted the revolution. The empress then repaired to the imperial palace, which was thrown open to all the people, and which, for hours, was thronged with the masses, who fell upon their knees before her, taking their oath of allegiance. The friends of Catherine were, in the meantime, everywhere busy in putting the city in a state of defense, and in posting cannon to sweep the streets should Peter attempt resistance. The Tsar seemed to be left without a friend. No one even took the trouble to inform him of what was transpiring. Troops in the vicinity were marched into the city, and before the end of the day, Catherine found herself at the head of 15,000 men. The most formidable defenses were arranged. Strict orders prevailed, and not a drop of blood had been shed. The manifesto of the empress, which had been secretly printed, was distributed throughout the city, and a day appointed when the foreign ambassadors would be received by Catherine. The revolution seemed already accomplished, without a struggle and almost without an effort. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia, from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy and Accession of Catharine II. From 1762 to 1765. Peter III at Oranienbaum, Catherine at Peterhof. The successful accomplishment of the conspiracy. Terror of Peter. His vacillating and feeble character. Flight to Kronstadt. Repulse. Heroic Council of Munich. Peter's return to Oranienbaum. His suppliant letters to Catherine. His arrest. Imprisonment. Assassination. Proclamation of the Empress. Her complicity in the crime. Energy of Catherine's administration. Her expansive views and sagacious policy. Contemplated marriage with Count Orloff. It was the morning of the 19th of July, 1762. Peter at Oranienbaum had passed most of the night with his boon companions and his concubines in intemperate carousings. He awoke at a late hour in the morning, and after breakfast set out in a carriage with several of his women, accompanied by a troop of courtiers in other carriages, for Peterhof. The gay party were riding at a rapid rate over the beautiful shore road, looking out upon the bay of Kronstadt, when they were met by a messenger from Peterhof, sent to inform them that the Empress had suddenly disappeared during the night. Peter, upon receiving this surprising intelligence, turned pale as ashes, and, alighting, conversed for some time anxiously with the messenger. Entering his carriage again, he drove with the utmost speed to Peterhof, and with characteristic silliness began to search the cupboards, closets, and under the bed for the Empress. Those of greater penetration foresaw what had happened, but were silent, that they might not add to his alarm. In the meantime, some peasants who had come from St. Petersburg related to a group of servants rumors they had heard of the insurrection in that city. A fearful gloom oppressed all, and Peter was in such a state of terror that he feared to ask any questions. As they were standing thus mute with confusion and dismay, a countryman rode up, and making a profound bow to the Tzar, presented him with a note. Peter ran his eyes hastily over it, and then read it aloud. It communicated the appalling intelligence which we have just recorded. The consternation into which the whole imperial party was thrown no language can describe. The women were in tears, the courtiers could offer not a word of encouragement or counsel. One of the king's chancellor, with the Tsar's consent, set off for St. Petersburg to attempt to rouse the partisans of the Tsar, but he could find none there. The wretched Peter was now continually receiving corroborative intelligence of the insurrection, and he strode up and down the walks of the garden, forming innumerable plans and adhering to none. The Tsar had a guard of 3,000 troops at his palace of Oranienbaum. At noon these approached Peterhof, led by their veteran commander Munich. This energetic officer urged an immediate march upon St. Petersburg. "Believe me," said Munich, "you have many friends in the city. The royal guard will rally around your standard when they see it approaching, and if we are forced to fight, the rebels will make but a short resistance." While he was urging this energetic measure, and the women and the courtiers were trying to dissuade him from the step, and were entreating him to go back to Oranienbaum, news arrived that the troops of the Empress, 20,000 in number, were on the march to arrest him. "Well," said Munich to the Tsar, "if you wish to decline a battle, it is not wise at any rate to remain here, where you have no means of defence. Neither Oranienbaum nor Peterhof can withstand a siege, but Kronstadt offers you a safe retreat. Kronstadt is still under your command. You have there a formidable fleet and a numerous garrison. From Kronstadt you will find it easy to bring Petersburg back to duty." The fortresses of Kronstadt are situated on an island of the same name, at the mouth of a bay which presents the only approach to St. Petersburg. This fortress, distant about 30 miles west of St. Petersburg, may be said to be impregnable. In the late war with Russia, it bade defiance to the combined fleets of France and England, and as we have before mentioned, Peterhof and Oranienbaum were pleasure palaces, situated on the eastern shore of the Bay of Kronstadt, but a few miles from the fortress and but a few miles from each other. The gardens of these palaces extend to the waters of the bay, where there are ever riding at anchor a fleet of pleasure boats and royal yachts. The advice of Munich was instantly adopted. A boat was sent off conveying an officer to take command of the fortress, while in the meantime 2 yachts were got ready for the departure of the Tsar and his party. Peter and his affrighted court hastened on board, continually looking over their shoulders, fearing to catch a sight of the troops of the Queen, whose appearance they every moment apprehended. But the energetic Catharine had anticipated this movement, and her emissaries had already gained the soldiers of the garrison, and were in possession of Kronstadt. As the 2 yachts which conveyed Peter and his party entered the harbor, they found the garrison under arms lining the coast. The cannons were leveled, the matches lighted, and the moment the foremost yacht, which contained the emperor, cast anchor, a sentinel cried out, "Who comes there?" "The emperor," was the answer from the yacht. "There is no emperor," the sentinel replied. Peter III started forward upon the deck, and throwing back his cloak, exhibited the badges of his order, exclaiming, "What, you do not know me?" "No," cried 1,000 voices. "We know of no emperor. Long live the Empress, Catharine II." Then they threatened immediately to sink the yacht unless the Tsar retired. The heroic Munich urged the Tsar to an act of courage of which he was totally incapable. "Let us leap on shore," said he. "None will dare fire on you, and Kronstadt will still be your Majesty's." But Peter, in dismay, fled into the cabin, hid himself among his women, and ordered the cable instantly to be cut, and the yacht to be pulled out to sea by the oars. They were soon beyond the reach of the guns. It was now night, serene and beautiful. The sea was smooth as glass, and the stars shone with unusual splendor in the clear sky. The poltroon monarch of all the Russians had not yet ventured upon deck, but was trembling in his cabin, surrounded by his dismayed mistresses, when the helmsman entered the cabin and said to the Tsar, "Sire, to what port is your Majesty's pleasure that I should take the vessel?" Peter gazed for a moment in consternation and bewilderment, and then sent for Munich. "Field Marshal," said he, "I perceive that I was too late in following your advice. You see to what extremities I am reduced. Tell me, I beseech you, what I ought to do." About 200 miles from where they were, directly down the Gulf of Finland, was the city of Revel, one of the naval depots of Russia. A large squadron of ships of war was riding at anchor there. Munich, as prompt in counsel as he was energetic in action, replied, "Proceed immediately to join the squadron at Revel. There take a ship and go to Pomerania. Put yourself at the head of your army, return to Russia, and I promise you that in 6 weeks Petersburg and all the rest of the empire will be in subjection to you." The women and the courtiers, with characteristic timidity, remonstrated against a measure so decisive, and believing that the empress would not be very implacable, entreated the Tsar to negotiate rather than fight. Peter yielded to their senseless solicitations, and ordered them to make immediately for Oranienbaum. They reached the dock at 4 o'clock in the morning. Peter hastened to his apartment, and wrote a letter to the empress, which he dispatched by a courier. In this letter he made a humble confession of his faults, and promised to share the sovereign authority with Catharine if she would consent to reconciliation. The empress was at this time at the head of her army within about 20 miles of Oranienbaum. During the night she had slept for a few hours upon some cloaks which the officers of her suite had spread for her bed. Catharine, knowing well that perjury was one of the most trivial of the faults of the Tsar, made no reply, but pressed forward with her troops. Peter, soon receiving information of the advance of the army, ordered one of his fleetest horses to be saddled, and dressed himself in disguise, intending thus to effect his escape to the frontiers of Poland. But with his constitutional irresolution, he soon abandoned this plan, and ordering the fortress of Oranienbaum to be dismantled, to convince Catherine that he intended to make no resistance, he wrote to the Empress another letter still more humble and sycophantic than the first. He implored her forgiveness in terms of the most abject humiliation. He assured her that he was ready to resign to her unconditionally the crown of Russia, and that he only asked permission to retire to his native duchy of Holstein, and that the Empress would graciously grant him a pension for his support. Catherine read the letter, but deigning no reply, sent back the chamberlain who brought it, with a verbal message to her husband that she could enter into no negotiations with him, and could only accept his unconditional submission. The chamberlain, Ismailov, returned to Oranienbaum. The Tsar had with him there only his Holstein guard, consisting of 600 men. Ismailov urged the Tsar, as the only measure of safety which now remained, to abandon his troops, who could render him no defence, and repair to the Empress, throwing himself upon her mercy. For a short time the impotent mind of the degraded prince was in great turmoil, but, as was to be expected, he surrendered himself to the humiliation. Entering his carriage, he rode towards Peterhof to meet the Empress. Soon he encountered the battalions on the march for his capture. Silently they opened their ranks and allowed him to enter, and then, closing around him, they stunned him with shouts of "Long live Catherine!" The miserable man had had the effrontery to take with him, in his carriage, one of his mistresses. As she alighted at the palace of Peterhof, some of the soldiers tore the ribbons from her dress. The Tsar was led up the grand staircase, stripped of the insignia of imperial power, and was shut up and carefully guarded in one of the chambers of the palace. Count Panion then visited him by order of the Empress, and demanded of him the abdication of the crown, informing him that, having thus abdicated, he would be sent back to his native duchy, and would enjoy the dignity of Duke of Holstein for the remainder of his days. Peter was now pliant as wax. Aided by the Count, he wrote and signed the following declaration. During the short space of my absolute reign over the Empire of Russia, I became sensible that I was not able to support so great a burden, and that my abilities were not equal to the task of governing so great an empire, either as a sovereign or in any other capacity whatever. I also foresaw the great troubles which must thence have arisen, and have been followed with the total ruin of the empire, and my own eternal disgrace, and having therefore seriously reflected thereon, I declare, without constraint, and in the most solemn manner, to the Russian Empire and to the whole universe, that I for ever renounce the government of said empire, never desiring hereafter to reign therein, either as an absolute sovereign or under any other form of government, never wishing to aspire thereto or to use any means of any sort for that purpose, as a pledge of which I swear sincerely before God and all the world to this present renunciation, written and signed this 29th day of June, O.S. 16. Peter III, having placed this abdication in the hands of Count Panion, seemed quite sincere, fancying himself safe at least from bodily harm. In the evening, however, an officer with a strong escort came and conveyed him, a prisoner, to Ropscha, a small imperial palace about 15 miles from Peterhof. Peter, after his disgraceful reign of 6 months, was now imprisoned in a palace, and his wife, whom he had intended to repudiate and probably to behead, was now sovereign Empress of Russia. In the evening the thunderings of the cannon upon the ramparts of St. Petersburg announced the victory of Catherine. She, however, slept that night at Peterhof, and in the morning received the homage of the nobility, who from all quarters flocked around her to give in their adhesion to her reign. Field Marshal Munich, who with true fealty had stood by Peter III to the last, urging him to unfurl the banner of the Tsar and fight heroically for his crown, appeared with the rest. The old noble man, with an unblushing brow, entered the presence of Catherine, and as soon as she perceived him, she called aloud, "Field Marshal, it was you, then, who wanted to fight me?" "Yes, madam," Munich answered, in a manly tone. "Could I do less for the prince who delivered me from captivity? But it is henceforth my duty to fight for you, and you will find in me a fidelity equal to that with which I had devoted my services to him." In the afternoon the Empress returned to St. Petersburg. She entered the city on horseback, accompanied by a brilliant retinue of nobles, and followed by her large army of 15,000 troops. All the soldiers wore garlands of oak leaves. The immense crowds in the city formed lines for the passage of the Empress, scattered flowers in her path, and greeted her with constant bursts of acclaim. All the streets through which she passed were garlanded and spanned with triumphal arches. The bells rang their merriest peals, and military salutes bellowed from all the ramparts. As the high ecclesiastics crowded to meet her, they kissed her hand, while she, in accordance with Russian courtesy, kissed their cheeks. Catherine summoned the Senate, and presided over its deliberations with wonderful dignity and grace. The foreign ministers, confident in the stability of her reign, hastened to present their congratulations. Peter found even a few hours in the solitude of the palace of Ropscha exceedingly oppressive. He accordingly sent to the Empress, soliciting the presence of a negro servant, to whom he was much attached, and also asking for his dog, his violin, a Bible, and a few novels. "I am disgusted," he wrote, "with the wickedness of mankind, and am resolved henceforth to devote myself to a philosophical life." After Peter had been 6 days at Ropscha, one morning 2 nobles, who had been most active in the revolution which had dethroned the Tsar, entered his apartment, and after conversing for a time, brandy was brought in. The cup of which the Tsar drank was poisoned. He was soon seized with violent colic pains. The assassins then threw him upon the floor, tied a napkin round his neck, and strangled him. Count Orloff, the most intimate friend of the Empress, and who was reputed to be her paramour, was one of these murderers. He immediately mounted his horse and rode to St. Petersburg to inform the Empress that Peter was dead. Whether Catherine was a party to this assassination, or whether it was perpetrated entirely without her knowledge, is a question which now can probably never be decided. It is very certain that the grief she manifested was all feigned, and that the assassins were rewarded for their devotion to her interests. She shut herself up for a few days, assuming the aspect of a mourner, and issued to her subjects a declaration announcing the death of the late Tsar. When one enters upon the declivity of crime, the descent is ever rapid. The innocent girl, who but a few years before had entered the Russian court, from her secluded ancestral castle, a spotless child of 15, was now most deeply involved in intrigues and sins. It is probable, indeed, that she had not intended the death of her husband, but had designed sending him to Holstein and providing for him abundantly for the rest of his days with dogs and wine, and leaving him to his own indulgences. It is certain, however, that the Empress did not punish or even dismiss from her favor the murderers of Peter. She announced to the nation his death in the following terms: "By the grace of God, Catharine II, Empress of all the Russians, to our loving subjects, greeting. The 7th day after our accession to the throne of all the Russians, we received information that the late Emperor Peter III was attacked with a most violent colic. That we might not be wanting in Christian duty or disobedient to the divine command by which we are enjoined to preserve the life of our neighbor, we immediately ordered that the said Peter should be furnished with everything that might be judged necessary to restore his health by the aids of medicine. But, to our great regret and affliction, we were yesterday evening apprised that, by the permission of the Almighty, the late Emperor departed this life. We have therefore ordered his body to be conveyed to the monastery of Nevsky in order to its interment in that place. At the same time, with our imperial and maternal voice, we exhort our faithful subjects to forgive and forget what is past, to pay the last duties to his body, and to pray to God sincerely for the repose of his soul, wishing them, however, to consider this unexpected and sudden death as an especial effect of the providence of God, whose impenetrable decrees are working for us, for our throne, and for our country things known only to his holy will. Done at St. Petersburg, July 7th, N.S., July 18th, 1762. The news of the revolution soon spread throughout Russia, and the nobles generally acquiesced in it without a murmur. The masses of the people no more thought of expressing or having an opinion than did the sheep. One of the first acts of the Empress was to send an embassy to Frederick of Prussia, announcing that she was resolved to observe inviolably the peace recently concluded with Prussia, but that nevertheless she had decided to bring back to Russia all her troops in Silesia, Prussia, and Pomerania. All the sovereigns of Europe acknowledged the title of Catharine II, and some sent especial congratulations on her accession to the throne. Maria Theresa of Austria was at first quite delighted, hoping that Catherine would again unite the Russian troops with hers in hostility to her great rival, Frederick. But in this expectation she was doomed to bitter disappointment. The King of Prussia, in a confidential note to Count Finkenstein, wrote of Catherine and the new reign as follows: "The Emperor of Russia has been dethroned by his consort. It was to be expected. That princess has much good sense, and the same friendly relations towards us as the deceased. She has no religion, but acts the devotee. The Chancellor Bestuchev is her strongest favorite, and as he has a strong propensity to guineas, I flatter myself that I shall be able to retain the friendship of the court." The poor emperor wanted to imitate Peter I, but he had not the capacity for it. The Empress, taking with her her son Paul, and a very brilliant and numerous suite of the nobles, repaired to Moscow, where she was crowned with unusual splendor. By marked attention to the soldiers, providing most liberally for their comfort, she soon secured the enthusiastic attachment of the army. By the most scrupulous observance of all the external rites of religion, she won the confidence of the clergy. In every movement Catherine exhibited wonderful sagacity and energy. It was not to be supposed that the partisans of Peter III would be rejected from their places to give room for others, without making desperate efforts to regain what they had lost. A very formidable conspiracy was soon organized, and the friends of Catherine were thrown into the greatest state of alarm, but her courage did not for one moment forsake her. "Why are you alarmed?" said she. "Think you that I fear to face this danger, or rather do you apprehend that I know not how to overcome it? Recollect that you have seen me in moments far more terrible than these, in full possession of all the vigor of my mind, and that I can support the most cruel reverses of fortune with as much serenity as I have supported her favors. Think you that a few mutinous soldiers are to deprive me of a crown that I accepted with reluctance, and only as the means of delivering the Russian nation from their miseries? They cause me no alarm. That Providence which has called me to reign will preserve me for the glory and the happiness of the empire. That almighty arm which has hitherto been my defense will now confound my foes." The revolt was speedily quelled. The celebrity of her administration soon resounded from one end of Europe to the other. She presided over the Senate, assisted at all the deliberations of the council, read the dispatches of the ambassadors, wrote with her own hand or dictated the answers, and watched carefully to see all her orders were faithfully executed. She studied the lives of the most distinguished men, and was emulous of the renown of those who had been friends and benefactors of the human race. There has seldom been a sovereign on any throne more assiduously devoted to the cares of empire than was Catherine II. In one of her first manifestos, issued the 10th of August of this year, she uttered the words which her conduct proved to be essentially true. Not only all that we have or may have, but also our life itself we have devoted to our dear country. We value nothing on our own account. We serve not ourselves, but we labor with all pains, with all diligence and care for the glory and happiness of our people. Catharine found corruption and bribery everywhere, and she engaged in the work of reform with the energies of Hercules in cleansing the Augean stables. She abolished indignantly the custom which had existed for ages of attempting to extort confession of crime by torture. It is one of the marvels of human depravity that intelligent minds could have been so imbruted as to tolerate for a day so fiend-like a wrong. The whole system of inquisitorial investigations in both the church and state was utterly abrogated. Foreigners were invited to settle in the empire. The lands were carefully explored, that the best districts might be pointed out for tillage, for forest, and for pasture. The following proclamation, inviting foreigners to settle in Russia, shows the liberality and the comprehensive views which animated the Empress. Anyone who is destitute shall receive money for the expenses of his journey, and shall be forwarded to these free lands at the expense of the crown. On his arrival he shall receive a competent assistance, and even an advance of capital, free of interest, for 10 years. The stranger is exempted from all service, either military or civil, and from all taxes for a certain time. In these new tracts of land the colonists may live, according to their own good will, under their own jurisdiction for 30 years. All religions are tolerated. Thus encouraged, thousands flocked from Germany to the fresh and fertile acres on the banks of the Volga and the Samara. The emigration became so great that several of the petty German princes issued prohibitions. In the rush of adventurers, of the indolent, the improvident, and the vicious, great suffering ensued. Desert wilds were, however, peopled, and the children of the emigrants succeeded to homes of comparative comfort. Settlers crowded to these lands even from France, Poland, and Sweden. 10,000 families emigrated to the district of Saratov alone. "The world," said Catharine one day to the French minister, "will not be able properly to judge of my administration till after 5 years. It will require at least so much time to reduce the empire to order. In the meantime I shall behave with all the princes of Europe like a finished coquette. I have the finest army in the world. I have a greater taste for war than for peace, but I am restrained from war by humanity, justice, and reason. I shall not allow myself, like Elizabeth, to be pressed into a war. I shall enter upon it when it will prove advantageous to me, but never from complaisance to others." A large number of nobles, led by the Chancellor of the Empire, now presented a petition to Catharine, urging her again to marry. After a glowing eulogium on all the Empress had done for the renown and prosperity of Russia, they reminded her of the feeble constitution of her son Paul, of the terrible calamity a disputed succession might impose upon Russia, and entreated her to give an additional proof of her devotion to the good of her subjects by sacrificing her own liberty to their welfare in taking a spouse. This advice was quite in harmony with the inclinations of the Empress. Count Orloff, one of the most conspicuous nobles of the court, and the prime actor in the conspiracy which had overthrown and assassinated Peter III, was the recognized favorite of Catharine. But Count Orloff had assumed such haughty airs regarding Catharine, as indebted to him for her crown, that he had rendered himself extremely unpopular, and so much discontent was manifested in view of his elevation to the throne, that Catharine did not dare to proceed with the measure. It is generally supposed, however, that there was a sort of private marriage instituted, of no real validity, between Catharine and Orloff, by which the count became virtually the husband of the Empress. Catharine was now firmly established on the throne. The beneficial effects of her administration were daily becoming more apparent in all parts of Russia. Nothing which could be promotive of the prosperity of the empire escaped her observation. With questions of commerce, finance, and politics she seemed equally familiar. On the 11th of August, 1673, she issued an imperial edict written by her own hand, in which it is said, "On the whole surface of the earth there is no country better adapted for commerce than our empire. Russia has spacious harbors in Europe, and overland the way is open through Poland to every region. Siberia extends on one side over all Asia, and India is not very remote from Orenburg. On the other side, Russia seems to touch on America. Across the Euxine is a passage, though as yet unexplored, to Egypt and Africa, and bountiful Providence has blessed the extensive provinces of our empire with such gifts of nature as can rarely be found in all the four quarters of the world." End of chapter 24. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 25 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia, from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 25. Reign of Catharine II, from 1765 to 1774. Energy of Catharine's administration. Titles of honor decreed to her. Code of laws instituted. The assassination of the Empress attempted. Encouragement of learned men. Catharine inoculated for the smallpox. New war with Turkey. Capture of Crimea. Sailing of the Russian fleet. Great naval victory. Visit of the Prussian Prince Henry. The sleigh ride. Plans for the partition of Poland. The Hermitage. Marriage of the Grand Duke Paul. Correspondence with Voltaire and Diderot. The friends and the foes of Catharine are alike lavish in their encomiums upon her attempts to elevate Russia in prosperity and in national greatness. Under her guidance, an assembly was convened to frame a code of laws, based on justice, and which should be supreme throughout all Russia. The assembly prosecuted its work with great energy, and ere its dissolution passed a resolution decreeing to the Empress the titles of Great, Wise, Prudent, and Mother of the country. To this decree Catharine modestly replied, "If I have rendered myself worthy of the first title, it belongs to posterity to confer it upon me. Wisdom and prudence are the gifts of heaven, for which I daily give thanks, without presuming to derive any merit from them myself. The title of Mother of the country is, in my eyes, the most dear of all, the only one I can accept, and which I regard as the most benign and glorious recompense for my labors and solicitudes in behalf of a people whom I love." The code of laws thus framed is a noble monument to the genius and humanity of Catharine II. The principles of enlightened philanthropy pervades the code, which recognizes the immutable principles of right, and which seems designed to undermine the very foundations of despotism. In the instructions which Catharine drew up for the guidance of the assembly, she wrote, "Laws should be framed with the sole object of conducting mankind to the greatest happiness. It is our duty to mitigate the lot of those who live in a state of dependence. The liberty and security of the citizens ought to be the grand and precious object of all laws. They should all tend to render life, honor, and property as stable and secure as the constitution of the government itself. It is incomparably better to prevent crimes than to punish them. The use of torture is contrary to sound reason. Humanity cries out against this practice, and insists on its being abolished." The condition of the peasantry, heavily taxed by the nobles, excited her deepest commiseration. She wished their entire enfranchisement, but was fully conscious that she was not strong enough to undertake so sweeping a measure of reform. She insisted, however, that laws should be prescribed to the nobility, obliging them to act more circumspectly in the manner of levying their dues, and to protect the peasant, so that his condition might be improved, and that he might be enabled to acquire property. A ruffian attempted to assassinate Catherine. He was arrested in the palace with a long dagger concealed in his dress, and without hesitation confessed his design. Catherine had the assassin brought into her presence, conversed mildly with him, and seeing that there was no hope of disarming his fanaticism, banished him to Siberia. But the innocent daughter of the guilty man she took under her protection, and subsequently appointed her one of her maids of honor. In the year 1767 she sent a delegation of scientific men on a geological survey into the interior of the empire, with directions to determine the geographical position of the principal places, to mark their temperature, their productions, their wealth, and the manners and characters of the several people by whom they were inhabited. Russia was then, as now, a world by itself, peopled by innumerable tribes or nations, with a great diversity of climates, and with an infinite variety of manners and customs. A large portion of the country was immersed in the profoundest barbarism, almost inaccessible to the traveler. In other portions vagrant hordes wandered without any fixed habitations. Here was seen the castle of the noble with all its imposing architecture and its enginery of offense and defense. The mud hovels of the peasants were clustered around the massive pile, and they passed their lives in the most degrading bondage. From all parts of Europe the most learned men were invited to the court of Catherine. The renowned mathematician Euler was lured from Berlin to St. Petersburg. The empress settled upon him a large annual stipend, and made him a present of a house. Catherine was fully conscious that the glory of a country consists not in its military achievements, but in advancement in science and in the useful and elegant arts. The annual sum of $5,000 was assigned to encourage the translation of foreign poetry works into the Russian language. The smallpox was making fearful ravages in Russia. The empress had heard of inoculation. She sent to England for a physician, Dr. Thomas Dimsdale, who had practiced inoculation for the smallpox with great success in London. Immediately upon his arrival the empress sent for him, and with skill which astonished the physician, questioned him respecting his mode of practice. He was invited to dine with the empress, and the doctor thus describes the dinner party. The empress sat singly at the upper end of a long table, at which about 12 of the nobility were guests. The entertainment consisted of a variety of excellent dishes, served up after the French manner, and was concluded by a dessert of the finest fruits and sweetmeats, such as I little expected to find in that northern climate. Most of these luxuries were, however, the produce of the empress's own dominions. Pineapples, indeed, are chiefly imported from England, though those of the growth of Russia, of which we had one that day, are of good flavor, but generally small. Watermelons and grapes are brought from Astrakhan, great plenty of melons from Moscow, and apples and pears from the Ukraine. But what most enlivened the whole entertainment was the unaffected ease and affability of the empress herself. Each of her guests had a share of her attention and politeness. The conversation was kept up with freedom and cheerfulness, to be expected rather from persons of the same rank than from subjects admitted to the honor of their sovereign's company. The empress, after conversing with Dr. Dimsdale, decided to introduce the practice of smallpox inoculation into Russia, and heroically resolved that the experiment should first be tried upon herself. Dr. Dimsdale, oppressed by the immense responsibility thus thrown upon him, for though the disease thus introduced was generally mild, in not a few cases it proved fatal, requested the assistance of the court physicians. "It is not necessary," the empress replied. "You come well recommended. The conversation I have had increases my confidence in you. It is impossible that my physician should have much skill in this operation. My life is my own, and with the utmost cheerfulness I entrust myself to your care. I wish to be inoculated as soon as you judge it convenient, and desire to have it kept a secret." The anxious physician begged that the experiment might first be tried by inoculating some of her own sex and age, and, as near as possible, of her own constitutional habits. The Empress replied, "The practice is not novel, and no doubt remains of its general success. It is, therefore, not necessary that there should be any delay on that account." Catherine was inoculated on the 12th of October, 1768, and went immediately to a secluded private palace at some distance from the city, under the pretence that she wished to superintend some repairs. She took with her only the necessary attendants. Soon, however, several of the nobility, some of whom she had suspected had not had the smallpox, followed. As a week was to elapse after the operation before the disease would begin to manifest itself, the Empress said to Dr. Dimsdale, "I must rely on you to give me notice when it is possible for me to communicate the disease. Though I could wish to keep my inoculation a secret, yet far be it from me to conceal it a moment when it may become hazardous to others." In the meantime she took part in every amusement with her wonted affability, and without the slightest indication of alarm. She dined with the rest of the company, and enlivened the whole court with those conversational charms for which she was distinguished. The disease proved light, and she was carried through it very successfully. Soon after she wrote to Voltaire, "I have not kept my bed a single instant, and I have received company every day. I am about to have my only son inoculated. Count Orloff, that hero who resembles the ancient Romans in the best times of the Republic, both in courage and generosity, doubting whether he had ever had the smallpox, has put himself under the hands of our Englishmen, and the next day after the operation went to the hunt in a very deep fall of snow. A great number of courtiers have followed his example, and many others are preparing to do so. Besides, this inoculation is now carried on at Petersburg in 3 seminaries of education, and in a hospital established under the protection of Dr. Dimsdale." The Empress testified her gratitude for the benefits Dr. Dimsdale had conferred upon Russia by making him a present of $50,000 and settling upon him a pension of $1,000 a year. On the 3rd of December, 1768, a thanksgiving service was performed in the chapel of the palace in gratitude for the recovery of Her Majesty and her son Paul from the smallpox. The Turks began now to manifest great apprehensions in view of the rapid growth of the Russian Empire. Poland was so entirely overshadowed that its monarchs were elected and its government administered under the influence of a Russian army. In truth, Poland had become but little more than one of the provinces of Catherine's empire. The Grand Signior formed an alliance with the disaffected Poles, arrested the Russian ambassador at Constantinople, and mustered his hosts for war. Catherine II. was prepared for the emergency. Early in 1769 the Russian army commenced its march toward the banks of the Kuban in the wilds of Circassia. The Tatars of the Crimea were the first foes whom the armies of Catherine encountered. The Sea of Azov, with its surrounding shores, soon fell into the possession of Russia. One of the generals of Catherine, General Drevitch, a man whose name deserves to be held up to eternal infamy, took 9 Polish gentlemen as captives, and cutting off their hands at the wrist, sent them home, thus mutilated, to strike terror into the Poles. Already Frederick of Prussia and Catherine were secretly conferring upon a united attack upon Poland and the division of the territory between them. Frederick sent his brother Henry to St. Petersburg to confer with Catherine upon this contemplated robbery, sufficiently gigantic in character to be worthy of the energies of the royal bandits. Catherine received Henry with splendor which the world has seldom seen equaled. One of the entertainments with which she honored him was a moonlight sleigh ride arranged upon a scale of imperial grandeur. The sleigh which conveyed Catherine and the Prussian prince was an immense parlor drawn by 16 horses, covered and enclosed by double glasses, which with numberless mirrors reflected all objects within and without. This sledge was followed by a retinue of 2,000 others. Every person in all the sledges was dressed in fancy costume and masked. When 2 miles from the city, the train passed beneath a triumphal arch illuminated with all conceivable splendor. At the distance of every mile, some grand structure appeared in a blaze of light, a pyramid or a temple or colonnades or the most brilliant displays of fireworks. Opposite each of these structures ballrooms had been reared, which were crowded with the rustic peasantry, amusing themselves with music, dancing, and all the games of the country. Each of the spacious houses of entertainment personated some particular Russian nation, where the dress, music, and amusements of that nation were represented. All sorts of gymnastic feats were also exhibited, such as vaulting, tumbling, and feats upon the slack and tight rope. Through such scenes the imperial pleasure party rode, until a high mountain appeared through an avenue cut in the forest, representing Mount Vesuvius during an eruption. Vast billows of flame were rolling to the skies, and the whole region was illuminated with a blaze of light. The spectators had hardly recovered from the astonishment which this display caused, when the train suddenly entered a Chinese village, which proved to be but the portal to the imperial palace of Tsarskoye Selo. The palace was lighted with an infinite number of wax candles. For 2 hours the guests amused themselves with dancing. Suddenly there was a grand discharge of cannon, the candles were immediately extinguished, and a magnificent display of fireworks, extending along the whole breadth of the palace, converted night into day. Again there was a thundering discharge of artillery, when, as by enchantment, the candles blazed anew, and a sumptuous supper was served up. After the entertainment, dancing was renewed, and was continued until morning. The Empress had a private palace at St. Petersburg, which she called her Hermitage, where she received none but her choicest friends. This sumptuous edifice merits some minuteness of description. It consisted of a suite of apartments, containing everything which the most voluptuous and exquisite taste could combine. The spacious building was connected with the imperial palace by a covered arch. It would require a volume to describe the treasures of art and industry with which it abounded. Here the Empress had her private library and her private picture gallery. Raphael's celebrated gallery in the Vatican at Rome was exactly repeated here, with the most accurate copies of all the paintings, corner pieces, and other ornaments of the same size and in the same situations. Medals, engravings, curious pieces of art, models of mechanical inventions, and collections of specimens of minerals and of objects of natural history crowded the cabinets. Chambers were arranged for all species of amusements. A pleasure garden was constructed upon arches, with furnaces beneath them in winter, that the plants might ever enjoy genial heat. This garden was covered with fine brass wire, that the birds from all countries, singing among the trees and shrubs, or hopping along the grass plots and gravel walks, and which the Empress was accustomed to feed with her own hand, might not escape. While the storms of a Russian winter were howling without, the Empress here could tread upon verdant lawns and gravel walks beneath luxuriant vegetation, listening to bird songs and partaking of fruits and flowers of every kind. In this artificial Eden the Empress often received Henry, the Prussian prince, and matured her plan for the partition of Poland. The festivities which dazzled the eyes of the frivolous courtiers were hardly thought of by Catherine and Henry. Mr. Richardson, an English gentleman who was in the family of Lord Cathcart, then the British ambassador at the Russian court, had sufficient sagacity to detect that, beneath this display of amusements, political intrigues of great moment were being woven. He wrote from St. Petersburg on the 1st of January, 1771, as follows: "This city, since the beginning of winter, has exhibited a continual scene of festivities, feasts, balls, concerts, plays, and the masquerades in continued succession, and in all honor of, to divert his Royal Highness Prince Henry of Prussia, the famous brother of the present king. Yet his Royal Highness does not seem to be much diverted. He looks at them as an old cat looks at the gambols of a young kitten, or as one who has higher sport going on in his mind than the pastime of fiddling and dancing. He came here on pretence of a friendly visit to the empress, to have the happiness of waiting on so magnanimous a princess, and to see with his own eyes the progress of these immense improvements, so highly celebrated by Voltaire and those French writers who receive gifts from Her Majesty. But do you seriously imagine that this creature of skin and bone should travel through Sweden, Finland, and Poland, all for the pleasure of seeing the metropolis and the Empress of Russia? Other princes may pursue such pastime, but the princes of the house of Brandenburg fly at a nobler quarry. Or is the King of Prussia, as a tame spectator, to reap no advantage from the troubles in Poland and the Turkish war? What is the meaning of his late conferences with the Emperor of Germany? Depend upon it, these planetary conjunctions are the forerunner of great events. A few months may unfold the secret. You will recollect the signs, when after this you shall hear of changes, usurpations, and revolutions. In one of these interviews, in which the dismemberment of Poland was resolved on, Catharine said, "I will frighten Turkey and flatter England. Do you take it upon yourself to buy over Austria and amuse France." Though the arrangements for the partition were at this time all made, the portion which was to be assigned to Austria agreed upon, and the extent of territory which each was to appropriate to itself settled, the formal treaty was not signed till 2 years afterwards. The war still continued to rage on the frontiers of Turkey. After 10 months of almost incessant slaughter, the Turkish army was nearly destroyed. The Empress collected 2 squadrons of Russian men of war at Archangel, on the White Sea, and at Revel, on the Baltic, and sent them through the Straits of Gibraltar into the Mediterranean. All Europe was astonished at this wonderful apparition, suddenly presenting itself amidst the islands of the archipelago. The inhabitants of the Greek islands were encouraged to rise, and they drove out their Mussulman oppressors with great slaughter. Catharine was alike victorious on the land and on the sea, and she began very seriously to contemplate driving the Turks out of Europe and taking possession of Constantinople. Her land troops speedily overran the immense provinces of Bessarabia, Moldavia, and Wallachia, and annexed them to the Russian Empire. The Turkish fleet encountered the Russians in the narrow channel which separates the island of Schio from Natolia. In one of the fiercest naval battles on record, which raged for 5 hours, the Turkish fleet was entirely destroyed. A courier was instantly dispatched to St. Petersburg with the exultant tidings. The rejoicings in St. Petersburg over this naval victory were unbounded. The Empress was so elated that she resolved to liberate both Greece and Egypt from the sway of the Turks. The Turks were in a terrible panic, and resorted to the most desperate measures to defend the Dardanelles, that the Russian fleet might not ascend to Constantinople. At the same time the plague broke out in Constantinople with horrible violence, 1,000 dying daily for several weeks. The immense Crimean peninsula contains 15,000 square miles, being twice as large as the state of Massachusetts. The Isthmus of Perekop, which connects it with the mainland, is but 5 miles in width. The Turks had fortified this passage by a ditch 72 feet wide and 42 feet deep, and had stationed along this line an army of 50,000 Tatars. But the Russians forced the barrier, and the Crimea became a Russian province. The victorious army, however, soon encountered a foe whom no courage could vanquish. The plague broke out in their camp, and spread through all Russia, with desolation which seems incredible, although well authenticated. In Moscow, not more than 1/4 of the inhabitants were left alive. More than 60,000 died in that city in less than a year. For days the dead lay in the streets where they had fallen, there not being carts or people enough to carry them away. The pestilence gradually subsided before the intensity of wintry frosts. The devastation of war and the plague rendered both the Russians and Turks desirous of peace. On the 2nd of August, 1772, the Russian and Turkish plenipotentiaries met under tents on a plain about 19 miles north of Bucharest, the capital of Wallachia. The Russian ministers approached in 4 grand coaches, preceded by hussars and attended by 160 servants in livery. The Turkish ministers came on horseback, with about 60 servants, all dressed in great simplicity. The two parties, however, could not agree, and the conference was broken up. The negotiations were soon resumed at Bucharest, but this attempt was also equally unsuccessful with the first. The plot for the partition of Poland was now ripe. Russia, Prussia, and Austria had agreed to march their armies into the kingdom and divide a very large portion of the territory between them. It was as high-handed a robbery as the world ever witnessed. There is some consolation, however, in the reflection that the masses of the people in Poland were quite unaffected by the change. They were no more oppressed by their new despots than they had been for ages by their old ones. By this act Russia annexed to her territory the enormous addition of 3,440 square leagues, sparsely inhabited, indeed yet containing a population of 1,500,000. Austria obtained less territory, but nearly twice as many inhabitants. Prussia obtained the contiguous provinces she coveted, with about 900,000 inhabitants. They still left to the King of Poland, in his first partition, a small fragment of his kingdom. The King of Prussia removed from his portion the first year 12,000 families, who were sent to populate the uninhabited wilds of his hereditary dominions. All the young men were seized and sent to the Prussian army. The same general course was pursued by Russia. That the Polish population might be incorporated with that of Russia, and all national individuality lost, the Poles were removed into ancient Russia, while whole provinces of Russians were sent to populate Poland. The vast wealth which at this time the Russian court was able to extort from labor may be inferred from the fact that while the empress was carrying on the most expensive wars, her disbursements to favorites, generals, and literary men, in encouraging the arts, purchasing libraries, pictures, statues, antiques, and jewels, vastly exceeded that of any European prince excepting Louis XIV. A diamond of very large size and purity, weighing 779 carats, was brought from Isfahan by a Greek. Catharine purchased it for $500,000, settling at the same time a pension of $5,000 for life upon the fortunate Greek of whom she bought it. The war still raged fiercely in Turkey, with the usual vicissitudes of battles. The Danube at length became the boundary between the hostile armies, its wide expanse of water, its islands, and its wooded shores affording endless opportunity for surprises, ambuscades, flight, and pursuit. Under these circumstances war was prosecuted with an enormous loss of life, but as the wasting armies were continually being replenished, it seemed as though there could be no end to the strife. Catharine had for some time been meditating a marriage for her son, the Grand Duke Paul. There was a Grand Duchy in Germany on the Rhine, almost equally divided by that stream, called Darmstadt. It contained 3,900 square miles, being about half the size of the state of Massachusetts, and embraced a population of nearly 1,000,000. The Duke of Darmstadt had 3 very attractive daughters, either one of whom Catharine thought would make a very suitable match for her son. She accordingly invited the 3 young ladies, with their mother, to visit her court, that her son might, after a careful scrutiny, take his pick. The brilliance of the prospective match with the Tsar of all the Russians outweighed every scruple, and the invitation was eagerly accepted. Paul was cold as an iceberg, stubborn as a mule, and crack-brained, but he could place on the brow of his spouse the crown of an empress. Catharine received her guests with the greatest magnificence, loaded them with presents, and finally chose one of them, Wilhelmina, for the bride of Paul. The marriage was solemnized on the 10th of November, 1773, with all the splendor with which the Russian court could invest the occasion, the festivities being continued from the 10th to the 21st of the month. Catharine, with her own hand, kept up a regular correspondence with many literary and scientific men in other parts of Europe, particularly with Voltaire and Diderot, the illustrious philosophers of France. Several times she sent them earnest invitations to visit her court. Diderot accepted her invitation, and was received with confiding and friendly attentions, which no merely crowned head could have secured. Diderot sat at the table of the empress, and daily held long social interviews with her, conversing upon politics, philosophy, legislation, freedom of conscience, and the rights of nations. Catherine was charmed with the enthusiasm and eloquence of her guest, but she perfectly appreciated the genius and the puerility combined in his character. Diderot, she says, is 100 years old in many respects, but in others he is no more than 10. The following letter from Catherine to Diderot, written with all the freedom of the most confidential correspondence, gives a clearer view of the character of Catherine's mind and of her energy than any description could give. Now we are speaking of haughtiness. I have a mind to make a general confession to you on that head. I have had great successes during the war. That I am glad of it, you will very naturally conclude. I find that Russia will be well known by this war. It will be seen how indefatigable a nation it is, that she possesses men of eminent merit, and who have all the qualities which go to the forming of heroes. It will be seen that she is deficient in no resources, but that she can defend herself and prosecute a war with vigor whenever she is unjustly attacked. Brimful of these ideas, I have never once thought of Catherine, who at the age of 42 can increase neither in body nor in mind, but in the natural order of things ought to remain and will remain as she is. Do her affairs go on well? She says, so much the better. If they prosper less, she would employ all her faculties to put them in a better train. This is my ambition, and I have none other. What I tell you is the truth. I will go further and say that for the sparing of human blood I sincerely wish for peace, but this peace is still a long way off, though the Turks, from different motives, are ardently desirous of it. Those people know not how to go about it. I wish as much for the pacification of the unreasonable contentions of Poland. I have to do there with brainless heads, each of which, instead of contributing to the common peace, on the contrary, throws impediments in the way of it by caprice and levity. My ambassador has published a declaration adapted to open their eyes, but it is to be presumed that they will rather expose themselves to the last extremity than adopt without delay a wise and consistent rule of conduct. The vortices of Descartes never existed anywhere but in Poland. There every head is a vortex, turning continually around itself. It is stopped by chance alone, and never by reason or judgment. I have not yet received your questions, or your watches from Ferney. I have no doubt that the work of your artificers is perfect, since they work under your eyes. Do not scold your rustics for having sent me a surplus of watches. The expense of them will not ruin me. It would be very unfortunate for me if I were so far reduced as not to have, for sudden emergencies, such small sums whenever I want them. Judge not, I beseech you, of our finances by those of other ruined potentates of Europe. Though we have been engaged in war for 3 years, we proceed in our buildings, and everything else goes on as in a time of profound peace. It is 2 years since any new impost was levied. The war at present has its fixed establishment. That once regulated, it never disturbs the course of other affairs. If we capture another Kisa or 2, the war is paid for. I shall be satisfied with myself whenever I meet with your approbation, monsieur. I likewise, a few weeks ago, read over again my instructions for the code, because I then thought peace to be nearer at hand than it is, and I found that I was right in composing them. I confess that this code will give me a considerable deal of trouble before it is brought to that degree of perfection at which I wish to see it, but no matter, it must be completed. Perhaps in a little time the Khan of the Crimea will be brought to me in person. I learn this moment that he did not cross the sea with the Turks, that he remained in the mountains with a small number of followers, nearly as was the case with the Pretender in Scotland after the defeat at Culloden. If he comes to me, we will try to polish him this winter, and to take my revenge of him, I will make him dance, and he shall go to the French comedy. Just as I was about to fold up this letter, I received yours of the 10th of July, in which you inform me of the adventure that happened to my instruction in France. I knew that anecdote, and even the appendix to it, in consequence of the order of the Duke of Choiseul. I own that I laughed on reading it in the newspapers, and I found that I was amply revenged. End of chapter 25. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 26 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia, from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Reign of Catharine II, from 1774 to 1781. Peace with Turkey. Count of Catharine II. Her personal appearance and habits. Conspiracy and rebellion. Defeat of the rebels. Magnanimity of Catharine II. Ambition of the Empress. Court favorite. Division of Russia into provinces. Internal improvements. New partition of Poland. Death of the wife of Paul. Second marriage of the Grand Duke. Splendor of the Russian court. Russia and Austria secretly combine to drive the Turks out of Europe. The Emperor Joseph II. In 1774, peace was concluded with Turkey on terms which added greatly to the renown and grandeur of Russia. By this treaty the Crimea was severed from the Ottoman Porte and declared to be independent. Russia obtained the free navigation of the Black Sea, the Bosphorus, and the Dardanelles. Immense tracts of land lying on the Euxine were ceded to Russia, and the Grand Seigneur also paid Catherine a large sum of money to defray the expenses of the war. No language can describe the exaltation which this treaty created in St. Petersburg. 8 days were devoted, by order of the Empress, to feasts and rejoicings. The doors of the prisons were thrown open, and even the Siberian exiles were permitted to return. The court of Catherine II at this period was the most brilliant in Europe. In no other court was more attention paid to the most polished and agreeable manners. The expenditure on her court establishment amounted to nearly $4 millions a year. In personal appearance, the Empress was endowed with the attractions both of beauty and of queenly dignity. A contemporary writer thus describes her. She is of that stature which is necessarily requisite to perfect elegance of form in a lady. She has fine, large blue eyes, with eyebrows and hair of a brownish color. Her mouth is well proportioned, chin round, with a forehead regular and open. Her hands and arms are round and white, and her figure plump. Her bosom is full, her neck high, and she carries her head with peculiar grace. The Empress never wears rich clothes, except on solemn festivals, when her head and corset are entirely set with brilliants, and she wears a crown of diamonds and precious stones. Her gait is majestic, and in the whole of her form and manner there is something so dignified and noble that if she were to be seen without ornament or any outward marks of distinction, among a great number of ladies of rank, she would be immediately esteemed the chief. She seems born to command, though in her character there is more of liveliness than of gravity. She is courteous, gentle, benevolent, and outwardly devout. Like almost everyone who has attained distinction, Catherine was very systematic in the employment of her time. She usually rose about 5 o'clock, both in summer and winter, and what seems most remarkable, prepared her own simple breakfast, as she was not fond of being waited upon. But a short time was devoted to her toilet. From 8 to 11 in the forenoon she was busy in her cabinet, signing commissions and issuing orders of various purport. The hour from 11 to 12 was daily devoted to divine worship in her chapel. Then until 1 o'clock she gave audience to the ministers of the various departments. From 1:30 till 2 she dined. Then she returned to her cabinet, where she was busily employed in cares of state until 4 o'clock, when she took an airing on a coach or sledge. At 6 she usually exhibited herself for a short time to her subjects at the theatre, and at 10 o'clock she retired. Court balls were not unfrequently given. but the empress never condescended to dance, though occasionally she would make one at a game of cards. She, however, took but little interest in the game, being much more fond of talking with the ladies, generals, and ministers who surrounded her. Even from these court balls the very sensible empress usually retired by a side door at 10 o'clock. The empress informed herself minutely of everything which concerned the administration of government. Her ministers were merely instruments in her hands executing her imperial will. All matters relating to the army, the navy, the finances, the punishment of crime, and to foreign affairs were reported to her by her ministers and were guided by her decisions. There must always be in every government an opposition party, that is, a party who wish to eject from office those in power, that they themselves may enjoy the loaves and fishes of governmental favor. This is peculiarly the case in an empire where a large class of haughty nobles are struggling for the preeminence. Many of the bigoted clergy were exasperated by the toleration which the empress enjoined, and they united with the disaffected lords in a conspiracy for a revolution. The clergy in the provinces had great influence over the unlettered boors, and the conspiracy soon assumed a very threatening aspect. The first rising of rebellion was by the wild population scattered along the banks of the Don. The rebellion was headed by an impostor, who declared that he was Peter III, and that, having escaped from those who had attempted his assassination, he had concealed himself for a long time, waiting for vengeance. This barbaric chieftain, who was called Pugatchov, very soon found himself at the head of 14,000 fierce warriors, and commenced ravaging Oriental Russia. For a season his march was a constant victory. Many thousand Siberian exiles escaped from their gloomy realms and joined his standards. So astonishing was his success that even Catherine trembled. Pugatchov waged a war of extermination among the nobles, who were the supporters of Catherine, in cold blood beheading their wives and children, and conferring their titles and estates upon his followers. The empress found it necessary to rouse all her energies to meet this peril. She issued a manifesto, which was circulated through all the towns of the empire, and raised a large army, which was dispatched to crush the rebellion. Battle after battle ensued, until at last, in a decisive conflict, the hosts of Pugatchov were utterly cut up. Still this indefatigable warrior soon raised another army from the untamed barbarians of the Don, and rapidly descending the Volga, attacked by surprise some Russian regiments encamped upon its banks, and routed them with fearful slaughter. The astronomer Lovitch, a member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences at St. Petersburg, was at that time under the protection of these regiments, surveying the route for a canal between the Don and the Volga. Pugatchov ordered his dragoons to thrust their pikes into the unfortunate man and raise him upon them into the air, in order, he said, that he may be nearer the stars. They did this, and then cut him to pieces with their sabres. The troops of Catherine pursued the rebels, encountered them in some intricate passes of the mountains where escape was impossible, and overwhelmed them with destruction. Their vigorous leader, leaping from crag to crag, escaped, swam the Volga, crossed in solitude vast deserts, and made new attempts to rally partisans around him. But his last hour was sounded. Deserted by all, he was wandering from place to place, pursued like a wild beast, when some of his own confederates, basely betraying him, seized him after a violent struggle, put him in irons, and delivered him to one of the officers of the Russian army. The wretched man, preserving impenetrable silence, was conveyed to Moscow in an iron cage. Refusing to eat, food was forced down his stomach. The empress immediately appointed a commission for the trial of the rebel. She instructed the court to be satisfied with whatever voluntary confession of his crime he might make, forbidding them to apply the torture, or to require him to name his accomplices. The culprit was sentenced to have his hands and feet cut off, and then to be quartered. By order of the empress, however, he was first beheaded. 8 of his accomplices were also executed, 18 underwent the knout, and were then exiled to Siberia. thus terminated a rebellion which cost the lives of more than 100,000 men. Over those wide regions, whose exact boundaries are even now scarcely known, numerous nations are scattered, quite distinct in language, religion, and customs, and so separated by almost impassable deserts that they know but little of each other. These wilds, peopled by war-loving races, afford the most attractive field for military adventures. The energy and sagacity with which Catherine crushed this formidable rebellion added greatly to her renown. Tranquillity being restored, the empress, in order to crown a general pardon, forbade any further allusion whatever to be made to the rebellion, consigning all its painful events to utter oblivion. She even forbade the publication of the details of the trial, saying, "I shall keep the depositions of Pugachev secret, that they may not aggravate the disgrace of those who spurred him on." The empress was ambitious to make her influence felt in every European movement, and she was conscious that in order to command the respect of other courts, she must ever have a formidable army at her disposal. In all the great movements of kings and courts, this wonderful woman performed her part with dignity, which no monarch, male or female, has ever surpassed. It is strange that it has taken so many centuries for the nations to learn that peace, not war, enriches realms. Had Russia abstained from those wars in which she has unnecessarily engaged, she might now have been the most wealthy and powerful nation on the globe. Admitting that there have been many wars which, involving her national existence, she could not have avoided, she still has squandered countless millions of money and lives in battle, which were quite unnecessary. Russia, like the United States, is safe from all attacks from without. Had Russia employed the yearly earnings of the empire in cultivating the fields, rearing towns, and in extending the arts of industry and refinement, infinitely more would have been accomplished for her happiness and renown than by the most brilliant conquests. But Catherine, in her high ambition, seemed to be afraid that Europe might forget her, and she was eager to have her voice heard in the deliberations of every cabinet, and to have her banners unfurled in the march of every army. There was an office in the court of the empress sanctioned by time in Russia, which has not existed in any other court in Europe. It perhaps originated from the fact that for about 3/4 of a century Russia was almost exclusively governed by women. The court favorite was not merely the prime minister, but the confidential friend and companion of the empress. On the day of his installation, he received a purse containing $100,000 and a salary of $12,000 a month. A marshal was also commissioned to provide him a table of 24 covers and to defray all the expenses of his household. The $12,000 a month were for what the ladies call pin money. The favorite occupied in the palace an apartment beneath that of the empress, to which it communicated by a private staircase. He attended the empress on all parties of amusement, at the opera, the theatre, balls, promenades, and excursions of pleasure, and he was not allowed to leave the palace without express permission. It was also understood that he should pay no attention to any lady but the empress. The year 1775 dawned upon Russia with peace at home and abroad. Catherine devoted herself anew to the improvements of her subjects in education and all physical comforts. Prince Gregory Orloff had been for many years the favorite of the empress, but he was now laid aside, and Count Potemkin took his place. Catherine now divided her extensive realms into 43 great provinces, over each of which a governor was appointed. These provinces embraced from 600,000 to 800,000 inhabitants. There was then a subdivision into districts or circles, as they were called. There were some 10 of these districts in each province, and they contained some 40,000 to 60,000 inhabitants. An entire system of government was established for each province, with its laws and tribunals, that provision might be made for everything essential to the improvement and embellishment of the country. The governors of these provinces were invested with great dignity and splendor. The gubernatorial courts, if they may be so called, established the centers of elegance and refinement, which it was hoped would exert a powerful influence in polishing a people exceedingly rude and uncultivated. There were also immense advantages derived from the uniform administration of justice thus established. This new division of the empire was the most comprehensive reform Russia had yet experienced. Thus the most extensive empire on the globe, with its geographical divisions so vast and dissimilar, was cemented into one homogeneous body politic. Until this great reform, the inhabitants of the most distant provinces had been compelled to travel to Petersburg and Moscow in their appeals to the tribunals of justice. Now there were superior courts in all the provinces and inferior courts in all the districts. In all important cases there was an appeal to the council of the empress. Russian ships, laden with the luxuries of the Mediterranean, passed through the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, and landed their precious freights upon the shores of Azov, from whence they were transported into the heart of Russia, thus opening a very lucrative commerce. The Polish nobles, a very turbulent and intractable race of men, were overawed by the power of Catherine, and the masses of the Polish people were doubtless benefited by their transference to new masters. Russia was far more benignant in its treatment of the conquered provinces than were her banditti accomplices, Prussia and Austria. The road to China, traversed by caravans, was long and perilous, through pathless and inhospitable wilds, where for leagues no inhabitant could be seen, and yet where a fertile soil and a genial clime promised, to the hand of industry, all the comforts and luxuries of life. All along this road she planted villages, and, by the most alluring offers, induced settlers to establish themselves on all portions of the route. Large sums of money were expended in rendering the rivers navigable. In the year 1776, the Grand Duchess, consort of Paul, who was heir to the throne, died in childbirth, and was buried in the same grave with her babe. About the same time, Prince Henry of Prussia visited the Russian court to confer with Catherine upon some difficulties which had arisen in the demarcations of Poland. It will be remembered that in the division which had now taken place, the whole kingdom had not been seized, but a remnant had been left as the humble patrimony of Poniatowski, the king. In this interview with the Empress, Prince Henry said, "Madam, I see one sure method of obviating all difficulty. It may perhaps be displeasing to you on the account of Poniatowski, but you will nevertheless do well to give it to your approbation, since compensations may be offered to that monarch of greater value to him than the throne which is continually tottering under him. The remainder of Poland must be partitioned." The Empress cordially embraced the plan, and the annihilation of Poland was decreed. It was necessary to move slowly and with caution in the execution of the plan. In the meantime, as the Grand Duchess had died, leaving no heir to the empire, the Empress deemed it a matter of the utmost moment to secure another wife for the Grand Duke Paul, lest Russia should be exposed to the perils of a disputed succession. Natalia was hardly cold in her grave ere the Empress proposed to Prince Henry that his niece, the Princess of Württemberg, should become the spouse of the Grand Duke. The princess was already betrothed to the hereditary prince of Hesse, Darmstadt, but both Henry and his imperial brother Frederick of Prussia deemed the marriage of their niece with the prospective Emperor of Russia a match far too brilliant to be thwarted by so slight an obstacle. Frederick himself informed the prince of the exalted offer which had been made to his betrothed, and without much difficulty secured his relinquishment of his contemplated bride. Frederick deemed it a matter of infinite moment that the ties subsisting between Russia and Prussia should be more closely drawn. He wrote to his brother Henry of his success, and by the same courier invited the Grand Duke Paul to visit Berlin, that he might see the new spouse designed for him. He also expressed his own ardent desire to become acquainted with the Grand Duke. Catherine, highly gratified with this success, placed a purse of $50,000 in the hands of her son to defray the expenses of his journey. It was at the close of the summer of 1776 when the Grand Duke left the palaces of St. Petersburg to visit those of Berlin. His mother, who made all the arrangements, dispatched her son on this visit in a style of regal splendor. When the party reached Riga, a courier overtook them with the following characteristic letter, written by the Empress's own hand to Prince Henry. June 11th, 1776. I take the liberty of transmitting to your Royal Highness the 4 letters of which I spoke to you, and which you promised to take care of. The first is for the king, your brother, and the others for the Prince and Princess of Württemberg. I venture to pray you that if my son should bestow his heart on the Princess Sophia, as I have no doubt but what he will, to deliver the 3 letters according to their directions, and to support the contents of them with that persuasive elegance with which God has endowed you. The convincing and reiterated proofs which you have given me of your friendship, the high esteem which I have conceived for your virtues, and the extent of the confidence which you have taught me to repose in you, leave me no doubt on the success of a business which I have so much at heart. Was it possible for me to place it in better hands? Your Royal Highness is surely an unique in the art of negotiation. Pardon me that expression of my friendship, but I think that there has never been an affair of this nature transacted as this is, which is the production of the most intimate friendship and confidence. That princess will be the pledge of it. I shall not be able to see her without recollecting in what manner this business was begun, continued, and terminated between the royal house of Prussia and that of Russia. May it perpetuate the connections which unite us. I conclude by very tenderly thanking your Royal Highness for all the cares and all the troubles you have given yourself, and I beseech you to be assured that my gratitude, my friendship, my esteem, and the high consideration which I have for you will terminate only with my life. Catherine. The Grand Duke Paul was received in Berlin with all the honors due his rank as heir to the imperial throne of Russia. The great Frederick even came to the door of his apartment to greet his guest. The Grand Duke was escorted into the city with much pomp. 34 trumpeters, winding their bugles, preceded him, all in rich uniform. Then came a strong array of soldiers. These were followed by a civic procession in brilliant decorations. 3 superb state coaches containing the dignitaries of Berlin came next in the train, followed by a detachment of the Life Guards, who preceded the magnificent chariot of the Duke, which chariot was regarded as the most superb which had ever been seen, and which was drawn by 8 of the finest horses Prussia could produce. This carriage conveyed Paul and Prince Henry. 100 dragoons, as a guard of honor, closed the procession. At the gates of the city the magistracy received Paul beneath a triumphal arch, where 70 beautiful girls, dressed like nymphs and shepherdesses, presented the Grand Duke with complimentary verses, and crowned him with a garland of flowers. The ringing of bells, the pealing of cannon, strains of martial music, and the acclamations of the multitude greeted Paul from the time he entered the gates until he reached the royal palace. "Sire," exclaimed Paul as he took the hand of the King of Prussia, "the motives which bring me from the extremities of the north to these happy dominions are the desire of assuring your Majesty of the friendship and alliance to subsist henceforth and for ever between Russia and Prussia, and the eagerness to see a princess destined to ascend to the throne of the Russian Empire. By my receiving her at your hands, I assure you that she will be more dear to myself and to the nation over which she is to reign. It has also been one of the most ardent aspirations of my soul to contemplate the greatest of heroes, the admiration of our age, and the astonishment of posterity." Here the king interrupted him, replying, "Instead of which you behold a hoary-headed valedictorian, who could never have wished for a superior happiness than that of welcoming within these walls the hopeful heir of a mighty empire, the only son of my best friend Catherine." After an hour's conversation, the Grand Duke was led into the apartment of the Queen, where the court was assembled. Here he was introduced to his contemplated bride, Sophia, Prince of Württemberg, and immediately, in the name of the Empress of Russia, demanded her in marriage of the Grand Duke. The marriage contract was signed on the same day. The whole company then supped with the queen in great magnificence. Feasts and entertainments succeeded for many days without interruption. On the 3rd of August, Paul returned to St. Petersburg, where his affianced bride soon joined him. As he took leave, the King of Prussia presented him with dessert service and a coffee service, with 10 porcelain vases of Berlin manufacture, a ring containing the king's portrait, surmounted with a diamond valued at 30,000 crowns, and also a stud of Prussian horses and 4 pieces of rich tapestry. Upon the arrival of the princess, she was received into the Greek church, assuming the name of Maria, by which she was ever after called. The marriage soon took place, and from this marriage arose 2 distinguished emperors, Alexander and Nicholas. The empress was exceedingly gratified by the successful accomplishment of this plan. With energy which seemed never to tire, she urged forward her plans for national improvements, establishing schools all over the empire, which were munificently supported at the imperial expense. The splendor of the Russian court during the reign of Catherine surpassed all ordinary powers of description. Almost boundless wealth was lavished upon gorgeous dresses, lords and ladies glittering alike in most costly jewelry. Many courtiers appeared almost literally covered with diamonds. They sparkled in most lavish profusion upon their buttons, their buckles, the scabbards of their swords, their epaulets, and many even wore a triple row as a band around the hat. Frequently 8,000 tickets were given out for a ball at the palace, and yet there was no crowd, for 20 saloons of magnificent dimensions, brilliantly lighted, afforded room for all. Her Majesty usually entered the saloons about 7 o'clock and retired about 10. The Empress never ceased to look with a wistful eye upon the regions which the Turks had wrested from the Christians. The commercial greatness of Russia, in her view, imperiously required that Constantinople and its adjacent shores should be in her possession. In May 1780, Catherine had an interview with Joseph II, Emperor of Germany, at Molev. Both sovereigns traveled with great pomp to meet at this place. After several confidential interviews, they agreed to unite their forces to drive the Turks out of Europe and to share the spoil between them. It was also agreed to re-establish the ancient republics of Greece. The Emperor Joseph II received an earnest invitation to visit Moscow, which he accepted, but with characteristic eccentricity refused to travel with the Queen, as he was excessively annoyed by the trammels of etiquette and ceremonial pomp. The Empress consequently returned to St. Petersburg, and Joseph II set out for Moscow in the following fashion. Leaving his carriages, with his suite to follow, he proceeded alone, incognito, on horseback, as the avant-courier. At each station he would announce that his master, the Emperor, with the imperial carriages, was coming on, and that dinner, supper, or lodging must be provided for so many persons. Calling for a slice of ham and a cup of beer, he would throw himself upon a bench for a few hours' repose, constantly refusing to take a bed, as the expedition he must make would not allow this indulgence. At Molev, the Empress had provided magnificent apartments in the palace for the Emperor, but he insisted upon taking lodgings at an ordinary inn. At St. Petersburg, notwithstanding the Emperor's repugnance to pomp, Catherine received him with entertainments of the greatest magnificence. Joseph, however, took but little interest in such displays, devoting his attention almost exclusively to useful establishments and monuments of art. He was surprised to find at Tula manufactories of hardware unsurpassed by those of Sheffield and Birmingham. He expressed his surprise, on his return home, at the mixture of refinement and barbarism Russia had presented to his view. The Empress, seeing that so many princes visited foreign countries, decided to send her son Paul with Maria to make the tour of Europe. Obedient to the maternal commands, they commenced their travels through Poland and Austria to Italy, and returned to St. Petersburg through France and Holland, after an absence of 14 months. The Empress had a confidential agent in their company, who kept her informed minutely of every event which transpired. A courier was dispatched every day to inform her where they were and how they were employed. The relations between Turkey and Russia were continually growing more threatening. Turkey had been compelled to yield the Crimea and also to surrender the navigation of the Euxine, with the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, to her powerful rival. Galled by these concessions, which had been forced upon her by bullet and bayonet, the Ottoman Porte was ever watching to retain her lost power. Russia, instead of being satisfied with her acquisitions, was eagerly grasping at more. The Greek Christians also, throughout the Turkish Empire, hating their Mussulman oppressors, were ever watching for opportunities when they could shake off the burden and the insult of slavery. Thus peace between Russia and Turkey was never more than an armistice. The two powers constantly faced each other in a hostile attitude, ever ready to appeal to arms. End of chapter 26. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 27 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Termination of the Reign of Catharine II. From 1781 to 1786. Statue of Peter the Great. Alliance between Austria and Russia. Independence of the Crimea. The Khan of the Crimea. Vast preparations for war. National jealousies. Tolerant spirit of Catherine. Magnificent excursion to the Crimea. Commencement of hostilities. Anecdote of Paul. Peace. New partition of Poland. Treaty with Austria and France. Hostility to liberty in France. Death of Catherine. Her character. Catherine found time amidst all the cares of empire to devote special attention to the education of her grandchildren Alexander and Constantine, who had been born during the 5 years which had now elapsed since the marriage of Paul and Maria. For their instruction as they advanced in years, she wrote several historical and moral essays of no small merit. The Tales of Chlor, son of the Tsar, and the Little Samoyed are beautiful compositions from her pen, alike attractive to the mature and the youthful mind. The histories and essays she wrote for these children have since been collected and printed in French under the title of Bibliothèque des Grands-Ducs Alexandre et Constantin. The Empress about this time resolved to erect in St. Petersburg a statue of Peter the Great, which should be worthy of his renown. A French artist, M. Falconet, was engaged to execute this important work. He conceived a design of having for a pedestal a rugged rock to indicate the rude and unpolished character of the people to whom the emperor had introduced so many of the arts of civilization. Immediate search was made to find a suitable rock. About 8 miles from the city, a huge boulder was discovered, 42 feet long, 32 feet broad, and 21 feet high. It was found by geometric calculation that this enormous mass weighed 300,200,000 pounds. It was necessary to transport it over heights and across morasses to the Neva, and there to float it down to the place of its destination. The boulder lay embedded a few feet in the ground, absolutely detached from all other rock, and with no similar substance anywhere in the vicinity. It would seem impossible that a mass so stupendous could be moved, but difficulties only roused the energies of Catherine. In the first place, a solid road was made for its passage. After 4 months' labor with very ingenious machinery, the rock was raised so far as to enable them to slip under it heavy plates of brass, which rested upon cannon balls 5 inches in diameter, and which balls ran in grooves of solid metal. Then, by windlasses worked by 400 men, it was slowly forced along its way. Having arrived at the Neva, it was floated down the river by what are called camels, that is, immense floating fabrics constructed with air chambers so as to render them very buoyant. The statue, as completed, is regarded as one of the grandest ever executed. The Tzar is represented as on horseback, ascending a steep rock, the summit of which he is resolved to attain. In an Asiatic dress and crowned with laurel, he is pointing forward with his right hand, while with his left he holds the bridle of the magnificent charger on which he is mounted. The horse stands on his hind feet, bounding forward, trampling beneath a brazen serpent, emblematic of the opposition the monarch encountered and overcame. It bears a simple inscription, "To Peter I, by Catharine II, 1782." The whole expense of the statue amounted to over $400,000, an immense sum for that day, when a dollar was worth more than many dollars now. At the close of the year 1782, the Emperor of Germany and Catharine II entered into an alliance for the more energetic prosecution of the war against the Turks. They issued very spirited proclamations, enumerating their grievances, and immediately appeared on the Turkish frontiers with vast armies. The attention of Catherine was constantly directed toward Constantinople, the acquisition of which city, with the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, was the object which, of all others, was the nearest to her heart. On the banks of the Dnieper, 1,800 miles from St. Petersburg, she laid the foundations of Kherson as a maritime port, and in an almost incredibly short time a city rose there containing 40,000 inhabitants. From its shipyards vessels of war were launched which struck terror into the Ottoman Empire. By previous wars, it will be remembered, the Crimea had been wrested from the Turks and declared to be independent, remaining nominally in the hands of the Tatars. Catherine II immediately took the Tatar Khan of the Crimea under her special protection, loaded him with favors, and thus assumed the guidance of his movements. He became enervated by luxury, learned to despise the rude manners of his countryman, engaged a Russian cook, and was served from silver plate. Instead of riding on horseback, he traveled in a splendid chariot, and even solicited a commission in the Russian army. Catherine contrived to foment a revolt against her protégé, the Khan, and then very kindly marched an army into the Crimea for his relief. She then, without any apology, took possession of the whole of the Crimea, and received the oath of allegiance from all the officers of the government. Indeed, there appears to have been no opposition to this measure. The Tatar Khan yielded with so much docility that he soon issued a manifesto in which he abdicated his throne and transferred the whole dominion of his country to Catherine. Turkey, exasperated, prepared herself furiously for war. Russia formed an alliance with the Emperor of Germany, and armies were soon in movement upon a scale such as even those war-scathed regions had never witnessed before. The Danube, throughout its whole course, was burdened with the barges of the Emperor of Germany, heavily laden with artillery, military stores, and troops. More than 100,000 men were marched down to the theater of conflict from Hungary. 1,500 pieces of artillery were in the train of these vast armies of the German Emperor. The Russian force was equally efficient, as it directed its march through the plains of Poland, and floated down the waters of the Don and the Dnieper. The Turkish Sultan was not wanting in energy. From all his widespread domains in Europe and Asia, he marshaled his hosts, and engaged from other nations of Europe, and particularly from France, the most skillful officers and engineers, to induce into his armies European discipline and improvements in weapons of war. The Ottoman Porte issued a manifesto which was a very remarkable document both in vigor of style and nobility of sentiment. After severely denouncing the enormous encroachments of Russia, extending her dominions unscrupulously in every direction, the Sultan asked indignantly, "What right can Russia have to territories annexed for ages to the dominions of the Porte? Should the Porte make such claims on any portion of the Russian dominions, would they not be repulsed? And can it be presumed that the Sublime Porte, however desirous of peace, will acquiesce in wrong which, however it may be disguised, reason and equity must deem absolute usurpation? What northern power has the Porte offended? Whose territories have the Ottoman troops invaded? In the country of what prince is the Turkish standard displayed? Content with the boundaries of empire assigned by God and the Prophet, the wishes of the Porte are for peace. But if the courts of Russia be determined in her claim and will not recede without the acquisition of territories which do not belong to her, the Sublime Porte, appealing to the world for the justice of its proceedings, must prepare for war, relying on the decrees of heaven, and confident in the interposition of the Prophet of prophets, and he will protect his faithful followers in the hour of every difficulty. No Mohammedan pen could have produced so vigorous a document. It was written by the English minister at Constantinople, Sir Robert Ainslie. Catharine II, apprehensive that, while all her armies were engaged on the banks of the Euxine, Sweden might attack her on the shores of the Baltic, decided to form a new treaty of peace with Gustavus III. An interview was arranged to take place at Fredericksham, a small but strongly fortified town upon the Gulf of Finland, the last town occupied by the Russians towards the frontiers of Sweden. The Empress repaired thither in a yacht on the 29th of June, 1783. Gustavus III with his suite met her at the appointed hour. 2 contiguous houses were prepared, furnished with the utmost splendor, and connected by a gallery, so that during the 4 days these sovereigns remained at Fredericksham, they could meet and converse at any time. There is still a picture existing, painted by the order of Catherine, representing the Empress and the Swedish monarch in one of their most confidential interviews. Catherine II promised Gustavus that if he would faithfully remain neutral during her war with Turkey, she would, at its close, aid Sweden in gaining possession of Norway. The 2 sovereigns, having exchanged rich presents, separated, mutually delighted with each other. The Empress had now 70,000 men on the frontiers of the Crimea, and a reserve of 40,000 on the march to strengthen them. A third army of great power was rendezvoused at Kiev. A large squadron of ships of war was ready for battle in the Sea of Azov, and another squadron was prepared to sail from the Baltic to the Mediterranean. England, alarmed by the growth of Russia, did everything in her power to stimulate the Turks to action. But the Porte, overawed by the force brought against her, notwithstanding the brave manifesto it had been induced to issue, sued for peace. Yielding to all the demands of Russia, a treaty was soon signed. Catherine gained undisputed possession of the Crimea, large portions of Circassia, the whole of the Black Sea, and also the free passage of the Dardanelles. Thus, without firing a gun, Russia gained several thousand square miles of territory, and an addition of more than 1.5 million inhabitants, with commercial privileges which added greatly to the wealth of the empire. Catherine's fleet now rode triumphantly upon the Caspian, and she resolved to extend her dominions along the western shores of that inland sea. These vast regions were peopled by warlike tribes, ever engaged in hostilities against each other. Slowly but surely she advanced her conquests, and reared her fortresses through those barbaric wilds. At the same time she was pushing her acquisitions with equal sagacity and success along the shores of Kamchatka. With great vigor she encouraged her commercial caravans to penetrate China, and even opened relations with Japan, obtaining from that zealous people permission to send a trading ship to their coast every year. No persons are so jealous of the encroachments of others as those who are least scrupulous in regard to the encroachments which they themselves make. The English government, whose boast it is that the sun, in its circuit of the globe, never ceases to shine on their dominions, watches with an eagle eye lest any other government on the globe should venture upon the most humble act of annexation. So it was with Catherine. Though adding to her vast dominions in every quarter, though appropriating alike in peace and in war all the territories she could lay her hands upon, she could inveigh against the inordinate ambition of other nations with the most surprising volubility. The increasing fame and power of Frederick II had for some time disturbed her equanimity, and she manifested great anxiety lest he should be guilty of the impropriety of annexing some petty duchy to his domains. Since he had united with Catherine and Austria in the banditti partition of Poland, he had continually been making all the encroachments in his power, adding acres to his domains as Catherine added square leagues to hers. In precisely the same spirit, England, who was grasping at all the world, protested, with a most edifying devotion, to the claims and justice and humanity against the ambitious spirit of Russia. The beam did not exclude the vision of the mote. Catherine, offended by the opposition of England, retaliated by entering into a treaty of commerce with France, which deprived England of an important part of the Russian trade. The spirit of tolerance manifested by Catherine is worthy of all praise. During the whole of her reign she would not allow anyone to be persecuted in the slightest degree on the account of religious opinions. All the conquered provinces were protected in the free exercise of their religion. Lutherans, Calvinists, Moravians, Papists, Mohammedans, and pagans of all kinds not only enjoyed freedom of opinion and of worship, but could alike aspire to any post, civil or military, of which they could prove themselves worthy. At one time, when urged by the hateful spirit of religious bigotry to frown upon some heresy, she replied, smiling, "Poor wretches, since we know that they are to suffer so much and so long in the world to come, it is but reasonable that we should endeavor by all means to make their situation here as comfortable as we can." Though Catherine II had many great defects of character, she had many virtues which those who have denounced her most severely might do well to imitate. Her crowning vice, and the one which, notwithstanding her virtues, has consigned her name to shame, was that she had a constant succession of lovers, who by secret and very informal nuptial rites were bound to her for a season, each one of whom was exchanged for another as caprice incited. The spirit of national aggrandizement which influenced Catherine was a spirit possessed to an equal extent at that time by every cabinet in Christendom. It was the great motive power of the age. Dismembered Poland excites our sympathy, but Poland was as eager to share in the partition of other states as she was reluctant to submit to that operation herself. In personal character, Catherine was humane, tolerant, self-denying, and earnestly devoted to the welfare of her empire. Religious teachers of all denominations freely met at her table. This Christian liberality, thus encouraged in the palace, spread through the realm, producing the most beneficial results. On the occasion of a celebrated festival, Catherine gave a grand dinner party to ecclesiastics of all communities at the palace. This entertainment she called the Dinner of Toleration. The representatives of 8 different forms of worship met around this hospitable table. The instruction of the masses of the people occupied much of the attention of this extraordinary woman. She commenced with founding schools in the large towns, and then proceeded to the establishment of them in various parts of the country. Many normal schools were established for the education of teachers. The Empress herself attended the examinations and questioned the scholars. On one of these occasions, when a learned German professor of history was giving a lecture to some pupils gathered from the tribes of Siberia, the Empress proposed an objection to some views he advanced. The courtiers were shocked at the learned man's presumption in replying to the objection in the most conclusive manner. The Empress, ever eager in the acquisition of knowledge, admitted her mistake, and thanked the professor for having rectified it with so much ability. She purchased at a high price the libraries of D'Alembert and of Voltaire, immediately after the death of those illustrious men. She also purchased the valuable cabinet of natural curiosities, collected by Professor Pallas, The most accomplished engineers she could obtain were sent to explore the mountains of Caucasus, and even to the frontiers of China. When we consider the trackless deserts to be explored, the inhospitable climes and barbarous nations to be encountered, these were enterprises far more perilous than the circumnavigation of the globe. The scientific expedition to China was escorted by a corps of 810 chosen men, led by 107 distinguished officers. The savants were provided with everything which could be thought of to promote their comfort and to aid them in their explorations, and 3 years were allotted as the probable term of service required by the mission. At the same time, a naval expedition was fitted out to explore the northern seas and ascertain the limits of the Russian Empire. But the greatest work of Catherine's reign was the completion of the canal which united the waters of the Volga and the Neva, and thus established an inland navigation through all the countries which lie between the Caspian Sea and the Baltic. In the year 1786, the Empress announced her intention of making a magnificent journey to the Crimea, in order to be crowned sovereign of her new conquests. This design was to be executed in the highest style of Oriental pomp, as the Empress was resolved to extend her sway over all the nations of the Tatars. But the Tatars of those unmeasured realms, informed of the contemplated movement, were alarmed, and immediately combined their energies for a determined resistance. The Grand Signior was also goaded to the most desperate exertions, for the Empress had formed the design, and the report was universally promulgated, of placing her second grandchild, Constantine, on the throne of Constantinople. The Empress set out on her triumphal journey to the Crimea on the 18th of January, 1787, accompanied by a magnificent suite. The sledges, large, commodious, and so lined with furs as to furnish luxurious coaches for repose, traveled night and day. Relays of horses were collected at all the stations, and immense bonfires blazed at night all along the road. 21 days were occupied in the journey to Kiev, where the Empress was met by all the nobles of that portion of the empire. Here 50 magnificent galleys upon the ice of the Dnieper awaited the arrival of the Empress and the opening of the river. On the 6th of May the ice was gone, the barges were afloat, and the Empress with her suite embarked. The King of Poland, who had now assumed his old name of Count Poniatowski, here met in the barge of the Empress his rival Stanislaus Augustus. The passage down the river in this lovely month of spring was like a fairy scene. The banks of the Dnieper were lined with villages constructed for the occasion. Peasants in the most picturesque costumes tended their flocks and attended to various industrial arts as the flotilla drifted by. The Emperor of Germany, Joseph II, met the Empress at Kaidak, from whence they proceeded together by land to Kherson. Here Catherine lodged in a palace, where a throne had been erected for the occasion, which cost $14,000. The whole expense of this one journey exceeded $7 millions. From Kherson the Empress proceeded to the inland part of the Crimean peninsula. Her bodyguard consisted of an army of 150,000 men, stationed at but a short distance from her. The entertainments in the Crimea were of the most gorgeous character, and were arranged without any regard to expense. On the return of the Empress, she reached St. Petersburg the end of July, having been absent 6 months and 4 days. All Europe was surprised at the supineness which the Sultan had manifested in allowing Catherine to prosecute her journey unobstructed, but Turkey was not then prepared for the commencement of hostilities. A squadron of 30 ships of war soon sailed from Constantinople and entered the Euxine. The Turks were apprehensive that the Greeks might rise and disarm them all before commencing the campaign. The Empress had equipped at Azov and Kherson 8 ships of the line, 12 frigates, and 200 gunboats. She had in addition a large squadron at Kronstadt, ready to sail for the Mediterranean. 80,000 soldiers were also on the march from Germany to Moldavia. Everything indicated that the entire overthrow of the Ottoman Empire was at hand. The thunders of battle soon commenced on the sea and on the land. Both parties fought with desperation. Russia and Austria endeavored to unite France with them in the attempt to dismember the Turkish Empire, as Poland had been partitioned. But France now stood in dread of the gigantic growth of both Russia and of Austria, and was by no means disposed to strengthen those powers. England was also secretly aiding the Turks and sending them supplies. Influenced by the same jealousy against Russia, Sweden ventured to enter into an alliance with the Turks, while Prussia, from the same motive, secretly lent Gustavus III money, and England sent him a fleet. Thus, all of a sudden, new and appalling dangers blazed upon Russia. So many troops had been sent to the Crimea that Catherine was quite unprepared for an attack from the Swedish border. The Grand Duke Paul begged permission of his mother that he might join the army against the Turks. The Empress refused her consent. "My intention," wrote again the Grand Duke, "of going to fight against the Ottomans is publicly known. What will Europe say in seeing that I do not carry it into effect?" "Europe will say," Catherine replied, "that the Grand Duke of Russia is a dutiful son." The appearance of the powerful Swedish fleet in the Baltic rendered it necessary for Catherine to recall the order for the squadron at Kronstadt to sail for the Mediterranean. The roar of artillery now reverberated alike along the shores of the Baltic and over the waves of the Euxine. Denmark and Norway were brought into the conflict, and all Europe was again the theater of intrigues and battles. It would be a weary story to relate the numerous conflicts, defeats, and victories which ensued. Famine and pestilence desolated the regions where the Turkish and Russian armies were struggling. Army after army was destroyed until men began to grow scarce in the Russian Empire. Even the wilds of Siberia were ransacked for exiles. Many of them were brought back to replenish the armies of the Empress. At length, after a warfare of 2 years, with about equal successes on both sides, Catherine and Gustavus came to terms, both equally glad to escape the blows which each gave the other. This peace enabled Russia to concentrate her energies upon Turkey. The Turks now fell like grass before the scythe. But the Russian generals and soldiers were often as brutal as demons. Nominal Christianity was no more merciful than was paganism. Count Potemkin, the leader of the Russian army, was one of the worst specimens of the old aristocracy, which now in many parts of Europe have gone down into a grave whence it is hoped there can be no resurrection. The Turkish town of Ismail was taken in September 1790, after enormous slaughter. The French Revolution was at this time in rapid progress, and several Frenchmen were in the Russian army. To one of these, Colonel Langeron, Potemkin said, "Colonel, your countrymen are a pack of madmen. I would require only my grooms to stand by me, and we should soon bring them to their senses." Langeron replied, "Prince, I do not think you would be able to do it with all your army." These words so exasperated the Russian general that he rose in a rage and threatened to send Langeron to Siberia. Conscious of the peril, the French colonel fled and entered into the service of the Austrians. Emissaries of Catherine were sent through all the Greek isles to urge the Greeks to rise against the enemies of the cross and restore their country to independence. Many of the Greeks rose, and Constantinople was in consternation. A Grecian embassage waited upon Catherine, imploring her aid for the enfranchisement of their country, and that she would give them her grandson Constantine for a sovereign. On the 20th of February, 1790, Joseph II, Emperor of Austria, died, and was succeeded by Leopold II, who, yielding to the influence of Prussia, concluded a separate peace with the Porte, and left Catherine to contend alone with the Ottomans. The Empress now saw that, notwithstanding her victories, Russia was exhausted, and that she could not hope for the immediate accomplishment of her ambitious projects, and she became desirous of peace. Through the mediation of England, terms of peace were proposed and acceded to in January 1792. In this war it is estimated that Russia lost 200,000 men, Austria 130,000, and Turkey 330,000. Russia expended in this war, beneficial to none and ruinous alike to all, $200 millions. The Empress, thwarted in her designs upon Turkey, now turned to Poland. War was soon declared, and her armies were soon sweeping over that ill-fated territory. Kosciuszko fought like a hero for his country, but his troops were mercilessly butchered by Russian and Prussian armies. In triumph the Allies entered the gory streets of Warsaw, sent the king Stanislaus Augustus to exile on a small pension, and divided the remainder of Poland between them. Catherine now entered into the coalition of the European powers against republican France. She consented to a treaty with England and Austria, by which she engaged to furnish an army of 80,000 men to crush the spirit of French liberty, on condition that those two powers should consent to her driving Turks out of Europe. Catherine was highly elated with this treaty. It was drawn up and was to be signed on the 6th of November, 1796. On the morning of that day, the Empress, in her usual health and spirits, rose from the breakfast table and retired to her closet. Not returning as soon as usual, some of her attendants entered and found her on the floor senseless. She had fallen in a fit of apoplexy, and died at 10 o'clock in the evening of the next day without regaining consciousness or uttering a word, in the 67th year of her age, and after a reign of 35 years. Paul, who was at his country palace, being informed of his mother's death and of his accession to the throne, hastened to St. Petersburg. He ordered the tomb of Peter III to be opened, and placed the coffin by the side of that of the Empress, with a true love knot reaching from one to the other, containing the inscription, under the circumstances supremely ridiculous, divided in life, united in death. They were both buried together with the most sumptuous funeral honors. The character of Catherine II is sufficiently portrayed in her marvelous history. The annals of past ages may be searched in vain for her parallel. Two passions were ever predominant with her, love and ambition. Her mind seemed incapable of exhaustion, and notwithstanding the number of her successive favorites, with whom she entered into the most guilty connections, no monarch ever reigned with more dignity or with a more undisputed sway. Under her reign, notwithstanding the desolating wars, Russia made rapid advances in power and civilization. She protected commerce, excited industry, cultivated the arts, encouraged learning, promoted manufactures, founded cities, dug canals, and developed in 1,000 ways the wealth and resources of the country. She had so many vices that some have consigned her name to infamy, and so many virtues that others have advocated her canonization. By the most careful calculation, it is estimated that during the 35 years of the reign of Catherine, she added over 400,000 square miles to the territory of Russia, and 6 millions of inhabitants. It would be difficult to estimate the multitude of lives and the amount of treasure expended in her ambitious wars. We know of no more affecting comment to be made upon the history of our world than that it presents such a bloody tragedy that even the career of Catherine does not stand out in any peculiar prominence of atrocity. God made man but a little lower than the angels. He is indeed fallen. End of chapter 27. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. Chapter 28 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 28. The Reign of Paul I. From 1796 to 1801. Accession of Paul I to the throne. Influence of the hereditary transmission of power. Extravagance of Paul. His despotism. The horse court-martialed. Progress of the French Revolution. Fears and violence of Paul I. Hostility to foreigners. Russia joins the coalition against France. March of Suwarrow. Character of Suwarrow. Battle on the Adda. Battle of Novi. Suwarrow marches to the Rhine. his defeat and death. Paul abandons the coalition and joins France. Conspiracies at St. Petersburg. Few sovereigns have ever ascended the throne more ignorant of the affairs of state than was Paul I. Catharine had endeavored to protract his childhood, entrusting him with no responsibilities, and regulating herself minutely all his domestic and private concerns. He was carefully excluded from any participation in national affairs, and was not permitted to superintend even his own household. Catharine took his children under her own protection as soon as they were born, and the parents were seldom allowed to see them. Paul I had experienced in his own person all the burden of despotism ere he ascended Russia's despotic throne. Naturally desirous to secure popularity, he commenced his reign with acts which were much applauded. He introduced economy into the expenditures of the court, forbade the depreciation of the currency and the further issue of paper money, and withdrew the army which Catharine had sent to Persia on a career of conquest. Paul I did not love his mother. He did not believe that he was her legitimate child. Still, as his only title to the throne was founded on his being the reputed child of Peter III, he did what he could to rescue the memory of that prince from the infamy to which it had been very properly consigned. He had felt so humiliated by the domineering spirit of Catharine that he resolved that Russia should not again fall under the reign of a woman, and issued a decree that henceforth the crown should descend in the male line only, and from father to son. The new emperor manifested his hostility to his mother by endeavoring in various ways to undo what she had done. The history of Europe is but a continued comment upon the folly of the law of the hereditary descent of power, a law which is more likely to place the crown upon the brow of a knave, a fool, or a madman, than upon that of one qualified to govern. Russia soon awoke to the consciousness that the destinies of 30 millions of people were in the hands of a maniac, whose conduct seemed to prove that his only proper place was in one of the wards of Bedlam. The grossest contradictions followed each other in constant succession. Today he would caress his wife, tomorrow place her under military arrest. At one hour he would load his children with favors, and the next endeavor to expose them publicly to shame. Though Paul severely blamed his mother for the vast sums she lavished upon her court, these complaints did not prevent him from surpassing her in extravagance. The innumerable palaces she had reared and embellished with more than oriental splendor were not sufficient for him. Neither the Winter Palace, nor the Summer Palace, nor the Palace of Anichkov, nor the Marble Palace, nor the Hermitage, whose fairy-like gorgeousness amazed all beholders, nor a crowd of other royal residences too numerous to mention, and nearly all world-renowned, were deemed worthy of the residence of the new monarch. Pretending that he had received a celestial injunction to construct a new palace, he built, reckless of expense, the chateau of St. Michael. The crown of Catharine was the wonder of Europe, but it was not rich enough for the brow of Paul. A new one was constructed, and his coronation at Moscow was attended with freaks of expenditure which impoverished provinces. Boundless gifts were lavished upon his favorites, but that he might enrich a single noble, 10,000 peasants were robbed. The crown presents were vassals, enjoying very considerable freedom and many privileges. The peasantry of the nobles were slaves, nearly as much so as those on a Cuban plantation, with the single exception that custom prevented their being sold except with the land. Like the buildings, the oaks and the elms, they were inseparably attached to the soil. The emperor at his coronation gave away 80,000 families to his favorites. Their labor henceforth for life was all to go to enrich their masters. These courtiers, reveling in boundless luxury, surrendered their slaves to overseers whose reputation depended upon extorting as much as possible from the miserable boors. The extravagance of Catharine II had rendered it necessary for her to triple the capitation, or as we should call it, the poll tax, imposed upon the peasants. Paul now doubled this tax, which his mother had already tripled. The King of Prussia had issued a decree that no subject should fall upon his knees before him, but that every man should maintain in his presence and in that of the law the dignity of humanity. Paul, on the contrary, re-established in all its rigor the Oriental etiquette, which Peter I and Catharine had allowed to pass into disuse, which required every individual, whether a citizen or a stranger, to fall instantly upon his knees whenever the Tzar made his appearance. Thus, when Paul passed along the streets, on horseback or in his carriage, every man, woman, and child within sight of the royal carriage was compelled to kneel, whether in mud or snow, until the cortege had passed. No one was exempted from the rule. Strangers and citizens, nobles and peasants, were compelled to the degrading homage. Those on horseback or in carriages were required instantly to dismount and prostrate themselves before the despot. A noble lady who came to St. Petersburg in her carriage in great haste to seek medical aid for her husband, who had been suddenly taken sick, in her trouble not having recognized the imperial livery, was dragged from her carriage and thrust into prison. Her 4 servants who accompanied her were seized and sent to the army, although they pled earnestly that, coming from a distance, they were ignorant of the law, the infraction of which was attributed to them as a crime. The unhappy lady, thus separated from her sick husband and plunged into a dungeon, was so overwhelmed with anguish that she was thrown into a fever, reason was dethroned, and she became a hopeless maniac. The husband died, being deprived of the succor his wife had attempted to obtain. The son of a merchant, passing rapidly in his sleigh, muffled in furs, did not perceive the carriage of the emperor which he met until it had passed. The police seized him, his sleigh and horses were confiscated. He was placed in close confinement for a month, and then, after receiving 50 blows from the terrible knout, was delivered to his friends, a mangled form, barely alive. A young lady, by some accident, had not thrown herself upon her knees quick enough at the appearance of the imperial carriage in the streets of Moscow. She was an orphan and resided with an aunt. They were both imprisoned for a month and fed upon bread and water, and the young lady for failing in respect to the emperor, and the aunt for not having better instructed her niece. How strange this power of despotism, by which one madman compels 40 millions of people to tremble before him. One of the freaks of this crazy prince was to court-martial his horse. The noble steed had tripped beneath his rider. A council was convened, composed of the equerries of the palace. The horse was proved guilty of failing in respect to his majesty, and was condemned to receive 50 blows from a heavy whip. Paul stood by as the sentence was executed, counting off the blows. 12 Polish gentlemen were condemned for being wanting in respect to his majesty, to have their noses and ears cut off, and were then sent to perpetual Siberian exile. When anyone was admitted to the audience with the Tzar, it was necessary for him to fall upon his knees so suddenly and heavily that his bones would ring upon the floor like the butt of a musket. No gentle genuflection satisfied the Tzar. A Prince Gallatin was imprisoned for kneeling and kissing the emperor's hand too negligently. This contempt for humanity soon rendered Paul very unpopular. He knew well that his legitimacy was doubted, and that, if an illegitimate child, he had no right whatever to the throne. He seemed to wish to prove that he was the son of Peter III by imitating all the silly and cruel caprices of that most contemptible prince. The French Revolution was now in progress. The crushed people of that kingdom endeavoring to throw off the yoke of intolerable oppression. All despots in Europe were alarmed lest popular liberty in France should undermine their thrones. None were more alarmed than Paul. He was so fearful that democratic ideas might enter his kingdom that he forbade the introduction into his realms of any French journal or pamphlet. All Frenchmen in his kingdom were also ordered immediately to depart. All ships arriving were searched, and if any French subjects were on board, men or women, they were not permitted to land, but were immediately sent out of the kingdom. Merchants who had left their families and their businesses for a temporary absence were not permitted again to set foot in the kingdom. The suffering which this cruel edict occasioned was very great. Day after day, new decrees were issued of ever-increasing violence. The Tsar became suspicious of all strangers of whatever nation, and endeavored to rear a wall of separation around his whole kingdom, which should exclude it from all intercourse with other parts of Europe. The German universities were all declared to be tainted with superstition, and all Russians were prohibited, under penalty of the confiscation of their estates, from sending their sons to those institutions. No foreigner of whatever nation was allowed to take part in any civil or ecclesiastical service. The young Russians who were already in the German universities were commanded immediately to return to their homes. Apprehensive that knowledge itself, by whomsoever communicated, might make the people restless under their enormous wrongs, Paul suppressed nearly all the schools which had been founded by Catharine II, reserving only a few to communicate instructions in the military art. All books, but those issued under the surveillance of the government, were interdicted. The greatest efforts were made to draw a broad line of distinction between the people and the nobles, and to place a barrier there which no plebeian could pass. Someone informed Paul that in France the revolutionists wore the chapeau, or three-cornered hat, with one of the corners in front. The Tsar immediately issued a decree that in Russia the hat should be worn with the corner behind. We have said that Paul was bitterly hostile to all foreigners. The emigrants, however, who fled from France with arms in their hands, imploring the courts of Europe to crush the republican liberty in France, he welcomed with the greatest cordiality and loaded with favors. The princes and nobles of the French court received from Paul large pensions, while at the same time he ignobly made them feel that he was their master and they were his slaves. His dread of French liberty was so great that with all his soul he entered into the widespread European coalition which the genius of Pitt had organized against France, and which embraced even Turkey. And now for the first time the spectacle was seen of the Russian and Turkish squadrons combining against a common foe. Paul sent an army of 100,000 men to cooperate with the Allies. Republican France gathered up her energies to resist Europe in arms. The young Napoleon headed a heroic band of half-famished soldiers, turned the Alps, and fell like a thunderbolt into the Austrian camp on the plains of Italy. In a series of victories which astounded the world, he swept the foe before him and compelled the Austrians to sue for peace. The ambassadors of France and Germany met at Rastatt in Congress, and after spending many months in negotiations, the Congress was dissolved by the Emperor of Germany in April 1799. The French ambassadors were sent out to return, and were less than a quarter of a mile from the city when a troop of Austrian hussars fell upon them, and two of their number, Robergeau and Bonnier, were treacherously assassinated. The third, Delry, though left for dead, revived so far as to be able, covered with wounds and blood, to crawl back to Rastatt. Napoleon was at this time in Egypt, endeavoring to assail England, the most formidable foe of France in India, the only vulnerable point which could be reached. 50,000 Russians in a single band were marching through Germany to cooperate with the Austrians on the French frontiers. The more polished Germans were astonished at the barbaric character of their allies. A Russian officer, in a freak of passion, shot an Austrian postilion, and then took out his purse and inquired of the emperor of the postilion what damage was to be paid, as coolly as if he had merely killed a horse or a cow. Even German law was compelled to wink at such outrages. For an ally so essential as Russia, it was needful to conciliate at all hazards. Paul deemed himself the most illustrious monarch of Europe, and resolved that none but a Russian general should lead the allied armies. The Germans, on the contrary, regarded the Russians as barbarians of wolfish courage and gigantic strength, but far too ignorant of military science to be entrusted with the plan of a campaign. After much contention, the Emperor of Austria was compelled to yield, and an old Russian general, Suwarrow, was placed in command of the armies of the two most powerful empires then on the globe. And who was Suwarrow? Behold his portrait. Born in a village of the Ukraine, the boy was sent by his father, an army officer, to the military academy at St. Petersburg, whence he entered the army as a common soldier, and ever after, more than 60 years, he lived in incessant battles in Sweden, Turkey, Poland. In the storm of Ismail, 40,000 men, women, and children fell in indiscriminate massacre at his command. In the campaign which resulted in the partition of Poland, 20,000 Poles were cut down by his dragoons. A stranger to fear, grossly illiterate, and with no human sympathies, he appears on the arena but as a thunderbolt of war. Next to the Emperor Paul, he was perhaps the most fantastic man on the continent. In a war with the Turks he killed a large number with his own hands, and brought on his shoulders a sack full of heads, which he rolled out at the feet of his general. This was the commencement of his reputation. His whole military career was in accordance with this act. He had but one passion, love of war. He would often, even in midwinter, have 1 or 2 pails full of cold water poured upon him as he rose from his bed, and then in his shirt leap upon an unsaddled horse and scour the camp with the speed of the wind. Sometimes he would appear in the early morning at the door of his tent, stark naked, and crow like a cock. This was a signal for the tented host to spring to arms. Occasionally he would visit the hospital, pretending that he was a physician, and would prescribe medicine for those whom he thought sick, and scourgings for those whom he imagined to be feigning sickness. Sometimes he would turn all the patients out of the doors, sick and well, saying that it was not permitted for the soldiers of Suwarrow to be sick. He was as merciless to himself as he was to his soldiers. Hunger, cold, fatigue seemed to him to be pleasures. Hardships, which to many would render life a scene of insupportable torture, were to him joys. He usually traveled in a coarse cart, which he made his home, sleeping in it at night, but with the slightest protection from the weather. Whenever he lodged in a house, his age took the precaution to remove the windows from his room, as he would otherwise inevitably smash every glass. Notwithstanding this ostentatious display of his hatred of all luxury, he was excessively fond of diamonds and other precious stones. He was also exceedingly superstitious, ever falling upon his knees before whatever priest he might meet, and imploring his benediction. Such men generally feel that the observance of ceremonial rites absolves them from the guilt of social crimes. With these democratic manners, Suwarrow utterly detested liberty. The French, as the most liberty-loving people of Europe, he abhorred above all others. He foamed with rage when he spoke of them, in the sham fights with which he frequently exercised the army. When he gave the order to charge the miserable French, every soldier was to make 2 thrusts of the bayonet in advance, as if twice to pierce the heart of the foe, and a 3rd thrust into the ground, that the man twice bayoneted might be pinned in death to the earth. Such was the general whom Paul sent to destroy the impious government, as he expressed it, which dominated over France. With blind confidence, Suwarrow marched down upon the plains of Lombardy, dreaming that in those fertile realms nothing awaited him but an easy triumph over those who had been guilty of the crime of abolishing despotism. The French had heard appalling rumors of the prowess and ferocity of these warriors of the north, and awaited the shock with no little solicitude. The 2 armies met on the banks of the Adda, which flows into the northern part of the Lake of Como. Suwarrow led 60,000 Russians and Austrians. The French general, Moreau, to oppose them, had the wreck of an army, consisting of 25,000 men, disheartened by defeat. On the 17th of April, 1799, the first Russian regiment appeared in sight of the bridge of Lecco. The French, indignant at the interference of the Russians in a quarrel with which they had no concern, dashed upon them with their bayonets and repulsed them with great carnage. But the hosts of Russia and Austria came pouring on in such overwhelming numbers that Moreau, with his forces reduced to 20,000 men, was compelled to retreat before an army which could concentrate 90,000 troops in the line of battle. Pressed by the enemy, he retreated through Milan to Turin. Suwarrow tarried in Milan to enjoy a triumph accorded him by the priests and the nobles, the creatures of Austria. Moreau entrenched himself at Alexandria, awaiting the arrival of General MacDonald with reinforcements. Suwarrow approached, with an army now exceeding 100,000 men. Again Moreau was compelled to retreat, pursued by Suwarrow, and took refuge on the crest of the Apennines, in the vicinity of Genoa. By immense exertions he had assembled 40,000 men. Suwarrow came thundering upon him with 60,000. The French army was formed in a semicircle on the slopes of the Monte Rotondo, about 20 miles north of Genoa. The Austro-Russian army spread over the whole plain below. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the 15th of August, 1799, the fierce battle of Novi commenced. Suwarrow, a fierce fighter, but totally unacquainted with the science of strategy, in characteristic words gave the order of battle. "Kray," he said, "will attack the left, the Russians the center, melas the right. To the soldiers he said, God wills, the emperor orders, Suwarrow commands, that tomorrow the enemy be conquered. Dressed in his usual costume and his shirt down to the waist, he led his troops into battle. Enormous slaughter ensued, numbers prevailing against science, and the French, driven out of Italy, took refuge along the ridges of the Apennines. Suwarrow, satisfied with his dearly bought victory, for he had lost 10,000 men in the conflict, did not venture to pursue the retiring foe, but with his bleeding and exhausted army fell back to Coni, and thence established garrisons throughout Piedmont and Lombardy. Paul was almost delirious with joy at this great victory. He issued a decree declaring Suwarrow to be the greatest general of all times, of all people, and of all quarters of the globe. In his pride he declared that Republican France, for the crime of rebelling against legitimate authority, should receive punishment which should warn all nations against following her example. The Russian squadron, combined with that of the Turks, formed a junction with the victorious fleet of Nelson, and sailing from the bay of Aboukir, swept the French fleet for the Mediterranean. The Austrians and Russians, thus victorious, now marched to assail Messina at Zurich on the Rhine, intending there to cross the stream and invade France. For a month, in September and October 1799, there was a series of incessant battles, but the Republican armies were triumphant. The banners of France struggled proudly through many scenes of blood and woe, and the shores of Lake Zurich and the fastness of the Alps were strewed with the dead bodies of the Russians. In 14 days, 20,000 Russians and 6,000 Austrians were slain. Suwarrow, the intrepid barbarian, with but 10,000 men saved from his proud army, retreated, overwhelmed with confusion and rage. Republican France was saved. The rage which Suwarrow displayed is represented as truly maniacal. He foamed at the mouth and roared like a bull. As a wounded lion turns upon his pursuers, from time to time he stopped in his retreat and rushed back upon the foe. He was crushed in body and mind by his defeat. Having wearied himself in denouncing, in unmeasured terms, all his generals and soldiers, he became taciturn and moody. Secluding himself from his fellow men, he courted solitude, and surrendered himself to a fantastic and superstitious devotion. Enveloped in a cloak, and with his eyes fixed upon the ground, he would occasionally pass through the camp, condescending to notice no one. Paul had also sent an army into Holland against France, which had been utterly repulsed by General Brune, with the loss of many slain and taken prisoners. The tidings of these disasters roused in the bosom of Paul fury equal to that which Suwarrow had displayed. He bitterly cursed his allies, England and Austria, declaring that they, in the pursuit of their own selfish interests, had abandoned his armies to destruction. Suwarrow, deprived of further command and overwhelmed with disgrace, retired to one of his rural retreats, where he soon died of chagrin. The Austrian and English ambassadors at the court of St. Petersburg, Paul loaded with reproaches and even with insults. His conduct became so whimsical as to lead many to suppose that he was actually insane. He had long hated the French republicans, but now, with a new and a fresher fury, he hated the Allies. The wrecks of his armies were ordered to return to Russia, and he ceased to take an active part in the prosecution of the war, without, however, professing in any way to withdraw from the coalition. Neither the Austrian nor the English ambassador could obtain an audience with the emperor. He treated them with utter neglect, and the court followed the example of the sovereign. These ambassadors were left in perfect solitude. They could not even secure an audience with any of the ministry. Paul had been very justly called the Don Quixote of the coalition, and the other powers were now not a little apprehensive of the course he might adopt. For, madman as he was the powerful monarch of some 40 millions of people. Soon he ordered the Russian fleet, which in cooperation with the squadrons of the Allies was blockading Malta, to withdraw from the conflict. Then he recalled his ministers from London and Vienna, declaring that neither England nor Austria was contending for any principle, but that they were fighting merely for their own selfish interests. England had already openly declared her intention of appropriating Malta to herself. Napoleon had now returned from Europe and had been invested with supreme power in France as first consul. There were many French prisoners in the hands of the Allies. France had also 10,000 Russian prisoners. Napoleon proposed an exchange. Both England and Austria refused to exchange French prisoners for Russians. "What!" exclaimed Napoleon, "do you refuse to liberate the Russians, who were your allies, who were fighting in your ranks and under your commanders? Do you refuse to restore to their country these men to whom you are indebted for your victories and conquests in Italy, and who have left in your hands a multitude of French prisoners whom they have taken? Such injustice excites my indignation." With characteristic magnanimity, he added, "I will restore them to the Tsar without exchange. He shall see how I esteem brave men." These Russian prisoners were assembled at the Aix-la-Chapelle. They were all furnished with a complete suit of new clothing, in the uniform of their own regiments, and were thoroughly supplied with weapons of the best French manufacture, and thus they were returned to their homes. Paul was exactly in that mood of mind which best enabled him to appreciate such a deed. He at once abandoned the alliance, and with his own hand wrote to Napoleon as follows: "Citizen First Consul, I do not write to you to discuss the rights of men or of citizens. Every country governs itself as it pleases. However, I see at the head of a nation a man who knows how to rule, how to fight. My heart is attracted toward him. I write to acquaint you with my dissatisfaction with England, who violates every article of the law of nations, and has no guide but her egotism and her interest. I wish to unite with you to put an end to the unjust proceedings of that government." Friendly relations were immediately established between France and Russia, and they exchanged ambassadors. Paul had conferred an annual pension of 200,000 rubles, about $150,000, upon the Count of Provence. Subsequently, Louis XVIII had given him asylum at Mitau. He now withdrew that pension and protection. He induced the King of Denmark to forbid the English fleet from passing the Sound, which led into the Baltic Sea, engaging, should the English attempt to force the passage, to send a fleet of 21 ships to assist the Danes. The Battle of Hohenlinden and the Peace of Luneville detached Austria from the coalition, and England was left to struggle alone against the new opinions in France. The nobles of Russia, harmonizing with the aristocracy of Europe, were dissatisfied with this alliance between Russia and France. Though the form of the republic was changed to that of the consulate, they saw that the principles of popular liberty remained unchanged in France. The wife of Paul and her children, victims of the inexplicable caprice of the Tsar, lived in constant constraint and fear. The empress had 3 sons, Alexander, Constantine, and Nicholas. Their heir apparent, Alexander, was watched with the most rigorous scrutiny and was exposed to 1,000 mortifications. The suspicious father became the jailer of his son, examining all his correspondence and superintending his mode of life in its minutest details. The most whimsical and annoying orders were issued, which rendered life in the vicinity of the court almost a burden. The army officers were forbidden to attend evening parties, lest they should be too weary for morning parade. Everyone who passed the imperial palace, even in the most inclement weather, was compelled to go with head uncovered. The enforcement of his arbitrary measures rendered the intervention of the troops often necessary. The palace was so fortified and guarded as to resemble a prison. St. Petersburg, filled with the machinery of war, presented the aspect of a city besieged. Everyone was exposed to arrest. No one was sure of passing the night in tranquillity. There were so many domiciliary visits, and many persons silently arrested disappeared without it ever being known what became of them. Spies moved about everywhere, and their number was infinite. Paul thus enlisted against himself the animosity of all classes of his subjects, his own family, foreigners, the court, the nobles, and the bourgeois. Such were the influences which originated the conspiracy which resulted in the assassination of the Tsar. End of chapter 28. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 29 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 29. The Assassination of Paul and the Accession of Alexander. From 1801 to 1807. Assassination of Paul I. Implication of Alexander in the conspiracy. Anecdotes. Accession of Alexander. The French Revolution. Alexander joins allies against France. State of Russia. Useful measures of Alexander. Peace of Amiens. Renewal of hostilities. Battle of Austerlitz. Magnanimity of Napoleon. New coalition. Ambition of Alexander. Battles of Jena and Eylau. Defeat of the Russians. We have before mentioned that Paul I had 3 sons, Alexander, Constantine, and Nicholas. The eldest of these, Alexander, was a very promising young man of popular character, 23 years of age. His father feared his popularity and treated him with the greatest severity, and was now threatening him and his mother with imprisonment. General Palin, governor of St. Petersburg, obtained the confidence of the young prince, and urged upon him, as a necessary measure of self-defense, that he should place himself at the head of a conspiracy for the dethronement of his insane father. The sufferings of the young prince were so severe, and his perils so great, and the desire for a change so universal throughout the empire, that it was not found difficult to enlist him in the enterprise. Alexander consented to the dethronement of his father, but with the express condition that his life should be spared. He might perhaps have flattered himself with the belief that this could be done, but the conspirators knew full well that the dagger of the assassin was the only instrument which could remove Paul from the throne. The conspiracy was very extensive, embracing nearly all the functionaries of the government at St. Petersburg, the entire Senate, and the diplomatic corps. All the principal officers of the royal guard, with their colonel at their head, were included in the plot. The hour for the execution of the conspiracy was fixed for the night of the 23rd of March, 1801. A regiment devoted to the conspirators was that night on guard at the palace. The Confederates who were to execute the plot, composed of the most distinguished men in the court and the army, met at the house of Prince Talitzin, ostensibly for a supper. With wine and wassail they nerved themselves for the desperate deed. Just at midnight a select number entered the garden of the palace by a private gate, and stealing silently along beneath the trees, approached a portal which was left unbarred and undefended. One of the guardians of the palace led their steps, and conducted them to an apartment adjoining that in which the Tsar slept. A single hussar guarded the door. He was instantly struck down, and the conspirators in a body rushed into the royal chamber. Paul sprang from his bed, and seizing his sword, endeavored to escape by another door than that through which the conspirators entered. Foiled in this attempt, in the darkness, for all lights had been extinguished, he hid himself behind a movable screen. He was, however, soon seized, lights were brought in, and an act of abdication was read to him, which he was required to sign. The intrepid Tsar sprang at Zubo, who was reading the act, and cuffed his ears. A struggle immediately ensued, and an officer's sash was pressed around the neck of the monarch, and after a desperate resistance he was strangled. The dress of one of the conspirators caused him to be mistaken by the emperor for his son Constantine, and the last words which the wretched sovereign uttered were, "And you too, Constantine." The 2 Grand Dukes, Alexander and Constantine, were in the room below, and heard all the noise of the struggle in which their father was assassinated. It was with much difficulty that these young princes were induced to give their consent to the conspiracy, and they yielded only on condition that their father's life should be spared. But self-defense required some vigorous action on their part, for Paul had threatened to send Alexander to Siberia, to immure Constantine in a convent, and the empress mother in a cloister. The conspirators, having accomplished the deed, descended into the apartment, where the Grand Dukes were awaiting their return. Alexander inquired eagerly if they had saved his father's life. The silence of the conspirators told the melancholy tale. The grief manifested by both Alexander and Constantine was apparently sincere and intense. In passionate exclamations they gave vent to sorrow and remorse. But Palin, the governor who had led the conspiracy, calm and collected, represented that the interests of the empire demanded a change of policy, that the death of Paul was a fatality, and that nothing now remained but for Alexander to assume the reins of government. "I shall be accused," exclaimed Alexander bitterly, "of being the assassin of my father. You promised me not to attempt his life. I am the most unhappy man in the world." The dead body of the emperor was placed upon a table, and an English physician named Wiley was called in to arrange the features so that it should appear that he had died of apoplexy. The judgment of the world has ever been, and probably ever will be, divided respecting the nature of Alexander's complicity in this murder. Many suppose that he could not have been ignorant that the death of his father was the inevitable end of the conspiracy, and that he accepted that result as a sad necessity. Certain it is that the conspirators were all rewarded richly, being entrusted with the chief offices of the state, and the new monarch surrounded his throne with counselors whose hands were imbrued in his father's blood. A lady at St. Petersburg wrote to Fouché on the occasion of some ceremony which soon ensued: "The young emperor walked preceded by the assassins of his grandfather, followed by those of his father, and surrounded by his own." "Behold," said Fouché, "a woman who speaks Tacitus." At St. Helena, O'Meara inquired of Napoleon if he thought that Paul had been insane. "Latterly," Napoleon replied, "I believe that he was. At first he was strongly prejudiced against the revolution, and every person concerned in it, but afterwards I had rendered him reasonable, and had changed his opinions altogether. If Paul had lived, the English would have lost India before now. An agreement was made between Paul and myself to invade it. I furnished the plan. I was to have sent 30,000 good troops. He was to send a similar number of the best Russian soldiers, and 40,000 Cossacks. I was to subscribe 10 millions for the purchase of camels and other requisites for crossing the desert. The King of Prussia was to have been applied to by both of us to grant a passage for my troops through his dominions, which would have been immediately granted. I had at the same time made a demand to the King of Persia for a passage through his country, which would also have been granted, although the negotiations were not entirely concluded, but would have succeeded, as the Persians were desirous of profiting by it themselves. On another occasion, speaking upon this same subject, Napoleon said to Las Casas, "Paul had been promised Malta the moment it was taken possession of by the English. Malta reduced, the English ministers denied that they had promised it to him. It is confidently stated that, on the reading of this shameful falsehood, Paul felt so indignant that, seizing the dispatch in full council, he ran his sword through it, and ordered it be sent back in that condition, by way of answer. If this be folly, it must be allowed that it is the folly of a noble soul. It is the indignation of virtue, which was incapable until then of suspecting such baseness." At the same time, the English ministers, treating with us for the exchange of prisoners, refused to include the Russian prisoners taken in Holland, who were in the actual service, and fought for the sole cause of the English. I had hit upon the bent of Paul's character. I seized time by the forelock. I collected these Russians. I clothed them and sent them back without any expense. From that instant, that generous heart was altogether devoted to me, and, as I had no interest in opposition to Russia, and should never have spoken or acted but with justice, there is no doubt that I should have been enabled, for the future, to dispose of the cabinet of St. Petersburg. Our enemies were sensible of the danger, and it has been thought that this good will of Paul proved fatal to him. It might well have been the case, for there are cabinets with whom nothing is sacred. The death of Paul brought the enemies of France and the friends of England into power at St. Petersburg. The new emperor, the first day after his accession to the throne, issued a proclamation declaring his intentions to follow in the footsteps of his grandmother, Catharine. He liberated all the English sailors whom Paul had taken from the ships laid under sequestration. All the decrees against the free importation of English merchandise were abolished, and the young emperor soon wrote, with his own hand, a letter to the King of England, expressing his earnest desire again to establish friendly relations between the courts of Russia and England. This declaration was received in London with shouts of joy. Alexander was 23 years of age when he ascended the throne. A Swiss by the name of La Harpe, a man of great intelligence and lofty spirit, and a republican in principle, had been for many years the prominent tutor of the young prince, and had obtained a great control over his mind. The instructions of La Harpe, who wished to make a Washington of his pupil, were much counteracted by the despotic lessons he had received from Catharine, by the luxury, servility, and corruption which crowded the Russian court. Naturally amiable, and possessed of by no means a strong character, the young monarch was easily molded by the influences which surrounded him. He evidently commenced his reign with the best intentions, resolved in every way to promote the prosperity of his subjects. It is painful to observe the almost inevitable tendency of power to deprave the soul. History is filled with the records of those sovereigns who have fallen from virtue to vice. The commencement of the reign of Alexander was hailed with general joy. All his first proclamations breathed the spirit of benevolence, of generosity, of the desire to ameliorate the condition of the oppressed millions. The ridiculous ordinances which Paul had issued were promptly abrogated. By a special edict, all Russians were permitted to dress as they pleased, to wear twilled waistcoats and pantaloons instead of short clothes, if they preferred them. They were permitted to wear round hats, to lead dogs with a leash, and to fasten their shoes with strings instead of buckles. A large number of exiles whom Paul had sent to Siberia were recalled, and many of the most burdensome requirements of etiquette in the court were annulled. Though Alexander was an absolute monarch who could issue any decree subject to no restraint, he conferred upon the Senate the power to revise these decrees and to suggest any amendment, and he also created a legislature, who were permitted to advise respecting any regulations which they might think promotive of the interests of the empire. The will of the emperor was, however, absolute and unchecked. Still, the appointment of these deliberative and advising bodies was considered an immense stride toward constitutional freedom. The censorship of the press was greatly mitigated, and foreign books and journals were more freely introduced to the empire. 2 new ministries were established by Alexander, with extensive responsibilities, the ministry of the interior and that of public instruction. All the officers of government were rendered accountable to the Senate and responsible to the sovereign. These elements of accountability and of responsibility had hitherto been almost unknown in Russia. Charitable institutions were established, and schools of different grades, for the instruction of all classes of the people. Ambitious of rendering the Russian court as brilliant in all the appliances of luxury and art as any court in Europe, the emperor was indefatigable in the collection of paintings, statuary, medals, and all artistic curiosities. The contrast thus became very marked between the semi-barbarism of the provinces and the enlightenment and voluptuousness of the capital. It is worthy of remark that when Alexander ascended the throne, there did not exist in all Russia, not even in St. Petersburg, a single bookstore. The Russian sovereigns had wished to take from civilization only that which would add to their despotic power. Desiring to perpetuate the monopoly of authority, they sought to retain in their own hands the privileges of instruction. The impulse which Alexander had given to the cause of education spread throughout the empire, and the nobles in the distant provinces interested themselves in establishing schools. These schools were, however, very exclusive in their character, admitting none but the children of the nobles. The military schools, which Catharine had established with so much care, Alexander encouraged and supported with the utmost assiduity. As Catharine II. Had endeavored to obliterate every trace of the government of her murdered husband Peter III, so Alexander strove to efface all vestiges of his assassinated father Paul. He entered into the closest alliance with England, and manifested such eagerness in his desire to gratify all the wishes of the cabinet of St. James. He even went so far as to consent to pay a sum of 800,000 rubles, $600,000, as an indemnity to England for the loss the English merchants had incurred by the embargo placed by Paul upon their ships. Every day the partiality of the young emperor for England became more manifest. In the meantime, Napoleon was unwearied in his endeavors to secure the goodwill of a monarch whose sword would have so important an influence in settling the quarrel between aristocracy and democracy which then agitated Europe. Napoleon was so far successful that, on the 8th of October, 1801, a treaty of friendly alliance was signed at Paris between France and Russia. The Battle of Marengo had compelled Austria to withdraw from the coalition against France, and the Peace of Luneville, which Napoleon signed with Austria in February 1801, followed by peace with Spain and Naples in March, with the Pope in January, with Bavaria in August, and with Portugal in September, left England to struggle alone against those republican principles which in the eyes of aristocratic Europe seemed equally obnoxious whether molded under the form of the republic, the consulate, or the empire. The English cabinet, thus left to struggle alone, was compelled, though very reluctantly, by the murmurs of the British people to consent to peace with France, and the Treaty of Amiens, which restored peace to entire Europe, was signed in March 1802. A few days after this event, peace was signed with Turkey, and thus, through the sagacity and energy of Napoleon, every hostile sword was sheathed in Europe and on the confines of Asia. But the Treaty of Amiens was a sore humiliation to the cabinet of St. James, and hardly a year had elapsed ere the British government, in May 1803, again drew the sword, and all Europe was again involved in war. It was a war, said William Pitt truly, of armed opinions. The Russian ambassador at Paris, M. Markov, who under Catharine II had showed himself bitterly hostile to the French Republic, was declared to be guilty of entering into intrigues to assist the English, now making war upon France, and he was ordered immediately to leave the kingdom. Alexander did not resent this act, so obviously proper, but rewarded the dismissed minister with an annual pension of 12,000 rubles, $9,000. During this short interval of peace, Alexander was raising an army of 500,000 men to extend and consolidate his dominions on the side of Turkey. His frontiers were dimly defined, and his authority but feebly exerted. He pushed his armies into Georgia and took firm possession of that vast province extending between the Black Sea and the Caspian, and embracing some 18,000 square miles. At the same time the blasts of his bugles were heard reverberating through the defiles of the Balkan, and his fortresses were reared and his banners planted there. The monarchs of Russia, for many generations, had fixed a wistful eye upon Constantinople, but no one had coveted the possession of that important city so intensely as now did Alexander. Constantinople, said he often, is the key of my house. The arrest of the Duc d'Enghien in the territory of the Duke of Baden, and his execution as a traitor for being in arms against his own country, excited the indignation of Alexander. Napoleon, immediately after the arrest, had made an apology to the Duke of Baden for the violation of a neutral territory. This apology was accepted by the Duke as satisfactory. Nevertheless, Alexander, through his ambassador, sent the following message to the court of the First Consul.
The Emperor Alexander, as mediator and guarantee of the continental peace, has notified the states of the German Empire that he considers the action of the First Consul as endangering their safety and independence, and that he does not doubt that the First Consul will take prompt measures to reassure those governments by giving satisfactory explanations.
Napoleon regarded this interference of Alexander as impertinent, and caused his minister to reply. What would Alexander have said if the First Consul had imperiously demanded explanations respecting the murder of Paul I, and had pretended to constitute himself an avenger? How is it that when the sovereign of the territory, which it is said has been violated, makes no complaint, when all the princes, his neighbors, and his allies are silent, how is it that the Emperor of Russia, least of all interested in the affair, raises his voice alone? Does it not arise from complicity with England, that machinator of conspiracies against the power and the life of the First Consul? Is not Russia engaged in similar conspiracies at Rome, at Dresden, at Paris? If Russia declares war, why does she not frankly say so, instead of endeavoring to secure that end indirectly? In May of 1804, Napoleon assumed the imperial title. Alexander, denying the right of the people to elect their own sovereign, refused to recognize the empire. Hence, increasing irritation arose. England, trembling in view of the camp at Boulogne, roused all her energies to rally Europe to strike France in the rear. In this effort she was signally successful. Russia, Sweden, Austria, Turkey, and Rome were engaged in vigorous cooperation with England against France.
Holland, Switzerland, and Bavaria ranged themselves on the side of Napoleon. On the 8th of September, 1805, the armies of Austria and Russia were on the march for France, and the Austrian troops in overwhelming numbers invaded Bavaria. Napoleon was prepared for the blow. The camp at Boulogne was broken up, and his troops were instantly on the march towards the Rhine. In the marvelous campaign of Ulm, the Austrian army was crushed, almost annihilated, and the victorious battalions of Napoleon marched resistlessly to Vienna. Alexander, with a vast army, was hurrying forward by forced marches to assist his Austrian ally. At Olmütz he met the Emperor of Austria on the retreat with 30,000 men, the wreck of that magnificent army with which he had commenced his march upon France. Here the two armies formed a junction, 70,000 Russians, receiving into their ranks 30,000 Austrians. The two emperors, Alexander and Francis, rode at the head of this formidable force. On the 1st of December, Napoleon, leading an army of 70,000 men, encountered these, his combined foes, on the plains of Austerlitz. "Tomorrow," said he, "before nightfall, that army shall be mine." A day of carnage, such as war has seldom seen, ensued. From an eminence the emperors of Russia and Austria witnessed the destruction of their hosts. No language can describe the tumult which pervaded the ranks of the retreating foe. The Russians, wild with dismay, rent the skies with their barbaric shouts, and wreaked their vengeance upon all the helpless villages they encountered in their path. Francis, the Emperor of Austria, utterly ruined, sought an interview with his conqueror, implored peace. Napoleon, as ever, was magnanimous, and was eager to sheathe the sword, which he had only drawn in self-defense. Francis endeavored to throw the blame of the war upon England. "The English," said he, "are a nation of merchants. To secure for themselves the commerce of the world, they are willing to set the continent in flames." The Austrian monarch, having obtained very favorable terms for himself, interceded for Alexander. "The Russian army," Napoleon replied, "is surrounded. Not a man can escape me. If, however, your majesty will promise me that Alexander shall immediately return to Russia, I will stop the advance of my columns." The pledge was given, and Napoleon then sent General Savary to the headquarters of Alexander to inquire if he would ratify the armistice. "I am happy to see you," said the emperor to the envoy. "The occasion has been very glorious for your arms. That day will take nothing from the reputation your master has earned in so many battles. It was my first engagement. I confess that the rapidity of his maneuvers gave me no time to succor the menaced points. Everywhere you were at least double the number of our forces." "Sire," Savary replied, "our force was 25,000 less than yours, and even of that the whole was not very warmly engaged. But we maneuvered much, and the same division combated at several points. Therein lies the art of war. The emperor, who has seen 40 pitched battles, is never wanting in that particular. He is still ready to march against Archduke Charles if your majesty does not accept the armistice." "What guarantee does your master require?" continued Alexander, "and what security can I have that your troops will not prosecute their movements against me?" "He asks only your word of honor," Savary replied. "He has instructed me, the moment it is given, to suspend the pursuit." "I give it with pleasure," rejoined the emperor, "and should it ever be your fortune to visit St. Petersburg, I hope that I may be able to render my capital agreeable to you." Hostilities immediately ceased, and the broken columns of the Russian army returned to their homes. The Austro-Russian army, in the disastrous day of Austerlitz, lost in killed, wounded, and prisoners over 40,000 men. It is stated that Alexander, when flying from the bloody field with his discomfited troops, his path being strewed with the wounded and the dead, posted placards along the route with the inscription, "I commend my unfortunate soldiers to the generosity of the Emperor Napoleon." Alexander, young and ambitious, was very much chagrined by his utter discomfiture. Austerlitz was his first battle, and instead of covering him with renown, it had overwhelmed him with disgrace. He was anxious for an opportunity to wipe away the stain. A new coalition was soon formed against France, consisting of England, Russia, Prussia, and Sweden. Alexander eagerly entered into this coalition, hoping for an opportunity to acquire that military fame which, in this lost world, has been never deemed so essential to the reputation of a sovereign. The remonstrance of Napoleon with Prussia was noble and unanswerable. "Why," said he, "should hostilities arise between France and Russia? Perfectly independent of each other, they are impotent to inflict evil, but all-powerful to communicate benefits. If the Emperor of France exercises a great influence in Italy, the Tsar exerts a still greater influence over Turkey and Persia. If the cabinet of Russia pretends to have a right to affix limits to the power of France, without doubt it is equally disposed to allow the Emperor of the French to prescribe the bounds beyond which Russia is not to pass. Russia has partitioned Poland. Can she then complain that France possesses Belgium and the left banks of the Rhine? Russia has seized upon the Crimea, the Caucasus, and the northern provinces of Persia. Can she deny that the right of self-preservation gives France a right to demand an equivalent in Europe? Let every power begin by restoring the conquests which it has made during the last 50 years. Let them re-establish Poland. Restore Venice to its Senate, Trinidad to Spain, Ceylon to Holland, the Crimea to the Porte, the Caucasus and Georgia to Persia, the kingdom of Mysore to the sons of Tipu Sahib, and the Maratha states to their lawful owners. And then the other powers may have some title to insist that France shall retire within her ancient limits. It is the fashion to speak of the ambition of France. Had she chosen to preserve her conquests, the half of Austria, the Venetian states, the states of Holland and Switzerland, and the kingdom of Naples would have been in her possession. The limits of France are, in reality, the Adige and the Rhine. Has it passed either of these limits? Had it fixed on Solza and Drave, it would not have exceeded the bounds of its conquests. In September 1806, the Prussian army, 200,000 strong, commenced their march for the invasion of France. Alexander had also marshaled his barbarian legions and was eagerly following with 200,000 of the most highly disciplined Russian troops in his train. Napoleon contemplated with sorrow the rising of this new storm of war and woe, but with characteristic vigor he prepared to meet it. As he left Paris for the campaign, in a parting message to the Senate, he said, "In so just a war which we have not provoked by any act, by any pretense, the true cause of which it would be impossible to assign, and where we only take arms to defend ourselves, we depend entirely upon the support of the laws and upon that of the people whom circumstances call upon to give fresh proofs of their devotion and courage." In the Battle of Jena, which took place on the 14th of October, the Prussian army was nearly annihilated, leaving in a few hours more than 40,000 men in killed, wounded, and prisoners. In less than a month the conquest of entire Prussia was achieved, and Napoleon was pursuing Frederick William, who, with the wreck of the Prussian army, was hastening to take refuge in the bosom of the Russian hosts, which were approaching. December had now come with its icy blasts, and Napoleon, leading his victorious troops to the banks of the Vistula, more than 1,000 miles from France, established them in winter quarters, waiting until spring for the renewal of the campaign. Alexander, terrified by the destruction of his Prussian allies, halted his troops upon the other side of the Vistula, and from his vast realms collected recruits. For a few weeks the storms of winter secured a tacit armistice. In February 1807, Alexander assumed the offensive and endeavored to surprise Napoleon in his encampment. But Napoleon was on the alert. A series of terrific battles ensued in which the French were invariably the victors. The retreating Russians, hotly pursued, at last rallied on the field of Eylau. Napoleon had already driven them 240 miles from his encampment on the Vistula. It was the 7th of February, 1807. The night was dark and intensely cold. As the Russians, exhausted by the retreat of the day, took their positions for the desperate battle of the morrow, there was a gentle swell of land extending 2 or 3 miles, which skirted a vast, bleak, unsheltered plain over which the wintry gale drifted the snow. Upon this ridge the Russians in double lines formed themselves in battle array. 500 pieces of cannon were ranged in battery to hurl destruction into the bosoms of their foes. They then drew themselves upon the icy ground for their frigid bivouac. A fierce storm had already arisen, which spread over the sleeping host its mantle of snow. Napoleon came also upon the field, in the darkness of the night and of the storm, and placed his army in position for the battle which the dawn would usher in. 200 pieces of artillery were planted to reply to the Russian batteries. There were 80,000 Russians on the ridge, 60,000 Frenchmen on the plain, and separated by a distance of less than half a cannon shot. The sentinels of either army could almost touch each other with their muskets. The morning had not yet dawned when the cannonade commenced. The earth shook beneath its roar. A storm of snow at the same time swept over the plain, blinding and smothering assailants and assailed. The smoke of the battle, blended with the storm, had spread over the contending hosts, a sulphurous canopy, black as midnight. Even the flash of the guns could hardly be discerned through the gloom. All the day long, and until 10 o'clock at night, the battle raged with undiminished fury. One half of the Russian army was now destroyed, and the remainder, unable longer to endure the conflict, sullenly retreated. Napoleon remained master of the field, which exhibited such a scene of misery as had never before met even his eye. When congratulated upon its victory by one of his officers, he replied sadly, "To a father who loses his children, victory has no charms. When the heart speaks, glory itself is an illusion." End of chapter 29. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 30 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia, from the remotest periods to the present time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 30. Reign of Alexander I, from 1807 to 1825. The Field of Eylau. Letter to the King of Prussia. Renewal of the war. Discomfiture of the Allies. Battle of Friedland. The raft at Tilsit. Intimacy of the emperors. Alexander's designs upon Turkey. Alliance between France and Russia. Object of the continental system. Perplexities of Alexander. Driven by the nobles to war. Result of the Russian campaign. Napoleon vanquished. Last days of Alexander. His sickness and death. From the field of Eylau, the Russians and Prussians retreated to the Niemen. Napoleon remained some days upon the field to nurse the wounded, and, anxious for peace, wrote to the King of Prussia in the following terms. I desire to put a period to the misfortunes of your family, and to organize as speedily as possible the Prussian monarchy. I desire peace with Russia, and provided that the cabinet of St. Petersburg has no designs upon the Turkish Empire, I see no difficulty in obtaining it. I have no hesitation in sending a minister to Memel to take part in a congress of France, England, Sweden, Russia, Prussia, and Turkey. But as such a congress may last many years, which would not suit the present condition of Prussia, your Majesty will, I am persuaded, be of the opinion that I have taken the simplest method, and one which is most likely to secure the prosperity of your subjects. At all events, I entreat your Majesty to believe in my sincere desire to re-establish amicable relations with so friendly a power as Prussia, and that I wish to do the same with Russia and England. These advances were haughtily rejected by both Prussia and Russia, and Napoleon returned to the Vistula to wait until the opening of spring, when the question was again to be referred to the arbitrament of battle. Both parties made vigorous preparations for the strife. Alexander succeeded in gathering around him 140,000 soldiers, but Napoleon had assembled 160,000, whom he could rapidly concentrate upon any point between the Vistula and Niemen. In June the storm of war commenced with an assault by the Allies. Field after field was red with blood as the hosts of France drove their vanquished foes before them. On the 10th of June, Alexander, with Frederick William riding by his side, had concentrated 90,000 men upon the plains of Friedland, on the banks of the Aller. Here the Russians were compelled to make a final stand and await a decisive conflict. As Napoleon rode upon a height and surveyed his foes, caught in an elbow of the river, he said energetically, "We have not a moment to lose. One does not twice catch an enemy in such a trap." He immediately communicated to his aides his plan of attack, Grasping the arm of Ney, he pointed to the dense masses of the Russians clustered before the town of Friedland, and said, "Yonder is the goal. March to it without looking about you. Break into that thick mass, whatever it costs. Enter Friedland, take the bridges, and give yourself no concern about what may happen on your right, your left, or your rear. The army and I shall be there to attend to that." The whole French line now simultaneously advanced. It was one of the most sublime and awful of the spectacles of war. For a few hours there was the gleam and the roar of war's most terrific tempest, and the Russian army was destroyed. A frightful spectacle of ruin was exhibited. The shattered bands rushed in dismay into the stream, where thousands were swept away by the current, while a storm of bullets from the French batteries swept the river, and the water ran red with blood. It was in vain for Alexander to make any further assaults. In 10 days Napoleon had taken 120 pieces of cannon, and had killed, wounded, or taken prisoners 60,000 Russians. Alexander now implored peace. It was all that Napoleon desired. The Niemen alone now separated the victorious French and the routed Russians. A raft was moored in the middle of the stream, upon which a tent was erected with magnificent decorations, and here the two young emperors met to arrange the terms of peace. Alexander, like Francis of Austria, endeavored to throw the blame of the war upon England. Almost his first words to Napoleon were, "I hate the English as much as you do. I am ready to second you in all your enterprises against them." "In that case," Napoleon replied, "everything will be easily arranged, and peace is already made." The interview lasted 2 hours, and Alexander was fascinated by the genius of Napoleon. "Never," he afterwards said, "did I love any man as I loved that man." Alexander was then but 30 years of age, and apparently he became inspired with an enthusiastic admiration of Napoleon, which had never been surpassed. At the close of the interview he crossed to the French side of the river, and took up his residence with Napoleon at Tilsit. Every day they rode side by side, dined together, and passed almost every hour in confiding conversation. It was Napoleon's great object to withdraw Alexander from the English alliance. In these long interviews the fate of Turkey was a continual topic of conversation. Alexander was ready to make almost any concession if Napoleon would consent that Russia should take Constantinople, but Napoleon was irreconcilably opposed to this. It was investing Russia with too formidable power. He was willing that the emperor should take the provinces on the Danube, but could not consent that he should pass the Balkan and annex the proud city of Constantine to his realms. One day, when the two emperors were closeted together, with the map of Europe spread out before them, Napoleon placed his finger upon Constantinople, and was overheard by Meneval to say, with great earnestness, "Constantinople never. It is the empire of the world." "All the Emperor Alexander's thoughts," said Napoleon at St. Helena, "are directed to the conquest of Turkey. We have had many discussions about it. At first I was pleased with his proposals, because I thought it would enlighten the world to drive these brutes out of Egypt. But when I reflected upon its consequences, and saw what a tremendous weight of power it would give to Russia, on account of the number of Greeks in the Turkish dominions who would naturally join the Russians, I refused to consent to it, especially as Alexander wanted to get Constantinople, which I would not allow, as it would destroy the equilibrium of power in Europe." For 3 weeks the emperors remained together at Tilsit, and then they separated, devoted friends. Turkey had for some time been disposed to regard France as its protector against the encroachments of Russia, and was disposed to enter into friendly alliance. By the Treaty of Tilsit, Russia consented to make peace with Turkey, and also to exert all her influence to promote peace between France and England. The efforts of Alexander not being successful in this respect, he broke off his connection with Great Britain, and became still more intimately allied with France. The British ambassador, Lord Gower, was informed that his presence was no longer desired at St. Petersburg. The second bombardment of Copenhagen and the seizure of the Danish fleet gave occasion for Alexander to declare war against England. The war, however, which ensued between the two countries amounted chiefly to a cessation of trade. England, protected by her fleet, was invulnerable, and Napoleon and Alexander both agreed that the only possible way of compelling England to assent to peace was to shut her out from commerce with the rest of Europe. This was the origin of the famous continental system, by which it was endeavored to force the belligerent islanders to peace by cutting off their trade. Alexander called upon Sweden to unite in this confederacy against England. The Swedes declined. Alexander overran the whole of Finland with his troops, and in 1809 it was permanently annexed to the Russian Empire. Just before this event, in September 1808, Napoleon and Alexander held another interview at Erfurt. The loss of British commerce was almost as great a calamity to Russia as to England, and the Russian people murmured loudly. England wished to arrest the progress of democratic ideas in France by restoring the rejected Bourbons to the throne. In these views the nobles of Russia sympathized cordially, and they were exasperated that Alexander should allow personal friendship for Napoleon to interfere with the commerce of their country, and with the maintenance of aristocratic privilege in Europe. The Russian nobles had nothing to gain by the establishment of free institutions in France, and the discontent with the measures of Alexander became so general and so loudly expressed that he began to waver. The only hope of Napoleon was in combining Europe in a league which would starve England into peace. He watched the vacillating spirit of Alexander with alarm, and arranged the interview at Erfurt that he might strengthen him in his friendly purposes. Alexander was by the most solemn pledges bound to be faithful to his alliance. He had attacked Napoleon and had been conquered, and the southern provinces of Russia were at the mercy of the conqueror. Under these circumstances the Treaty of Tilsit was made, in which Alexander, in consideration of benefits received, agreed to cooperate with Napoleon in that continental system which seemed vital to the safety of France. Napoleon was well aware of the immense pressure which was brought to bear upon the mind of the Russian Tsar to induce him to swerve from his agreement. Hence the conference at Erfurt. During the deliberations at Erfurt, it appears that Alexander consented that Napoleon should place the crown of Spain upon the brow of his brother Joseph, in consideration of Napoleon consenting that Russia should take possession of the two Turkish provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia. And again the most strenuous efforts were made by the united emperors to induce inflexible England to sheathe the sword. All the nations on the continent were at peace. England alone was prosecuting the war, but the English aristocracy felt that they could not remain firm in their possessions while principles of democratic freedom were dominant in France. The fundamental principle of the government of the empire was honor to merit, not to birth. The two emperors wrote as follows to the King of England, imploring peace. Sire, the present situation of Europe has brought us together at Erfurt. Our first wish is to fulfill the desire of all nations, and by a speedy pacification with your Majesty to take the most effectual means of relieving the sufferings of Europe. The long and bloody war which has convulsed the continent is at an end, and cannot be renewed. Many changes have taken place in Europe, many governments have been destroyed. The cause is to be found in the uneasiness and the sufferings occasioned by the stagnation of maritime commerce. Greater changes still may take place, and all will be unfavorable to the politics of England. Peace, therefore, is at the same time the common cause of the nations of the continent and of Great Britain. We unite in requesting your Majesty to lend an ear to the voice of humanity, to suppress that of the passions, to reconcile contending interests, and to secure the welfare of Europe and of the generations over which Providence has placed us. The only notice taken of this letter was in a communication to the ministers of France and Russia, in which it was stated that the English ministers could not reply to the two sovereigns, since one of them was not recognized by England. A new coalition was soon formed, and Austria commenced another march upon France, which led to the campaign of Wagram, in which Austria was humbled as never before. Austria was now compelled, in conjunction with France and Russia, and most of the other European powers, to take part in the continental blockade. Alexander, shackled by his nobles, had not been able to render Napoleon the assistance he had promised in his war. Loud murmurings and threats of assassination were rising around him, and instead of rigorously enforcing the exclusion of English goods, he allowed them to be smuggled into the country. This was ruinous to Napoleon's system. Remonstrances and recriminations ensued. At length English goods were freely introduced, provided they entered under American colors. Napoleon, to put a stop to this smuggling, which the local authorities pretended they could not prevent, seized several of the principal ports of northern Germany, and incorporated the possessions of the Duke of Oldenburg, a near relative of Alexander, with France. These measures increased the alienation between France and Austria. In the meantime, Alexander was waging war with Turkey and was pushing his conquest rapidly on towards the city of Constantinople. These encroachments France contemplated with alarm. By the Peace of Bucharest, signed May 28, 1812, the whole of Bessarabia was annexed to Russia, and the limits of the empire were extended from the Dnieper to the Pruth. The Russian nobles were all eager to join the European aristocracy in a war against democratic France, and it was now evident that such a collision must take place between the cabinet of the Tuileries and that of St. Petersburg. It was almost impossible for Alexander to resist the pressure which urged him to open his ports to the English. The closing of those ports was Napoleon's only hope of compelling England to sheathe the sword. Hence war became a fatality. Russia, in anticipation of a rupture, began to arm, and ordered a levy of 4 men out of every 100. In preparation for war she made peace with Persia and Turkey, and entered into an alliance with Sweden. England was highly gratified by this change, and was soon on most friendly terms with the Russian cabinet. A treaty was speedily formed by England with both Russia and Sweden, by which these latter powers agreed to open their ports for free commercial relations with England. They entered into an alliance offensive and defensive with that power. As England was still in arms against France, this was virtually a declaration of war. This violation also, the Treaty of Tilsit, was the utter ruin of Napoleon's plans. To compel Russia to return to the continental system, Napoleon prepared for that Russian campaign, which is one of the most awful tragedies of history. The world is so full of the narratives of that sublime drama that the story need not be repeated here. It is just to say that Napoleon exhausted all the arts of diplomacy to accomplish his purpose before he put his armies in motion. The Emperor Alexander followed the French in their retreat from Moscow, and with all the powers of Europe allied, crossed the Rhine, and on the 31st of March, 1814, at the head of an allied army of 500,000 of men, entered Paris a conqueror. His sympathies were warmly enlisted in behalf of his fallen friend Napoleon. In the negotiations which ensued, he exerted himself strongly in his favor. It was only by assuming the most energetic attitude against England, Austria, and Prussia that he succeeded in obtaining for Napoleon the sovereignty of Elba. Alexander was very magnanimous, but his voice was lost in the clamor of the sovereigns who surrounded him. Napoleon retired to Elba. The Bourbons reascended the throne of France. Alexander, with the King of Prussia, visited England, where he was received with great distinction. Returning to Russia, he devoted himself to the welfare of his kingdom in the vain attempt to reconcile popular progress with political despotism. Alexander was evidently saddened by the fate of Napoleon, and on his return to St. Petersburg persistently refused to accept the public rejoicings which were proffered him. Napoleon escaped from Elba, where the influence of Alexander had placed him, and again was on the throne of France. Alexander hesitated whether again to march against him. He yielded, however, to the solicitations of his associated sovereigns, and at the head of an army of 160,000 men was again on the march for Paris. He was apprehensive that the dismemberment of the French Empire, which was contemplated, might render Austria and Prussia too powerful for the repose of Europe. Upon the second capitulation of Paris, after the Battle of Waterloo, Alexander insisted that France should at least retain the limits she had in 1790. Upon this basis the new treaty was concluded. It was an interesting fact that the celebrated Juliana, Baroness of Crudonner, was mainly instrumental in the organization of the Holy Alliance, which was at this time formed. She had wealth, wit, and beauty, and had been supremely devoted to pleasure, shining among the most brilliant ornaments of St. Petersburg, Paris, and Vienna. Weary of a life of gaiety, she seems to have turned to religion, and to have become a devout and earnest Christian. Her enthusiasm was roused with the idea of putting a stop to war, and of truly Christianizing Europe. She hastened to Paris when the allied sovereigns were there, and obtained an interview with the Russian Tsar. Alexander was by nature of a devotional turn of mind, and the terrific scenes through which he had passed had given him a meditative and pensive spirit. He listened eagerly to the suggestions of Madame Crudonner, and, aided by her, sketched as follows the plan of the Holy Alliance. In the name of the sacred and invisible Trinity, their Majesties, the Emperor of Austria, the King of Prussia, and the Emperor of Russia, considering the momentous events which have occurred in Europe during the last 3 years, and especially the blessing which it has pleased Providence to confer on those states which trust in him, and being fully convinced of the necessity of taking, as the rule of life, in all their affairs, the sublime truths which the holy religion of our Savior teaches us, declare solemnly that the present act has no other object than to proclaim to the whole world their unalterable resolution to take as their only guide, both in the internal administration of the respective states and in their political relations with other governments, those principles of justice, Christian charity, and peace, which, far from being exclusively applicable to private individuals, should have an immediate influence upon the councils of princes, and should regulate all their measures, as being the only means of consolidating human institutions and remedying their imperfections. Consequently, their Majesties have agreed upon the following resolutions. Article 1. In conformity with the declaration of the Holy Scriptures, which command all men to regard each other as brothers, the 3 contracting monarchs will remain united to each other by the ties of sincere and indissoluble fraternity. Regarding themselves as private individuals, they will render each other, at all times and in all places, aid and assistance, and considering themselves, in respect to their people and armies, as fathers of families, they will rule in the same spirit of fraternity, that religion, peace, and justice may be protected. Article 2. Also, the only obligation of rigor, whether it be betwixt these governments or their subjects, shall consist in rendering each other all sorts of service, and of testifying toward each other that unalterable benevolence, and that mutual affection which shall lead them to guard one another as members of one and the same Christian family. The 3 allied princes, regarding themselves as delegated by Providence to govern 3 branches of this family, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, recognize that the Christian world, of which they and their people compose a part, can have, in reality, no other sovereign than him to whom belongs all power, because in him alone are the treasures of love, of science, and of infinite wisdom, that is to say, God, our divine Savior, the Word of the Most High, the Word of life. Consequently, their Majesties recommend to their people, with the greatest solicitude, as the only means of enjoying that peace which springs from a good conscience, and which alone is durable, to strengthen themselves daily more and more in the exercise of those duties taught to the human family by the divine Savior. Article 3. All the powers who believe that they ought solemnly to profess the principles which have dictated this act, and who recognize how important it is for the welfare of nations, too long agitated, that these truths should hereafter exercise over the destinies of the human family that influence which they ought to exert, shall be received with the same ardor and affection into this holy alliance, done at Paris in the year of our Lord 1814, September 25th, and signed Francis, Frederick, William, and Alexander. Such was the bond of the Holy Alliance. It was drawn up in the handwriting of Alexander. Subsequently it was signed by the kings of England and France, and by nearly all the sovereigns of Europe. The Pope declined signing, as it was not consistent with his dignity to be a member of a confederacy of which he was not the head. These principles, apparently so true and salutary, became vitiated by the underlying principles which gave them all their force. The alliance became a reality, a conspiracy of the crowned heads of Europe against the liberties of their subjects, and thus despotism sat enthroned. The liberal spirit which was then breaking out all over the continent of Europe was thus for a time effectually crushed. It can hardly be supposed that Alexander intended the Holy Alliance to accomplish the work which it subsequently performed. Alexander, on his return to Europe, devoted himself energetically to the governing of his vast realms, taking long and fatiguing journeys, and manifesting much interest in the elevation of the serfs to freedom. The latter years of Alexander were clouded with sorrow. He was not on good terms with his wife, and the death of all his children rendered his home desolate. His health failed, and some deep grief seemed ever to prey upon his spirit. It is supposed that the melancholy fate of Napoleon, dying in a hut at St. Helena, and of whom he had said, "Never did I love a man as I have loved that man," weighed heavily upon him. He was constantly haunted by fears of a rising up of the oppressed people, and to repel the danger was becoming continually more despotic. In the year 1825, Alexander, sick, anxious, and melancholy, took a long journey, with his wife, to Tanganroy, a small town on the Sea of Azov, 1,500 miles from St. Petersburg. He had for some time looked forward with dread to his appearance before the bar of God. A sense of sin oppressed him, and he had long sought relief with prayers and tears. His despondency led him to many forebodings that he should not live to return from this journey. The morning before he left St. Petersburg, at the hour of 4 o'clock, he visited the monastery where the remains of his children were entombed, and at their graves spent some time in prayer. Wrapped in his cloak, in unbroken silence, he listened to the chant for the dead, and then commenced his journey. No peasant whom he met on the way had a heavier heart than throbbed in the bosom of the sovereign. For hours he sat in the carriage with the empress, with whom in grief he had become reconciled, and hardly a word was uttered. At length he arrived upon the shores of Azov. The emperor took a rapid tour through these provinces, visiting, among other places, Sevastopol, which he had long been fortifying. He was so much struck with the magnificence of this place that he remarked, "Should I ever resign the reins of government, I should wish to retire to this city, that I might here terminate my career." Returning to his wife at Tanganroy, he was seized with a fever, probably caused by care and toil. The disease was so rapid in its progress as to lead many to suppose that he was falling victim to poison. On the approach of death, perceiving that he was dying, he requested that he might be raised upon his pillow, that he might once more behold the light of the sun. He simply remarked, "How beautiful is the day," and fell back upon his pillow to die. The empress was weeping by his side. He took her hand, pressed it tenderly, as if bidding her an eternal adieu, and died. It was the 1st of December, 1825. The Empress Elizabeth in this sad hour forgot all her wrongs, for the emperor had by no means been to her a faithful husband. She wrote to her friends, "Our angel is in heaven, and as for me, I still linger on earth, but I hope soon to be reunited with him in the skies." The cry immediately resounded through Europe that Alexander had fallen by poison. As the emperor had no children living, the crown by hereditary descent passed to his next brother, Constantine. Alexander had long been conscious that Constantine did not possess suitable qualifications to govern, and Constantine himself, frivolous and pleasure-loving, was not at all emulous of imperial power. When a mere boy he had been married to a German princess, but 15 years of age. They endured each other through the angry strifes of 4 years, and then separated. Constantine became enamored of the daughter of a Polish count and sought a divorce. Alexander consented to this arrangement on condition that Constantine would resign all right to the throne. The terms were gladly accepted, and Constantine signed the following renunciation, which was kept secret until the occasion should arise for it to be promulgated. Conscious that I do not possess the genius, the talents, or the strength necessary to fit me for the dignity of a sovereign, to which my birth would give me a right, I entreat your imperial majesty to transfer that right to him to whom it belongs after me, and thus assure for ever the stability of the empire. As to myself, I shall add, by this renunciation, a new guarantee and a new force to the engagements which I spontaneously and solemnly contracted on the occasion of my divorce from my first wife. All the circumstances in which I find myself strengthen my determination to adhere to this resolution, which will prove to the empire and to the whole world the sincerity of my sentiments. Another document had also been prepared which declared Alexander's second brother, Nicholas, heir to the empire. Napoleon at St. Helena, speaking of the King of Prussia and of Alexander, said, "Frederick William, as a private character, is an honorable, good, and worthy man, but in his political capacity he is naturally disposed to yield to necessity. He is always commanded by whoever has power on his side and is about to strike. As to the Emperor of Russia, he is a man infinitely superior to Frederick William or Francis. He possesses wit, grace, information, and is fascinating, but he is not to be trusted. He is devoid of candor, a true Greek of the Lower Empire. At the same time, he is not without ideology, real or assumed. After all, it may only be a smattering derived from his education and his preceptor. Would you believe what I had to discuss with him? He maintained that inheritance was an abuse in monarchy, and I had to spend more than an hour and employ all my eloquence and logic in proving to him that this right constituted the peace and happiness of the people. It may be, too, that he was mystifying, for he is cunning, false, adroit, and hypothetical. I repeat it, he is a Greek of the Lower Empire. If I die here, he will be my real heir in Europe. I alone was able to stop him with his deluge of Tatars. The crisis is great, and will have lasting effects upon the continent of Europe, especially upon Constantinople. He was solicitous with me for the possession of it. I have had much coaxing upon this subject, but I constantly turned a deaf ear to it. The Turkish Empire, shattered as it appeared, would constantly have remained a point of separation between us. It was the marsh which prevented my right from being turned. As to Greece, it is another matter. Greece awaits a liberator. There will be a brilliant crown of glory. He will inscribe his name forever with those of Homer, Plato, and Epaminondas. I perhaps was not far from it. When during my campaign in Italy I arrived on the shores of the Adriatic, I wrote to the Directory that I had before my eyes the kingdom of Alexander. Still later I entered into engagements with Ali Pacha, and when Corfu was taken, they must have found there ammunition and a complete equipment for an army of 40,000 or 50,000 men. I had caused maps to be made of Macedonia, Servia, Albania, Greece. The Peloponnesus, at least, must be the lot of the European power which shall possess Egypt. It should be ours, and then an independent kingdom in the north, Constantinople, with its provinces, to serve as a barrier to the power of Russia, as they have pretended to do with respect to France by creating the Kingdom of Belgium. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Kevin Davidson, www.blogordie.com. Chapter 31 of the Empire of Russia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Empire of Russia, from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott. Chapter 31. Nicholas. From 1825 to 1855. Abdication of Constantine. Accession of Nicholas. Insurrection quelled. Nicholas and the conspirator. Anecdote. The Palace of Peterhof. The Winter Palace. Presentation at Court. Magnitude of Russia. Description of the Hellespont and the Dardanelles. The Turkish invasion. Aims of Russia. Views of England and France. Wars of Nicholas. The Polish insurrection. War of the Crimea. Jealousies of the leading nations. Encroachments. Death of Nicholas. Accession of Alexander II. Constantine was at Warsaw when the news arrived of the death of his brother. The mother of Alexander was still living. Even Nicholas either affected not to know, or did not know, that his wild, eccentric brother Constantine had renounced the throne in his favor, for he immediately, upon the news of the death of Alexander, summoned the imperial guard to the palace chapel, and with them took the oath of allegiance to his older brother, the Grand Duke Constantine. On his return, his mother, who was represented as being quite frantic in her inconsolable grief, exclaimed, "Nicholas, what have you done? Do you not know that there is a document which names you presumptive heir?" "If there be one," Nicholas replied, "I do not know it, neither does anyone else. But this we all know, that our legitimate sovereign, after Alexander, is my brother Constantine. We have therefore done our duty, come what may." Nicholas was persistent in his resolution not to take the crown until he received from his brother a confirmation of his renunciation of the throne. 3 weeks elapsed before this intelligence arrived. It then became full and decisive, and Nicholas no longer hesitated, though the interval had revealed to him that fearful dangers were impending. He was informed by several of his generals that a widespread conspiracy extended throughout the army in favor of a constitutional government. Many of the officers and soldiers, in their wars against Napoleon and in their invasion of France, had become acquainted with those principles of popular liberty which were diffused throughout France, and which it was the object of the Allies to crush. Upon their return to Russia, the utter despotism of the Tsar seemed more than ever hateful to them. Several conspiracies had been organized for his assassination, and now the plan was formed to assassinate the whole imperial family and introduce a republic. Nicholas was seriously alarmed by the danger which threatened, though he was fully conscious that his own safety was to be found in courage and energy. He accordingly made preparation for the administration of the oath of allegiance to the army. "I shall soon," said he, "be an emperor or a corpse." On the morning when the oath was to be administered, and when it was evident that the insurrection would break out, he said, "If I am emperor only for an hour, I will show that I am worthy of it." The morning of the 25th of December dawned upon St. Petersburg in tumult. Bands of soldiers were parading the streets, shouting, "Constantine forever!" The insurrection had assumed the most formidable aspect, for many who were not republicans were led to believe that Nicholas was attempting to usurp the crown, which of right belonged to Constantine. 2 generals who had attempted to quell the movement had already been massacred, and vast mobs, led by the well-armed regiments, were, from all quarters of the city, pressing toward the imperial palace. Nicholas, who was then 29 years of age, met the crisis with the energy of Napoleon. Placing himself at the head of a small body of faithful guards, he rode to encounter his rebellious subjects in the stern strife of war. Instead of meeting a mob of unarmed men, he found marshaled against him the best disciplined troops in his army. A terrible conflict ensued, in which blood flowed in torrents. The emperor, heading his own troops, exposed himself equally with them to all perils. As soon as it was evident that he would be compelled to fire upon his subjects, he sent word to his wife of the cruel necessity. She was in the palace, surrounded by the most distinguished ladies of the court, trembling, awaiting the issue. When the thunder of the artillery commenced in the streets, she threw herself upon her knees, and, weeping bitterly, continued in prayer until she was informed that the revolt was crushed, and that her husband was safe. The number slain is not known. That it might be concealed, the bodies were immediately thrust into holes cut in the ice of the Neva. Though the friends of liberty cannot but regret that free principles have obtained so slender a foothold in Russia, it is manifest that this attempt could lead only to anarchy. The masses of the nobles were thoroughly corrupt, and the masses of the people ignorant and debased. The Russian word for constitution, konstitutsiya, has a feminine termination. Many of the people, it is reported, who were shouting Constantine and the Constitution forever, thought that the Constitution was the wife of Constantine. It must be admitted that such ignorance presents but a poor qualification for republican institutions. At the close of this bloody day, one of the leading conspirators, a general of high position in the army, was led a captive into the presence of Nicholas. The heroic republican met without quailing the proud eye of his sovereign. "Your father," said Nicholas sternly, "was a faithful servant, but he has left behind him a degenerate son. For such an enterprise as yours, large resources were requisite. On what did you rely?" "Sire," replied the prisoner, "matters of this kind cannot be spoken of before witnesses." Nicholas led the conspirator into a private apartment, and for a long time conversed with him alone. Here the Tzar had opened before him in the clearest manner the intolerable burdens of the people, the oppression of the nobles, the impotency of the laws, the venality of the judges, the corruption which pervaded all departments of the government, legislative, executive, and judiciary. The noble conspirator, whose mind was illumined with those views of human rights from the French Revolution, were radiating throughout Europe, revealed all the corruptions of the state in the earnest and honest language of a man who is making a dying declaration. Nicholas listened to truths such as seldom reach the ears of a monarch. These truths probably produced a powerful impression upon him in his subsequent career. Many of the conspirators, in accordance with a barbaric code of Russia, were punished with awful severity. Some were whipped to death, some were mutilated and exiled to Siberia, and many perished on the scaffold. 15 officers of high rank were placed together beneath the gibbet, with ropes round their necks. As the drop fell, the rope of one broke, and he fell to the ground. Bruised and half stunned, he rose upon his knees, and looking sadly around, exclaimed, "Truly nothing ever succeeds with me, not even death." Another rope was procured, and this unhappy man, whose words indicated an entire life of disappointment and woe, was launched into the world of spirits. We have spoken before of the palace of Peterhof, a few miles from St. Petersburg, on the southern shores of the Bay of Kronstadt. It is now the St. Cloud of Russia, the favorite rural retreat of the Russian Tsars. This palace, which has been the slow growth of ages, consists of a pile of buildings of every conceivable order of architecture. It is furnished with all the appliances of luxury which Europe or Asia can produce. The pleasure grounds and their artistic embellishments are perhaps unsurpassed by any others in the world. Fountains, groves, lawns, lakes, cascades, and statues bewilder and delight the spectator. There is an annual fete on this ground in July, which assembles all the elite of Russian society. The spacious gardens are by night illuminated with almost inconceivable splendor. The whole forest ablazes with innumerable torches, and every leaf, twig, and drop of spray twinkles with colored lights. Here is that famous artificial tree which has so often been described. It is so constructed with root, trunk, and branch, leaf, and bud, as to deceive the most practiced eye. Its shade, with an inviting seat placed beneath it, lures the loiterer through these Eden groves to approach and rest. The moment he takes his seat, he presses a spring which converts the tree into a shower bath, and from every twig jets of water in a cloud of spray envelops the astonished stranger. The Winter Palace at St. Petersburg is also a palace of unsurpassed splendor. More than 1,000 persons habitually dwell beneath the imperial roof. No salons more sumptuous in architecture and adornment are probably to be found in the world. Neither are the exactions of court etiquette anywhere more punctiliously observed. In entering this palace, a massive gateway ushers one into a hall of magnificent dimensions, so embellished with shrubs and flowers, multiplied by mirrors, that the guest is deceived into the belief that he is sauntering through the walks of a spacious flower garden. A flight of marble stairs conducts to an apartment of princely splendor, called the Hall of the Marshals. Passing through this hall, one enters a suite of rooms, apparently interminable, all of extraordinary grandeur and sumptuousness, which are merely antechambers to the grand audience salon. In this grand salon the emperor holds his court. Presentation day exhibits one of the most brilliant spectacles of earthly splendor and luxury. When the hour of presentation arrives, some massive folding doors are thrown open, revealing the imperial chapel, thronged with those who are to take part in the ceremony. First there enters from the chapel a crowd of army officers, often 1,000 in number, in their most brilliant uniform, the vanguard of the escort of the Tsar. They quietly pass through the vast apartment and disappear amidst the recesses of the palace. Still the almost interminable throng, glittering in gala dresses, press on. At length the Grand Master of Ceremonies makes his appearance, announcing the approach of the Emperor and Empress. The royal pair immediately enter and bow to the representatives of other courts who may be present, and receive those who are honored with a presentation. No one is permitted to speak to their majesties but in reply to questions which they may ask. The Emperor Nicholas was very stately and reserved in his manners, and said but little. The Empress, more affable, would present her ungloved hand to her guest, who would receive it and press it with fervor to his lips. The Emperor Nicholas, during his reign, was supposed to have some 90 millions of the human family subject to his sway. With a standing army of 1,000,000 men, 200,000 of whom were cavalry, he possessed power unequaled by that of any other single kingdom on the globe. In the recent struggle at Sevastopol, all the energies of England, France, and Turkey were expended against Russia alone, and yet it was long doubtful whose banners would be victorious. It is estimated that the territory of Russia now comprises 1/7 of the habitable globe, extending from the Baltic Sea across the whole breadth of Europe and of Asia to Bering's Straits, and from the eternal ices of the North Pole almost down to the sunny shores of the Mediterranean. As a previous narrative has shown, for many ages this gigantic power has been steadily advancing towards Constantinople. The Russian flag now girdles the Euxine Sea, and notwithstanding the recent check at Sevastopol, Russia is pressing on with resistless strides toward the possession of the Hellespont. A brief sketch of the geography of those realms will give one a more vivid idea of the nature of that conflict, which now, under the title of the Eastern or Turkish question, engrosses the attention of Europe. The strait which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Sea of Marmora was originally called the Hellespont, from the fabulous legend of a young lady named Helle falling into it, attempting to escape from a cruel mother-in-law. At the mouth of the Hellespont there are 4 strong Turkish forts, 2 on the European and 2 on the Asiatic side. These forts are called the Dardanelles, and hence, from them, the straits frequently receive the name of the Dardanelles. This strait is 33 miles long, occasionally expanding in width to 5 miles, and again being crowded by the approaching hills into a narrow channel less than half a mile in breadth. Through the serpentine navigation of these straits, with fortresses frowning upon every headland, one ascends to the Sea of Marmora, a vast inland body of water 180 miles in length and 60 miles in breadth. Crossing this sea to the northern shore, you enter the beautiful straits of the Bosphorus. Just at the point where the Bosphorus enters the Sea of Marmora, upon the western shore of the straits, sits enthroned upon the hills, in peerless beauty, the imperial city of Constantine, with its majestic domes, arrowy minarets, and palaces of snow-white marble glittering like a fairy vision beneath the light of an oriental sun. The straits of the Bosphorus, which connect the Sea of Marmora with the Black Sea, are but 15 miles long, and of an average width of but about 1/4 of a mile. In natural scenery and artistic embellishments, this is probably the most beautiful reach of water upon the globe. It is the uncontradicted testimony of all tourists that the scenery of the Bosporus, in its highly cultivated shores, its graceful sweep of hills and mountain ranges, in its gorgeous architecture, its atmospheric brilliance, and in its vast accumulations of the costumes and customs of all Europe and Asia, presents a scene which can nowhere else be paralleled. On the Asiatic shore, opposite Constantinople, lies Scutari, a beautiful city embowered in the foliage of the cypress. An arm of the strait reaches around the northern portion of Constantinople and furnishes for the city one of the finest harbors in the world. This bay, deep and broad, is called the Golden Horn. Until within a few years, no ambassador of Christian powers was allowed to contaminate the Moslem city by taking up his residence in it. The little suburb of Pera, on the opposite side of the Golden Horn, was assigned to those ambassadors, and the Turk, on this account, denominated it the Swine's Quarter. Passing through the Bosporus 15 miles, there expands before you the Euxine, or Black Sea. This inland ocean, but with one narrow outlet, receives into its bosom the Danube, the Dniester, the Dnieper, the Don, and the Kuban. These streams, rolling through unmeasured leagues of Russian territory, open them to the commerce of the world. This brief sketch reveals the infinite importance of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus to Russia. This great empire, leaning against the North Pole, touches the Baltic Sea only far away amidst the ices of the north. St. Petersburg, during the large portion of the year, is blockaded by ice. 90 millions of people are thus excluded from all the benefits of foreign commerce for a large portion of the year, unless they can open a gateway to distant shores through the Bosporus and the Dardanelles. America, with thousands of miles of Atlantic coasts, manifests the greatest uneasiness in having the island of Cuba in the hands of a foreign power, lest, in case of war, her commerce in the Gulf should be embarrassed. But the Dardanelles are, in reality, the only gateway for the commerce of nearly all Russia. All her great navigable rivers, without exception, flow into the Black Sea, and thence through the Bosporus, the Marmora, and the Hellespont into the Mediterranean. And yet Russia, with her 90 millions of population, 3 times that of the United States, cannot send a boatload of corn into the Mediterranean without bowing her flag to all the Turkish forts which frown along her pathway. And in the case of war with Turkey, her commerce is entirely cut off. Russia is evidently unembarrassed with any very troublesome scruples of conscience in reference to reclaiming those beautiful realms, once the home of the Christian, which the Turk has so ruthlessly and bloodily invaded. In assailing the Turk, the Russian feels that he is fighting for his religion. The Tsar indignantly inquires, what title deed can the Turk show to the city of Constantine? None but the dripping scimitar. The annals of war can tell no sadder tale of woe than the rush of the barbaric Turk into Christian Greece. He came, a merciless robber with gory hands, plundering and burning. Fathers and mothers were butchered. Christian maidens, shrieking with terror, were dragged to the Moslem harems. Christian boys were compelled to adopt the Mohammedan faith, and then crowded into the army, were compelled to fight the Mohammedan battles. For centuries the Christians, thus trampled beneath the heel of oppression, have suffered every conceivable indignity from their cruel oppressors. Earnestly they have appealed to their Christian brethren of Russia for protection. It is so essential to the advancing civilization of Russia that she should possess a maritime port which may give her access to commerce, that it is not easy for us to withhold our sympathies from her in her endeavor to open a gateway to and from her vast territories through the Dardanelles. When France, England, and Turkey combined to batter down Sevastopol and burn the Russian fleet, that Russia might still be barred up in her northern wilds by Turkish forts, there was an instinct in the American heart which caused the sympathies of this country to flow in favor of Russia, notwithstanding all the eloquent pleadings of the French and English press. The cabinet of St. James regards these encroachments of Russia with great apprehension. The view England takes of the subject may be seen in the following extracts from the Quarterly Review. The possession of the Dardanelles would give to Russia the means of creating and organizing an almost unlimited marine. It would enable her to prepare in the Black Sea an armament of any extent without its being possible for any power in Europe to interrupt her proceedings, or even to watch or discover her designs. Our naval officers of the highest authority have declared that an effective blockade of the Dardanelles cannot be maintained throughout the year. Even supposing we could maintain permanently in those seas a fleet capable of encountering that of Russia, it is obvious that in the event of war it would be in the power of Russia to throw the whole weight of her disposable forces on any point in the Mediterranean, without any probability of our being able to prevent it, and that the power of thus issuing forth with an overwhelming force at any moment would enable her to command the Mediterranean Sea for a limited time whenever it might please her to do so. Her whole southern empire would be defended by a single impregnable fortress. The road to India would then be open to her, with all Asia at her back. The finest materials in the world for an army destined to serve in the East would be at her disposal. Our power to overawe her in Europe would be gone, and by even a demonstration against India she could augment our national expenditures by many millions annually, and render the government of that country difficult beyond all calculation. Such is the view which England takes of this subject. The statement of England and France contemplate with alarm the rapid growth of Russia, and yet know not how to arrest its progress. They see the Russian Tsars year after year annexing new nations to their territory, and about all they can do is to remonstrate. All agree that the only effectual measure to check the growth of Russia is to prevent her from taking possession of the Dardanelles. To accomplish this, England and France are endeavoring to bind together the crumbling and discordant elements of Ottoman power, to infuse the vigor of youth into the veins of an old man dying of debauchery and age. But the crescent is inevitably on the wane. The doom of the Moslem is sealed. There are 4 great nations now advancing with marvelous strides in the appropriation of this globe to themselves. Russia has already taken possession of 1/7 of the world's territory, and she needs now but to annex Turkey in Europe and Turkey in Asia to complete her share. France is spreading her influence throughout southern Europe, and with a firm grasp is seizing the provinces of northern Africa. England claims half of the islands of the ocean, boasts that the sun never sets upon her dominions, and has professed that the ocean is her private property. Her armies, invincible, sweep the remotest plains of Asia, removing and setting down landmarks at her pleasure. Her advances are so gigantic that the annexation of a few thousand leagues at any time hardly attracts attention. America is looking with a wistful eye upon the whole of North and South America, the islands of the Caribbean Sea, and the groups of the Pacific. Immediately after the accession of Nicholas to the throne, war broke out with Persia. It was of short duration. The Persian monarch, utterly discomfited, was compelled to cede to Russia large provinces in the Caucasus, an extensive territory on the southwestern shore of the Caspian, and to pay all the expenses of the war. Immediately after this, on the 7th of May, 1828, war was declared against Turkey. The Russian army, 160,000 strong, flushed with victory, crossed the Pruth and took possession of the entire left bank of the Danube, for some hundreds of miles from its mouth, with all its fertile fields and populous cities. Then they crossed the river and overran the whole region of Bulgaria. The storms of winter, however, compelled a retreat, which the Russians effected after most terrific conflicts, and recrossing the Danube, they established themselves in winter quarters on its left banks, having lost in the campaign 1/2 of their number. The Turks took possession of the right bank and remained during the winter in face of their foes. In the spring of 1829, the Russians, having obtained a reinforcement of 70,000 men, opened the campaign anew upon the land, while a fleet of 42 vessels carrying 1,500 guns cooperated on the Black Sea. Through fields of blood, where the Turks, with the energies of despair, contested every step, the victorious Russians advanced nearly 300 miles. They entered the defiles of the Balkan mountains and forced the passage. Concentrating their strength at the base of the southern declivities, the path was open before them to Constantinople. Pushing rapidly forward, they entered Adrianople in triumph. They were now within 150 miles of Constantinople. The consternation in the Turkish capital was indescribable, and all Europe was looking for the issue with wonder. The advance guard of the Russian army was already within 80 miles of the imperial city when the Sultan Mahmud IV implored peace and assented to the terms his victor extorted. By this treaty, called the Treaty of Adrianople, Turkey paid Russia $29 millions to defray the expenses of the war, opened the Dardanelles to the free navigation of all Russian merchant ships, and engaged not to maintain any fortified posts on the north of the Danube. In July 1830, the Poles rose in a general insurrection, endeavoring to shake off the Russian yoke. With hurricane fury, the armies of Nicholas swept the ill-fated territory, and Poland fell to rise no more. The vengeance of the Tsar was awful. For some time the roads of Siberia were thronged with noble men driven into exile. In the year 1833, Constantinople was imperiled again by the armies of Muhammad Ali, the energetic Pacha of Egypt. The Sultan implored aid of Russia. Nicholas sent an army and a fleet and drove Muhammad Ali back to Egypt. As compensation for this essential aid, the Sultan entered into a treaty by which both powers were bound to afford succor in case either was attacked, and Turkey also agreed to close the Dardanelles against any power with whom Russia might be at war. The revolution in Paris of 1848, which expelled Louis Philippe from the throne, excited the hopes of the Republican party all over Europe. The Hungarians rose under Kossuth in the endeavor to shake off the Austrian yoke. Francis Joseph appealed to Russia for aid. Nicholas dispatched 200,000 men to crush the Hungarians, and they were crushed. Nicholas asked no remuneration for these services. He felt amply repaid in having arrested the progress of constitutional liberty in Europe. Various circumstances, each one trivial in itself, conspired to lead Nicholas in 1853 to make a new and menacing demonstration of power in the direction of Constantinople. An army was marshaled on the frontiers and a large fleet assembled at Odessa and Sevastopol. England and France were alarmed, and a French fleet of observation entered the waters of Greece, while the English fleet at Malta strengthened itself for any emergence. The prominent question professed at issue between Russia and Turkey was the protection which should be extended to members of the Greek Church residing within the Turkish domains. The Sultan, strengthened by the secret support of France and England, refused to accede to the terms which Russia demanded, and the armies of Nicholas were put on the march for Constantinople. England and France dispatched their fleets for the protection of Turkey in the campaign of Sevastopol, with which our readers are all familiar. Russia received a check which will, for a few years, retard her advances. During the progress of the campaign of Sevastopol, the Emperor Nicholas, in February 1855, was suddenly seized with the influenza. The disease made rapid progress. He could not sleep at night, and an incessant cough racked his frame. On the 22nd, notwithstanding the intense severity of the weather, he insisted upon reviewing some troops who were about to set out for the seat of war. "Sire," said one of his physicians, "there is not a surgeon in the army who would permit a common soldier to leave the hospital in the state in which you are, for he would be sure the patient would re-enter it still worse." "'Tis well, gentlemen," said the emperor. "You have done your duty, and I shall do mine." Then, wrapping his cloak about him, he entered his sledge. It was a bleak winter's day. Pale, languid, and coughing incessantly, he rode along the lines of his troops. He returned in a profuse perspiration and was soon seized with a relapse, which was aggravated by the disastrous tidings he was receiving from Sevastopol. He rapidly failed, and the empress, anxious as to the result, suggested that he should receive the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. "No," the emperor replied, "I cannot approach so solemn a mystery undressed and in bed. It will be better when I can do it in a suitable manner." The empress, endeavoring to conceal her tears, commenced the repetition of the Lord's Prayer in a low tone of voice. As she uttered the words, "Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven," he fervently added, "Forever, forever, forever." Observing that his wife was in tears, he inquired, "Why do you weep? Am I in danger?" She, afraid to utter the truth, said, "No," he added, "you are greatly agitated and fatigued. You must retire and take some rest." A few hours after 3 o'clock in the morning, Dr. Mant entered. "Tell me candidly," said the emperor, "what my disease is. You know I have always forewarned you to inform me in time if I fell seriously ill, in order that I might not neglect the duties of a Christian." "I cannot conceal from your majesty," the physician replied, "that the disease is becoming serious. The right lung is attacked." "Do you mean to say that it is threatened with paralysis?" inquired the emperor. The doctor replied, "If the disease do not yield to our efforts, such may indeed be the result, but we do not yet observe it, and we still have some hope of seeing you restored." "Ah," said the emperor, "I now comprehend my state, and know what I have to do." Dismissing his physician, he summoned his eldest son, Alexander, who was to succeed him upon the throne, calmly informed him that he deemed his condition hopeless, and that the hour of death was approaching. "Say nothing," he continued, "to your mother, which may alarm her fears, but send immediately for my confessor." The archpriest Bayanov soon entered, and commenced the prayers which precede confession. The prayers being finished, the emperor crossed himself and said, "Lord Jesus, receive me into thy bosom." Then he partook the sacrament of the Lord's Supper with the empress and his son Alexander. The remaining members of the imperial family were then summoned into the chamber. He announced with firmness his approaching end, and gave to each his particular blessing. The empress, overwhelmed with anguish, cried out, "O God, can I not die with him?" "You must live for our children," said the emperor, and then turning to his son Alexander, he added, "You know that all my anxiety, all my efforts, had for their object the good of Russia. My desire was to labor until I could leave you the empire, thoroughly organized, protected from all danger from without, and completely tranquil and happy. But you see at what a time and under what circumstances I die. Such, however, seems to be the will of God. Your burden will be heavy." Alexander, weeping aloud, "If I am destined to lose you, I have the certainty that in heaven you will pray to God for Russia and for us all, and you will ask his aid that I may be able to sustain the burden which he will have imposed upon me." "Yes," the emperor replied, "I have always prayed for Russia and for you all. There also will I pray for you." Then, speaking to the whole assembled group, he added, "Remain always, as hitherto, closely united in family love." Several of the important officers of the state were introduced. The emperor thanked them for their faithful service and tried devotion, and recommended them to his son as worthy of all trust, gave them his benediction, and bade them farewell. At his request, his domestic servants were then brought into the room. To one who was especially devoted to the empress, he said, "I fear that I have not sufficiently thanked you for the care with which you took of the empress when she was last ill. Be to her for the future what you have been in my lifetime, and salute my beautiful Peterhof the first time you go there with her." These interviews being closed, he addressed his son and the Count d'Allenberg respecting his obsequies. He selected the room in which his remains were to be laid out, and the spot for his tomb in the cathedral of the apostles of Peter and Paul. "Let my funeral," said he, "be conducted with the least possible expense or display, as all the resources of the empire are now needed for the prosecution of the war." While conversing, news came that dispatches had arrived from Sevastopol. The emperor deemed that he had already abdicated, declined perusing them, saying, "I have nothing more to do with earth." Alexander sat for several hours at the bedside, receiving the last directions of his father. On the 2nd of March, the emperor remained upon his bed, unable to articulate a word, and with difficulty drawing each breath. At noon he revived a little, and requested his son in his name to thank the garrison at Sevastopol for their heroism. He then sent a message to the King of Prussia, whose sister he had married, Say to Frederick that I trust he will remain the same friend of Russia he has ever been, and that he will never forget the dying words of our father." The agony of death was now upon him, and he was speechless. His confessor repeated the prayers for the dying. At 20 minutes past 12 he expired, holding to the last moment the hand of the Empress and of his son Alexander. Alexander II, who now occupies the throne, was born on the 29th of April, 1818. He is a young man of noble character and very thoroughly educated. At the age of 16, according to the laws of the empire, he was declared to be of age and took the oath of allegiance to the throne. From that time he lived by his father's side in the cabinet and in the court. His fare was frugal, his bed hard, and his duties arduous in the extreme. In April 1841 he married the Princess Maria, daughter of the Grand Duke of Darmstadt. She is reported to be a lady of many accomplishments and of the most sincere and unaffected piety. He is himself a man of deep religious feeling, and many who know him esteem him to be a sincere and spiritual Christian. What character the temptations of the throne may develop, time only can determine. He is now struggling against the opposition of the nobles to emancipate the Boers from the slavery of serfdom, being ambitious of elevating all his subjects to the highest manhood. The temporal welfare of perhaps 90 millions of men is placed in the hands of this one monarch. An indiscreet act may plunge all Russia into the horrors of a civil war, or kindle flames of strife through Europe which no power but that of God can quench. The eyes of Europe are fixed upon him, and the friends of the Redeemer the world over watch his movements with solicitude and prayer. End of chapter 31. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com. End of The Empire of Russia, from the Remotest Periods to the Present Time, by John Stevens Cabot Abbott.